马刚亮。 好啊，好啊，OK，好，拜拜。好啦，好啦。好啦。好啦，好啦。好啦。哎。我12月初是抽血啦。哦，12月初是抽血，好，我写下好。啊，12月11。哎。8点回诊啦，暗时8点。哦，暗时8点。嗯。等下，你再讲一摆。12月初4。等你毋讲初1。初4啊。初4哦。前后7天啦。初4。初4抽血。哎呀，前后1周内啦。哦，12月11了。12月11日回诊啦。回诊哦。暗时8点啦。哦，12月11号呀。系啦。啊，我晓啊。哎，我一张啦，搁一张啦。搁一张啊。1月27。1月27啦。
输掉。
下晡5点半回诊。
下午5点半。
12月初时，伊抽的就进前7天，最后7天拢会使啦。啊。
好啦。
你有食饭无？
有啦，那无食，我要死啊。
好啦，啊。
拜拜。你想要食饭无？
无啦，免啦，你先去困啦。
你明仔载去会哦。
好啊，好啊，啊。我摕1万块摕我电脑顶桌顶遐啦。
电脑桌顶遐哦。
嘿，我用杯仔缀掉的，吼。
好啦好。
迄电话钱我转3互你。
好啦，你无要转来？
无，我找到亲戚要台中。
好啦好啦，你较细哩哦。
好，你爱食饭呢？
好啦，你欠买面膜啊，无我无。
会啦，我答应你，我答应你。哦，做咱啦。你昨昏你哭，恁家敲电话讲啊。
会讲啦。
讲你哭啊，我毋知紧撇转来，结果你无伫，我袂赴啊，袂赴我紧落来啊。
我哪知哭？
你昨毋是咧哭？
我拢也无看到啊。
啊，毋好哭啦，有啥代志敲电话啊，哈。
哦，拜拜。
我要叫你转来，吼。
哦，拜拜。
唔通哭。
哦。
你哭我嘛讲要哭啊，吼。
拜拜。
拜拜。
明暗爱看医生哦，8点。
我知影，啊，你食饭无啦？
我拄啊起床尔。
哦，爱食饭哦，哦。
拜拜。
哎，人足寒哦，去房间困啦。
我伫厝诶啊。
去房间困哦。
好啦。
2领被加咧啊。
好啦，你敢若感冒哟？
感冒咩？
你爱食药啊？
有啊，无爱食啦，这要好啊。
你无爱食，爱食一寡小尔。
这要好啊咩？
好啦，拜拜。
就无伤简单的感冒。
你弄病干你老。拜拜。
啊，拜拜。
喂。
嗯。
你若无转来？
明仔啊，你今日啦。
啊。
阴暗啦。
你若无转来啦？
阴暗咩？
你啥啦？
有。
哎。来。
喂。
喂。
哎，安怎？
你若无转来？
今仔正常上班啊，你未去啊？
我毋知啊，我若知我无上班啊。
今仔正常上班啊，
你叫4张诶电话单，我先甲你来2张，伊2张就要到期啊。
无你4张个落落诶，我明仔阴暗就转去啦。
好啦。你互我3年啦。
好啊，好啊。你拢个落落咧啦。
好啦。好。好，拜拜。
好，拜拜。厝内物件好照。
对。你无拍食饱才转来？
啊无啊，毋知啥物餐好食哩。
我厝内无买物件。
干嘛拢无？
我无买药，要咱煮叫饭。
拢无啊。
嘿啊，你有叫饭才转来。
好啦好啦好啦。来台东啊？佚佗哩吼。
你若无转来？
无啊，今日补过年班啊。
哦。
好。
啊，明仔载咧？
因为转去啦。
哦。
好，
拜拜。
拜。
已经回来北部了？
对啊。
是啊，你现在在哪里？
我现在在板桥。
板桥是还更远，你还没有回到你的屋。
还。
喂，
你在忙吗？
有点啊。
你不是说找我有事啊？
哦，没有，那是那个他班接我给。
什么代志？
没有啊，是有件事要想麻烦你帮忙啊。就在麻烦你啦。
讲啊，怎么讲了后面？
那你在讲gì啊？
系啊。
你是讲拜二礼拜等啊？
系啊。
要不然我现在跟你讲，因为之前我那天在整理那个，我们以前不是楼下就很多东西整理出来。为了经理的文化系的经理一个股的什么上课什么的啦，有一些都已经都没有的啊，像那像一个口啊哈，银行的本子什么的啦。很多以前有很多我们本来是我进行的，我现在也不记得了。那时候是什么？有的钱存在你的存折你的名字里面了。可能就要所以我公司你拿到上班时间麻烦你抬起来，然后我们去把它结清啊那样。你有更名对吧？你有改名对吧？对吧？而且你的身份证该印啊。就是按你的身份证的主张，或者是因为太久了嘛哈，那个很久不知道几年了。我今晚买一个垂月佛啊，那个有更名过，所以你要那个户籍成本，户籍成本跟他们在有更名的记录。按那个成本呢，应该来我们家苦工做那样子在，而且
没有那个可以连线领的。
就是在我们家，马上就是我们家不是旁边那个行政大楼嘛，区公所里面啊，就可以马上去领，就是说就是上班时间呐。什么时间话你老是说哪一个就是你说礼拜六、礼拜，看你自己找时间哈。上班时间里面你再来帮我帮我去处理一下。
好啊。好啊。
然后再看那个。我不知道那时候是为什么，还有别人的嘞。那时候很久了，我就记得那时候是为什么这样。还有以前什么一个黄仁清无？那个人在咧做嘛？
黄仁清是树林的人呢。
黄仁清啊。
黄仁清那个大牛啦。
所以你是在给人家。
You look at the growth metrics of women's football, selfishly, in this country at the moment, it's phenomenal. We are the fastest growing sport on the planet. Our participation is up in this country. The interest that is around women's football is at a real moment. To your point, we're at a real moment in time to be able to capitalise on it. And if I was an investor looking to come into football in this country at the moment, I'd certainly be considering women's, because I don't have to invest an astronomical amount to become the best in the world, to really be put on the global stage, to be winning Champions League. Whereas if I wanted to do that in men's football in Europe, that's going to cost me a lot of money. You know, that's a higher risk investment.
That's a wrap for the second Bloomberg Women, Money and Power event in London. You can find more from top voices in finance at Bloomberg.com.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Power Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard,
Oh boy.
can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead,
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
this global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop, I'll still be driving some.
Probably very fast.
Yeah.
So exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
For decades, the Three Gorges Dam has stood as a symbol of China's engineering might. A project so vast that NASA said it measurably altered the Earth's rotation, making days 0.06 microseconds longer. The Three Gorges Dam generates more electricity than any other power plant on Earth, enough to light up more than 70 million homes a year.
But on the edge of the Himalayas, China is planning something even more ambitious, on a river you may never have heard of.
This is the project of the century, the most impressive power generation system ever envisioned.
It's the hydropower equivalent of a mission to Mars.
But to build it, China must tunnel through mountains that are still rising in one of the most earthquake-prone places on the planet. And that's not all. What happens here could affect hundreds of millions of lives downstream in neighboring India and Bangladesh, risking new tensions over water. The engineering is unprecedented. So are the stakes.
There is like this stark beauty. It was called the roof of the world because it's the highest part of the world.
From the glacial melt here, the Yarlung Sangpo River flows over 1,000 kilometers east along the edge of the Tibetan Plateau, before performing what many consider a geological miracle at a location known as the Great Bend, right where the plateau meets the Himalayas.
It does this mad turn, so it stops flowing east and does a big hook and starts coming back and flowing west.
It's about a 180-degree bend where the river drops about 2,000 meters in elevation in just a 200-kilometer period. Then the river leaves China, goes into India, and there it's known as the Brahmaputra. And then it empties out in the Bay of Bengal.
雅夏水电工程体量大，周期长，影响远。
But it's back at the Great Bend where construction of the Yasha, or Lower Yarlung hydropower project officially began in July 2025. It's a place so remote, a road only reached it in 2013.
The gorge of the Great Bend is the biggest canyon in the world. It's literally 3 times deeper and a little bit longer than the Grand Canyon in Arizona.
It's this natural drop, the world's steepest and deepest, that also gives the plateau its greatest hydropower potential. Those following the project say China's ambition is not just to tap this power, but to utterly dominate it.
The energy generation from this project will break like records in like many different dimensions. It will be by far the world's largest individual source of energy, 60 gigawatts of installed capacity.
The Chinese government has said that this will generate about 300 billion kilowatt hours a year. That's more than the UK uses an entire year. It's also about 3 times more than the Three Gorges generates.
With little known officially about the project, including the construction timeline, analysts outside China have had to rely on social media, state television, and satellite images to piece together its design.
Not so long ago, an article was published in Nature, one of the premier peer-reviewed academic journals, that roughly describes the project as a diversion project.
Unlike a traditional walled dam, observers believe this one will be made up of a series of hydropower stations along the river. Theories vary, but some outside experts suggest there would be one upstream dam with a large reservoir to regulate the water flow. This would be followed by a second smaller dam at the top of the gorge, where water would be diverted from the Great Bend through the mountains via a number of underground tunnels and turbines, before potentially entering another smaller re-regulation dam at the bottom of the gorge. This could stabilize the flow before the river continues downstream into India.
This will be quite an engineering feat. After all, you're literally reconstructing a whole river underground. The volume of water that will be diverted here will be similar to the discharge of a medium-sized river, such as like the Rhine in Europe.
It's a concept already tested at the Jinping dams, where engineers diverted the river through the mountains.
But what is really novel about this project is just like its sheer scale, where like many engineers would have probably not believed that building such a project in such a remote location would be even possible.
The government announced the project would cost 1.2 trillion yuan. That's about 167 billion US dollars. And that compares to the Three Gorges when it was built, completed back in the 2000s. It ended up at a cost of about $37 billion. So this is 4 or 5 times as much as that.
But experts say for China, this project is not just about generating power. It's a core tenet of its national economic strategy.
China is an engineering state, and one of the things that having an engineering society in China has done is that it's a government that likes to build its way out of problems.
The dam, to some extent, is an extension of China's bias towards production, towards investment, but it comes at a very interesting time. China is striving to make this transition from investment to consumption-based growth. So the dam at this point would provide a critical demand boost at a time when consumption and investment has been weak.
It's a project that promises an economic jolt for sectors like construction, cement, and steel.
When the project was announced, it rippled through the economy. Companies like Power Construction Corp of China, China Engineering Corp, Huaxin Cement, their share prices all surged.
But at another level, the dam will also enable China to produce more renewable energy and help that green transition.
With a target of net zero emissions by 2060, China has said the project could cut 300 million tons of carbon emissions a year by replacing fossil fuel power. It's also about energy security, generating more power domestically as demand surges for energy-hungry tech. But building this record-shattering mega-project in one of the most remote and geologically unstable regions on Earth tests the boundaries of modern engineering.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You simply ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest. And this is Bloomberg.
In order to build a dam like this, you're dealing with intense energies and intense altitudes. Landslides, freezing, malfunctioning equipment, people falling off the side of mountains. They are building this massive project on a site where 6 tectonic plates connect up.
That makes this one of the world's most earthquake-prone regions. In fact, in 1950, a magnitude 8.6 earthquake, one of the largest ever recorded in human history, occurred in the area.
For the last 40 years, China has developed the best hydropower engineers in the world by far. They're not magicians, and they can't stop tectonic plates, and they can't stop earthquakes. So that's a massive danger. And even if the earthquake doesn't happen, these type of projects tend to have slow disasters happen within them. So they seep plastic and concrete into the surrounding environment, and that changes the entire environment of that place slowly over time.
The International Campaign for Tibet also warns that dam projects frequently displace thousands from ancestral lands and sever traditional livelihoods with little consultation or support. The Three Gorges project, which required the forcible relocation of 1.3 million people from a much more heavily populated region, submerged large sections of the river valley, damaging habitats for many endemic species. China has done this before. Over the last 2 decades, China's 12 dams along the Mekong have reshaped the river and the lives that depend on it downstream.
The Mekong runs about 4,500 kilometers from the Tibetan Plateau in China through Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. This river is the lifeblood of people for those countries. Tens of millions of people rely on natural resources that come right out of the river. China doesn't share information on its dam building with the downstream countries of the Mekong. It doesn't let the countries know the designs of the dams, how they're going to be operated when ground breaks, when the reservoirs start to fill, let alone how they're operating in real time.
Those who study the river say this has left communities in the dark and unable to rely on the river's seasonal floods and droughts.
The Mekong is mighty because of its seasonal flood pulse. And this flood pulse drives the Mekong's fishery, it drives the agricultural production. What dams do is reduce the peak. At times, they can reduce the peak downstream by 20%, 2,000 kilometers away.
But in areas closer to the dam, like here in northern Thailand, those fluctuations are felt even more acutely. In the dry season, the pattern reverses. Water release for hydropower can push the river levels 3 times higher than normal. As a result, environmentalists say the ecology of the river has been disrupted and the reproductive cycles of the fish and birds upended. What were once thriving fishing villages are now diminished.
โอ้ถ้าโอ้ถึงเขื่อนเนาะเมื่อก่อนนี้มันน้ำมันปกติแต่เดี๋ยวนี้มันน้ำบ่ปกติละขึ้นลงไข่มาก็มาไข่แห้งก็แห้งไข่ขึ้นก็ขึ้นมันเลยทำให้ปลาผลกระทบเรื่องปลาเรื่องหาปลาหากินนี่ยากเลยเดี๋ยวนี้น่ะปลาก็บ่ค่อยมีหาได้ก็บ่ได้ขายนี่แหละผลกระทบหนักทำมาหากินแล้วก็ยังก็ยากแล้วก็ปลาน้ำก็
People there have been suffering for years. They lose their livestock, they lose their equipment, they lose their gardens and farms when these sudden pulses of water come through.
It's the same lack of data and transparency that has fueled concern downstream from the lower Yarlung hydropower project in India and Bangladesh. While India's Brahmaputra river is fed by other tributaries too, experts say nearly 40% of its fertile sediment comes from the Yarlung Sangpos Gorge, sustaining millions of lives and livelihoods.
Both countries have come to China and said that they want more information about it. They want to know what the downstream effects are going to be. And they're wanting, more than anything else, assurances that the downstream flow of the river that turns into the Brahmaputra won't be too impacted by this hydropower project.
The border here has long been disputed, and reports suggest officials in New Delhi fear Beijing could weaponize the water, controlling it for political leverage.
The Chinese government's counter to concerns from India, Bangladesh, and others has been that the same amount of river coming out of the canyon now will be coming out of it after it's done, and there won't be huge retention dams that could allow them to hold back water in the case of some sort of geopolitical conflict in the future.
中方修建雅鲁藏布江下游水电工程，经过严谨、科学论证，不会对下游国家生态环境、地质、水资源权益造成不良影响。
But still, tensions remain. India is countering China with the construction of its own megadam on the Upper Siang, 90 kilometers below the border, even as it faces local resistance and environmental scrutiny.
Without knowledge exchange and cooperation across that border, then it's really easy to play on people's fears.
And what I think it's really important is that these decisions are made on like quantifiable, open and like objective data that enable us international scientists, but also importantly like people whose livelihoods are at stake in that river basin actually have a say. The objective of this discussion here is not to like vilify China or to basically put this project into a bad light. Indeed, it would have a major impact and major benefit for China's target to become more carbon neutral, which would have major implications for the global climate.
If China can pull this off, then it's a statement to the rest of the world to say, like, we're reshaping rivers, we're creating clean energy, we're providing our economy and companies with infinite clean energy that it can use to build the economy of the future.
You know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romain Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
The world of online poker is like a giant casino that never closes, with hundreds of millions of players joining games day or night. Unlike a real poker game, online players can't see who it is they're up against. They might be amateurs, they might be seasoned pros, and some might be computer programs.
All the poker chat rooms are full of people accusing other players of being bots, but no one really knows who's behind them.
Online poker's right now.
There's definitely like a non-human. The trust is gone. You can't go and play high-stakes online poker anymore and assume that you're playing a fair game.
A poker bot is a computer program that plays the game at the highest level. There's evidence they've been used on major poker sites for a number of years.
This is a kind of dirty secret of online poker.
While some who use them do get caught, it's unclear just how many are getting away with it.
It's kind of off-putting for amateurs, and without the new flow of players coming into the business, the whole poker economy could fall to pieces. I wanted to find out where poker bots come from, who makes them, and why. I had no idea what to expect.
In the early 2000s, online poker exploded. A critical moment was in 2003, where an accountant from Tennessee called Chris Moneymaker, yes, that's his real name, got to the finals of the World Series of Poker. Unlike his main competitors, his journey started at a qualifying event online. It finished in Vegas with a $2.5 million prize pot. His victory inspired millions around the world to try their luck, just as online poker sites began to proliferate. Throughout this era, players could be confident that their opponents were in fact just people, but it wasn't long until machines started creeping into the online game. The most efficient bots are fully automated. Their software runs in the background on a player's computer, making bets, folding, raising, all without any human input. If it's sophisticated, it can write in a chat box or move the mouse to appear to be less machine and more human. Another way they run is to have an actual person take prompts from the software, which makes it a lot harder for poker sites to detect.
The simplest and most effective way to spot a bot is to see if there are other poker accounts playing in exactly the same way. No two human beings will play the exact same style of poker in a given situation. But if there are two accounts making the same decisions over hundreds and hundreds of hands, then you can be fairly certain that they're bots. The other issue is that almost any detection tool you could use as a poker website to keep bots off your platform, there's a workaround. If a decision is being made in a hand of poker after 2.3 seconds in your hand, you might assume there's a computer doing that. But then, of course, once that security measure comes in, the bot farms will program their software to randomize the decision-making time. So it might take 1 second, it might take 10 seconds.
Bots have become so smart, some even know when they need to be a little less smart.
The best poker bots need to be able to operate on a platform without being detected. And that means losing every now and again. Bots will deliberately throw hands, bots will deliberately make occasional bad decisions just to try and fool the people running the website into thinking that they're people.
Policing bots becomes even harder due to the very nature of the game itself. It is vast and complicated, with multiple ways to win in multiple situations.
Well, there's no such thing as perfect poker. It's a concept it can't exist, because poker has a random element and is a subjective decision-making process. Poker is a very cerebral, challenging game. It's not just about information that you have, it's about information you don't have.
Take the no-limit version of the most popular poker game, Texas Hold'em. Not only can you bet any amount, you can bet any object, making the possible outcomes theoretically greater than the number of atoms in the universe. Pause the video if you need a minute to think about this. So there's a reason a computer beat Garry Kasparov at chess decades before a machine could compete on a poker table. Deep Blue's 11 billion calculations per second could analyze the best movement on a chessboard, but it couldn't help it behave like a human. Essential in poker.
A big need for reinvention, but that clarity internally has allowed us to make easier decisions on where should that next dollar of investment go.
Growth comes from franchises like Magic: The Gathering, Hasbro's first billion-dollar brand. Legacy brands like Nerf are getting a makeover with a new emphasis on play centers and community experiences.
The first step in solving kind of like our Nerf challenges is understanding that not every solution involves a dart.
The answer to fixing Nerf is going to be about the IP itself and getting that IP to resonate back into other areas of play.
The original positioning for Nerf is the world's first indoor ball. And so I think you're going to see our teams really leaning into how can I bring safe, active play, regardless of context, back to life. Some of it will involve darts, some of it will involve like water-based play, like we've been leaning on over the last several years.
Let's Monopoly go! Talk about transforming IP. You can now play Monopoly on your phone.
Monopoly is now the biggest mobile game in the world. Monopoly Go has done billions of dollars and hundreds of millions of consumers.
That's just one example of Hasbro's push to be digital and direct, with both classic games and new licensing partnerships.
You need to be relevant outside of the toy aisle, and you cannot be everything to everyone at the same time. So if you have a more sort of franchise building approach to this brand, how do you touch the consumer in different verticals? It's more about how do you have a long-lasting presence in the consumer life.
It is time for you to join the others.
Video games are huge for things like D&D with Baldur's Gate 3 and all the new games we have in development from our own studios.
What about getting your products in media? I mean, getting kids to play Dungeons and Dragons on Stranger Things must have been a huge boon.
I mean, we have an entertainment segment that is laser focused on that type of placement of our brands in entertainment. Entertainment continues to be some fuel for our businesses.
Its strategic plan has given Hasbro momentum in a year when U.S. tariff policy has caused headwinds and headaches.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
In June of 2025, Hasbro laid off 3% of its global workforce as it raised its cost savings target to $1 billion.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the products?
For the industry as a whole, you have more than 80% dependence on China as a sourcing market. For some of the bigger players, that exposure is less, and they have more nimble, more flexible supply chains to navigate this disruption. For the medium-sized and smaller players, this has been very, very disruptive.
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US, or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027.
We're growing inside of Southeast Asia. Vietnam's a big base for us. India's a fairly big base for us. And then in Eastern Europe and Eurasia, Turkey is a meaningful base for us, and Indonesia is growing for us as well.
For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
Coming up, a visit to Wizards of the Coast, where Hasbro's been putting big money into its big push into video games.
We have been investing, roughly call it $100-ish million for the past few years behind all of our video game ventures.
This is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Hasbro CFO Gina Getter has spent her entire career working for consumer products companies, starting out in food.
I spent 20 years at General Mills. By the time I had progressed through kind of to my most senior positions at General Mills, I was leading big businesses, around the company, and focused on business operations and kind of soup to nuts re-engineering the business models.
After a short stint at Tyson Foods, she moved into the CFO seat at Harley-Davidson.
I imagine at Harley-Davidson, it must have been unique to have a woman as CFO, right?
I've had the good fortune in all of the stops I've had along the way where my bosses have prioritized that diversity of thought.
I noticed also that a lot of people who work here seem to also play the games.
Mm-hmm.
They live in this culture.
Yeah.
And that must have been the same at Harley, right?
At Harley, you're right, I wasn't a rider, but I'm from Milwaukee. I learned how to ride, and here at Hasbro, it's the same thing. I mean, I grew up with all of the brands that we have on our toy side of the business. D&D and Magic were new to me, but learning, and the same way that I tried to learn how to ride a Harley.
Hello, everyone. Today we're taking a look at the Baseline from Happy Model. This is the Walksnail edition. Also comes with HD Zero, and of course, I previously reviewed the analog version. Link in the video description.
Oh. That was close to me. Wowzers.
Oh. And yes, this is called the Baseline. I happen to know someone who referred to it as the Bassline. Obviously, with this being the HD Zero version, the main differences is going to be the camera as well as the video transmission system. You may find on the HD version that your main flight controller or all-in-one is one of two, the X12 Lite with SPI ELRS, so that one you cannot update over Wi-Fi. You have to update Betaflight and everything to upgrade the Express LRS version. Or like the one I have here, which is the crazy F411, which has the Express LRS receiver on a UART. So you can update it without updating Betaflight. If you don't remember, the crazy F411 has the 20 amp ESC on the all-in-one. The X12 is a 12 amp ESC. The motors are still 1103, 11,000 kV on the Jim Fan 2023 props. The box that it comes in has also changed. This is the original that the analog came in. The HD one came in this one. It does come with 2 battery holders, but I did not use them after my first 4 or 5 days flying it because it really limits your flight time and your battery. This battery tray measures approximately 17 millimeters by 13 millimeters. So a 450 milliamp 2S battery is about all it can fit. It does come with an extra set of props, an extra canopy, extra foam pad that goes on the bottom, some extra screws, grommets, yeah, that's a prop remover, doesn't work. And a little tiny screwdriver. In the case of Walksnail, we have our little USB cable that we need to get the onboard recording directly from the VTX onto our computer. A right angle USB port adapter, which is also necessary. And 2 sheets of stickers. But this is actually 6 stickers. I switched out to a short battery strap, so we'll be weighing it as such. The Walksnail version with my little Pyrodrome battery strap comes in just under 50 grams. If you were to fly it with a 450, that brings the weight up to just over 77 grams. Or 530, 76.5 grams. How is it the 530 is lighter than the 450? With the 660, 83 grams on the nose. With the Tattu R-Line 550, just a touch over 82 grams. With the RDQ 525, which does fit into that 3D printed battery tray, it weighs a touch over 79 grams. If you go all the way up to a G&B 720 milliamp battery, of course, it's still 2S, we get nearly 87 grams. Carbon fiber is still 2 millimeters thick, and motor post to motor post, I'm getting just about 90 millimeters. Please stick around after the flight. I've got a couple of details to share with you in case you happen to be building something like this, or if you buy one of these, there's a little quirk I found. This flight is on the Tattu R-Line 550 that I showed you on the scale, and the flight will be 2 minutes and 55 seconds. And I really thought that this is where the 1103 motors come to play. You may have remembered, or hopefully I said it in my original baseline review, that I thought it could be more efficient and still have the same sort of power to weight ratio with 1102 motors. The 1102 motors that Happy Model makes, but for whatever reason, they put 1103s on there, which increases the weight a touch, and the 1103s are more grunty, so they're produce thrust faster than the 1102s. But in my opinion, that's only going to be noticeable to the smallest group of pilots out there when it comes to flying these micros. I don't think you really notice a difference. I spent a lot of time testing various motors when I was going through the rocket race, 2-3 years ago. And I found, for me, of course, this is my very biased and very opinionated opinion, that 1102 spin these props very, very well. Of course, this is heavier because we have gone HD. If you get the HD0 version, if you're an HD0 user, maybe you just received your fresh set of goggles, they have that version as well. It's going to come in probably about 1.5 grams lighter than this one, so that's something to consider. I hinted to it before we got to the flight, but when it comes to flying different weights of battery, I found that there'd be a little bit of a quirk. This may not hold true for all the flight controller versions or yourself, because I did ask Happy Model about this, and they did work up another tune. I didn't have any success with this tune, but I did find that when it comes to the assembly of the quad, it's fairly specific to get this sort of really smooth flight. And one of the flight deficiencies that I found was that as you kind of work into things, you know, if you go out and you fly these things for more than a day or so, that, you know, some of our nuts will turn a little bit and our screws will turn possibly, and things loosen up a little bit. So I want to share that with you back at the desk to kind of give you an idea of where things need to be as far as if you get the same sort of setup that I've got and you're flying a battery bigger than a 4250, or excuse me, a 450. Because you'll get oscillations on 100% throttle, and you'll also hear those same oscillations when you come back from a dive, possibly other maneuvers as well. So I want to make sure I share that with you, and I've got a clip after this flight that will kind of accentuate what I'm talking about. You may notice it in this flight to a slight degree, but it can definitely be worked out. It's a little bit disappointing it's happening, but I think it has to do with the fact that the tune on this is fairly tight because it is using the same tune that the analog version used. Even the tune that they reworked that I tested is well, it's different on than the analog version, but it still didn't get rid of the oscillations. What I found is that you have to kind of do some turning of the screws and nuts. But anyways, I think with this 1103, this is where it really comes to play, and it flies really nicely with that HD weight. And now I've talked so long, our flight has already ended. This was an evening flight, after work flight. Okay, in this section that we're now going to go into, this is about the flight deficiency. So I've been flying this for a while, and then I got COVID, and I was down for a few days, and then the weather turned out nice, and I started feeling better. Started going back out, flying it again, and in the meantime, between here and there, I had reported to Happy Model that I was seeing oscillations on 100% throttle on batteries that I think were over 32 grams. They worked up a new tune, sent that to me. I tested it, didn't really have much of a difference. So this is a little sample of what you'll hear, and it's at 100% throttle. You hear kind of a flutter, a little, or maybe almost like a screeching tires. And you'll also, when I come down hard out of a dive, you'll also hear it there. I'm saying all this now because I'm not going to talk during these little clips. And this is me after doing some tinkering, trying to solve this problem to where I took the nuts and I made sure the nuts were all the way down to the frame, and I'll show this a closer view down at the desk afterwards. But I tightened everything down. That wasn't the right move. That made things worse. Worse. That's way worse. So between it getting worse and a bunch of other trials and tribulations and frustration, then I finally got to where I think I reached a fairly happy spot with it. There it is. And the reason why I wanted to highlight that is if you're building a micro and you're using this same board, the Crazy F411, you may find if you've hard mounted that board down to the carbon fiber that you get oscillations, whether they're on the recovery from the dive or the 100% throttle. You may find that. And so even if you're not interested in that, in this product, I thought that was a useful tip for something else that when you're building your own micro, if you're using that board and you see that behavior, that you may want to actually try to get the board up off the carbon fiber just a touch. And we'll talk about that now down at the desk. So hopefully I can show this in my camera effectively. So what I found to be the wrong move, what made it worse, because I didn't note this out of the box. Maybe that's a good idea. Take a picture of yours when you get it out of the box to see where you can see where all these nut positions are, because I think there's a little bit of a happy spot. And quite honestly, I think they could have built this a little bit different to improve things. And maybe Happy Model will see this and make a change in production to kind of help themselves make sure more customers have a better flight experience with various sizes of batteries. But you can see my nut down here. Hopefully you can see that is not down flat to the carbon fiber. So typically, as you can see, this bottom nut's actually coming loose. That's something else to watch out for. I lost more than one of these during my time testing it, whatnot. Typically, when I'm building these things, I'll use the head of the screw down at the bottom, and then I want things to be real firm to when you move this thing around, you just don't get any movement. Of course, right now I've got a little bit more than I should. Let me just turn this a touch. But what we actually want to do is we want to hold that board up off the carbon fiber. That's where I found I got the best flight experience with batteries that weighed, I think it was either 30 or 31 or maybe even over 32 grams. Basically, the battery that I flew. Now, I have heard, I think it was either on Facebook or someone else asked me about flight times on this particular version because they expected that I was working on it. On a 450, I struggled to get 2 minutes with the way I fly. So I initially, out of the 450s and the 525s from Race Day Quads, you know, these are well-loved used batteries. I've used these for quite a while. So maybe you'll get longer if you have good fresh batteries, but these both fit in the battery tray. But after, I don't know, 10 or 15 flights, then I was like, okay, in order to get a flight time that I might enjoy, because it is fun to fly, I'm going to need to use a bigger battery. Bigger battery has a bonus in that you can flick it over stuff It has a little bit more float, a little bit more carry. Downside is you do lose a touch of agility because that's just how things work. When you add battery weight, it just responds a touch slower. You can compensate with adding some feed forward, or maybe increasing your rates, or just compensating on the sticks, however you like. But so I went from those batteries. Mainly, I was actually flying the R line. I was fairly pleased with how that one performed, doing different punches of various sorts. But I ended up settling on the GNB 720. These don't fit the plastic or the 3D printed battery tray. That's a big reason why you see this on here. This does not come with it. You could probably save yourself a touch of weight if you went with the cheapo depot strap that doesn't have a buckle. I prefer the buckle because I like to hunker the battery down. But when you get yours, take a picture of it. And then note the position of the nuts above the all-in-one flight controller, because that's what I found to be an important bit, because if I had things hunkered down too much, the flight performance got way worse. I mean, the oscillations would get really predominant, so much so that, you know, it would make it almost uncontrollable at 100% throttle, and you'd see much more of those dive recovery sort of vibrations. So take note of that. I think what they could do to make this a little bit simpler is this. I don't know if this would be a custom job or not. That's one barrier to that. But this gummy, if it could just go all the way down, and then you would have the gummy protect the flight controller. So of course your stack will come up a couple of millimeters, and then use a metal nut down here and really firm up this screw between the metal nut and the nut on the bottom, which should also be metal in my opinion. Of course, metal nuts probably cost 1/10 of a cent more or something like that, and we'd have 8 of them that we'd need around this. But so I wanted to draw that out. That was something that I found over the course of the time that I spent flying it, and the Happy Model did send me this, like I said, about a week before I got COVID, and I was probably going to post my review during my COVID week if I weren't to have experienced that issue with using larger batteries and oscillations. But you know, with me getting COVID, there was none of that happening. I do wish, as I pretty much always do when it comes to motor wires, that we had a little bit of that motor wire tape and it were to be taped down. I mean, this isn't likely to get in our way. It's pretty stiff now that it's been twisted so much, but if it does get in there, you know, it's kind of a box style already, so if you go tumbling through a tree, you know, it's going to get hung up, and then if you get another little branch through between the motor wires and the arm, it's another possibility. I mean, it's minor. It's just one of those little tiny things that if I were you and I owned this, I would put a little motor wire tape right there, just a touch. It's a little tedious job, but it potentially could save us a lot of heartburn or heartache or having to throw a football at a tree for 2 hours to try to get it back down. Also, the screws that they used are Phillips, which is not my favorite. I prefer a hex-headed. It would have been nice to see a button hex head on all these. Again, metal nuts. The antenna here, you can see I just took a zip tie and used kind of a twist in it. It doesn't come with a zip tie. I would encourage you to secure this depending upon how you fly. There is potential that if this is just dangling out back, that if it turns, because it's a T-style antenna, if it turns, it can get into your props. So that's why I zip tied mine down, because I didn't want to risk that happening. Will it happen to you if you don't do that? I can't say, but there's potential for it. I'm not crazy about foam pads on any sort of quad. I prefer a rubber texturized or some sort of mesh on here, but that's what it comes with. We do have the ability, we can replace that one with some Omagod tape, or not tape, but the Omagod pad. They have a light version that's real thin that would probably work out. Or, you know, any battery mat you might have, just don't go crazy and add a bunch of weight to this little guy. If you're looking at building the baseline on your own, you can see that it uses not only 3 but 4 hold motor posts for mounting, so that's a nice thing. If you happen to have any problems with the shaft slipping on the motors, like say you've crashed and you've crashed harder than me, and you find that a prop is slipping because it's just sitting there on the shaft, and then the bell turns and the shaft doesn't turn, what you can do is just take some motor screws. I think they're 7mm. 1.5 millimeter hex-headed screws, and zip those props down into your motor belt. Voila, you're off to the races. Not ideal, but it'll still fly. I've got motors on my old Rocket Race that happened to, and I just added prop screws to them in order to keep flying without having to do a repair. Canopy was fine for me, but I have had reports of this canopy, which Happy Model has been using on a wide variety of their micro products, breaking for some. Of course, it comes with 2, so And you can get these canopies in a lot of different places. You just want to make sure, one identifier for the canopy is this flat side. Hopefully you can see that, how it's flat and indented right here to make sure it fits your camera real well. Adjustable camera angle too, by the way, which is something I'm always an advocate of, because whether we're starting out or we're a veteran, we all have different camera angle desires. And if we want to start out and we want to get a little bit more control before we actually head off into going plaid, we lower that camera angle down. That will naturally keep us, or slow us down and keep us from going too fast. So adjustable camera angle, I'm all for that. The antenna mounting, I'm not crazy about. That's typical. We see that a lot in these micros. You just kind of put the antenna wherever you can. They are using the canopy to hold the UFL down. You may or may not agree with that. I don't have much problems with UFLs getting damaged or broken. And I've built a lot of micros with various things. You might remember I kind of already built a walk snail micro about like this. It's actually using the same board, it's using the same BTX, it's just a slightly different configuration. And notice the motor wire tape on mine. But I think it's a lot of fun, and I think in this case the 1103s are probably more appropriate. They're going to handle the weight a little bit better, even though the efficiency isn't what it is with the Happy Model 1102 motors. Last thing I will warn you is with all micros, whenever we have these HD VTXs, we have wires that are coming around the edges. Give those a look after you have a crash. Make sure they didn't come loose and they're not hanging out here, because the last thing you want to do is rearm and then cut 4 wires or cut that MIPI cable over here. That's a nightmare. That's pretty much unrepairable. This is repairable fairly simply, but that's a purchase and a wait for it to show up. I said it once before on another Walk Snail product, but this connector over here for getting your video files that are recorded on board off, which is what I showed you in the video, because the goggle video, there's something odd about it because it looks fine, but when I try to sync it to the audio that I record separately in an editor, it's always goofed up. I have yet to sort that out. I would like to do that so I could show you the Betaflight OSD information when I'm flying these Walk Snail editions, but so far I haven't been able to work that out. I can do it. It'd be more like a silent picture show, so let me know if that's acceptable. In my opinion, it's not. I think it needs to have the flight audio because it gives you the full experience. Oh, and the last thing, I almost forgot to mention one of my pet peeves that I say almost all the time when it comes to all-in-ones and their battery lead. Get yourself another little zip tie, a little micro zip tie, and hunker it down to an arm. That way, if you do have any sort of crash that might pull on your battery leads, that it doesn't pull it off your all-in-one flight controller. You got a fighting chance that that zip tie will either strain relief or it will actually just stop whatever's tugging on this from tugging it off your board in one way, shape, or another. Looks like the HD version of this, whether it's Walk Snail or HD Zero, should be coming in around $240, $238, $239. You might be able to find it a touch cheaper here or there, but I'll link wherever I can find them, affiliate links or not, down in the video description. If you find a location, maybe if you're over in Europe somewhere, that's a shop or that's an area I know it's tough to find products in, and we got a lot of micro enthusiasts. Let me know. You can shoot me a Facebook message or an email, or links in the comments don't work. YouTube thinks all links and comments are spam. So you'll have to use a different method in order to send me your shop who might be carrying this, whether it's analog or HD version. I'm more than willing to share that with everybody who might come to the channel. If you have any comments, questions, suggestions, or otherwise, please let me know in the comments section below. I appreciate your time. And thanks for watching. Squirrel. Oh, yeah, another crash. Wanged it right off of that metal structure there. No harm, no foul. We've pretty much finished the flight, and we're going to come into the table and hover for a second. Note those trees in the distance. They're barely even moving. Very still night. Very rare for where I live. So this is a little bit more footage from that night. Also, it's worth noting, not full sun, and I see very, very smooth video. I know it's hard to study because I'm going a lot faster. So that gives you another point of reference as far as the capabilities of the camera and recording smooth video, is that if you don't have that full sun, which that first flight I showed you was kind of the classic, dive and didn't pull out. And see, there's the SD card. Oh, let's go back.
I'll freeze it right here. See the SD card in the top left-hand corner? That's where it fell out. And I didn't know it had fallen out by that point. So it was lost in the wind and the construction. But we turtle mode over, and I continued to fly around.
Test, test, test. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, the FPV park. One of the most ambitious and stressful things I've ever done in my life. If you're watching this video, that means the park didn't work out. A grand idea for an FPV paradise in the woods, foiled by politics, land disputes, and a lack of free manual labor. This is the story of the FPV park. Ever since I started flying FPV, I wanted to build a skate park, but for drones, I had visions of giant dive gaps with faux building facades, modern art as flyable infrastructure everywhere, camping areas, and free admission for everyone. I talked about it for years, being like, man, if I ever get them big bucks, the first thing I'm going to do is buying property and building an FPV park for everybody. That didn't happen, and people started eventually telling me I should do a GoFundMe for it because they would donate, which I was pretty apprehensive about because, number one, I didn't think we'd make enough money, and number two, it's a lot of fucking pressure with other people's money. I just kept talking about it for a couple of years until one day I said, okay, fine, let's do it. We'll start the GoFundMe, and if we make like $70,000, we can buy land and build our dream park. I ran daily live streams. I talked about it in every video that I made. Back when I was doing weekly videos, I super spammed the fundraiser. I put it everywhere I could to make this a reality. This was like the biggest marketing campaign I've done in my life. But after about a month, we'd only raised around $18,000, and GoFundMe sent me an email that forced a choice. I either had to enter my bank account information and start transferring the donations that I already had into my bank, or end the GoFundMe. I asked everyone I could that was donating and supporting the project what they think we should do. End it now, or just try to get what we can with whatever we can and try to make it, even if it's only $20,000. The overwhelming consensus was just keep the fundraiser open and let's see how much we can make. So we did, and we ended up making $38,000, which blew my mind. A bit under half of what I figured it would cost to really get, a prime piece of land for this, but with $38,000, we could definitely find something to work on. So I spent the next couple months, trying to find the perfect plot in our price range, which was rough. Like, there really wasn't that much. But then I saw what we eventually ended up getting. 10 acres of land with a creek in a valley, just beautiful, beautiful land. The homie Matty Blunts did all the legwork initially, checking out the land in person since he was closer than me. I'm about 4 hours away from it, which isn't terrible, but I didn't want to do like all this driving for potential plots to be duds, He was like, yeah, man, this could be it. You should come check it out. The price is right, the land is totally doable, and the realtor is easy to work with. Shout out Andrew. I appreciate you so much, man. So everything about this property is pretty sick, except, and here's the first problem, we needed an easement to get onto the property. The way it's set up, right, here's this guy's house and his little front area, he has a little couple acres, and here is a park property, the 10 acres. So to get to it, we would need to drive on the very edge of this guy's property And the guy that owned the house didn't give a shit. He didn't live there. He had a renter. So we talked to him. We paid him to give us an easement onto our land. And like I said, the easement is set back on the very edge of this property. And in fact, it was the old state road back in the day. So it just made perfect sense to me. We just reopen the road and use it to get back to the park. It wouldn't be in anybody's way at all. So we paid him and made it all legal. Paperwork and written in was the clause that we got to build and maintain a road that we owned, so we could just go right back into our property. And that was fine. We went out there the first couple times to camp and work on the park with no issues at all. I even got stuck one time because it rained a bunch. So I was like, okay, we really need to get this road put in now. And this will lead us to the second reason the park failed. Well, not so much failed, but progressed very slowly. The lack of free labor. A big shout out to Maddie Blunts, Chubby FPV, Chubby's wife, and Drone Rob for all the work they put into this thing, man. Maddie was there every single time I was there with his chainsaw putting fucking work into this park. This was raw land that needed to be cleared before we could even walk around and start any type of park at all. And we had one chainsaw between us, so it was, as you can imagine, a lot of work. Chubby FPV and his wife also came out many times doing the same bullshit work, cutting trees and hauling logs. Shit nobody wants to do, but had to be done. Also, Drone Rob with your log clear and clamp thing, that made that shit so much easier. So thank you so much for it. But that's it. Those 4 people were the only ones that came out in 2 years to help work on the park. Now, I did not expect anyone to come out and do anything for free. This is my project. I was perfectly fine, doing it all myself. But I did have a ton of people offer to come out and help that just never came out or never followed up about it. There were a few of you I know that reached out and I wasn't able to connect with you on the right days or whatever. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about just in general. The amount of hands I thought I would have on this project was way more than ended up, actually helping out. Far less people pitched in than I had anticipated. But that also was, the issue with the road eventually, which we'll get to. So that's whatever. Like I said, I was fine doing it myself and just a couple people. But, after a bit, I started getting a little bit of shit for not progressing fast enough with it. And I'm like, man, we're out here every month, just me and Maddie doing pretty brutal fucking work clearing land, and I got a fucked up back, so I gotta go slow, But I don't want to make excuses or anything. I just want to give everybody kind of like the full picture of why this didn't work out in the end. And this was a small part of it. The real issue came when the guy that sold us the right of way that owned the property in the front, he sold his house. The easement transferred for sure, but the guy that bought the house was the tenant the owner was renting to, and it turns out he'd been living there for 20 years, like he raised his kids there. When I bought the property and I met the tenant, he had told me, he hunts in the winter on the back property that we just bought. And I was like, yeah, that's fine, dude. You got your little tree stand set up. We're only going to be there like 4 months out of the year. We're not going to be here in the winter. It's cold as shit up in the mountains anyway, right? So I gave him full hunting rights. Trying to be a good neighbor. I thought it was a friendly thing to do, Plus, we were about to build that gravel road on the far edge of now his property. And I figured that's a pretty fair trade. You let us drive, 500 feet over a little road that we build and maintain 4 months out of the year. And you can hunt the property, hang out on it, do whatever the fuck you want the rest of the year. We'll just share the land. Nobody fucking owns anything on Earth in the long run, It's just your turn to use it until you die. Like, I literally told homie, I'm not trying to take over your hunting spot. There's 10 acres. We can share this land, no problem. So everything seemed pretty cool, We continued driving over our little back edge of the land and our easement we paid for and kept working on the park. We talked to a guy in the front house now and then, and we assured him we were not Democrats or terrorists coming to take away his shotguns or whatever the fuck he was worried about. He even gave me some pickled peppers that he made that were fucking delicious. I went back and got a second jar. They were very good. But then one night, the homie in the front house, that just bought it, he came back to where we were. We're having a little bonfire night. He came back, drinking some beers, and he said some racist shit. And I was like, no, man, not around me. I don't play that fucking game, and I have black friends that are gonna come out here and hang out, and I don't want any fucking issues with that shit. Well, he backpedaled, as these people tend to do, and he called them out, and he don't just go along with their bullshit. He said something about his brother-in-law is black, and that's just hillbilly talk, man. Just some bullshit justification for being a tool bag. So the next time we went out there, the vibe had definitely changed. Now it was an issue that we wanted to use the easement that we had paid for because he didn't want us tearing up his grass. Not your grass anymore, motherfucker. It's our road. I showed him the paperwork for the easement, and I asked if he had been told about it when he bought the house, and he said, yeah, he did, but he didn't want us building the road that we paid to build that was included in the property when he bought it. Not wanting to deal with this bullshit, I tried to purchase another easement from another adjoining landowner, That didn't work out. We even offered to pay him to let us use the easement that we already paid the other guy for and to build a road that we're legally entitled to build. But nope, he was not having it. So this is when the real fucking headache began. I did not want to make enemies with this dickhead when I have to drive by him every time I go out there or anybody else goes to the property, you know? I need to bring in gravel trucks and skid loaders to lay down this gravel road that he's adamant I don't build. I'm gonna have a bunch of cars back there with homies camping and flying drones around, you know? And I'm some jerk in Philly, 4 hours away from the property, and he lives like right there, you know? He's lived there for 20 years. And without that road, people are pretty much just driving onto his grass. We don't really have our territory claimed down with the gravel road, you know? And I can't have that. And I was like, man, what if he and his buddies start like fucking with the land or whatever? The months we're not out there, or we're starting shit with people out there, or like shooting down our fucking gaps or whatever. Do I ban him? Do I ban him from hunting there? Do I take down his tree stands and scrap them? Like I thought it was being pretty fucking cool, giving the dude full hunting rights in exchange for just, you know, following the law. Having respect for our property that we bought, being a decent fucking human being. So it got worse and worse, and eventually he parked a fucking mobile home right on the spot that's supposed to be our.
A lot of production companies being bought and sold, and certainly not at those valuations. You know, there was so much excitement and enthusiasm during the streaming boom. And then starting around early to mid 2022, that all stops. And every company starts laying people off, they start cutting their budgets, and it has never really bounced back since then.
What about if you're Reese Witherspoon?
Reese Witherspoon, the actress, I'm not worried about her at all. Reese Witherspoon, the producer, also in pretty good shape. I mean, I think the biggest talent has an advantage on everyone because they are seen as a brand and bankable in some way that people still want to work with them. Reese Witherspoon, the founder of Hello Sunshine, that's where the picture gets a little more complicated.
There's a sense that Hollywood still hasn't recovered from the downturn. Has the content bubble popped? And how is that changing the strategy?
I think definitely there's a shift. As in any market, things are contracting for sure. But I think it's going to get back to a business that's really based on great storytelling. It's kind of a great opportunity to refine our ideas. There's so much going on before that was just being bought and made and bought and made, and it was about time that we needed to sort of get to the real premium content again.
So how is Hello Sunshine really doing?
Well, as a production company, it's doing okay. You know, I think they have a better chance of selling projects than many of their peers because they have a track record, because they have Reese, because they have professional management, but they haven't produced like a slew of hits. For it to be as valuable as it wants to be and to grow into something that's more than a production company, it has to have these other businesses. I mean, it can't just be making film and television because that's not a great business right now.
Is Hello Sunshine profitable?
We are a profitable business. And, you know, I think that at the end of the day, our conversation keeps going back to the questioning around, you know, Hello Sunshine as a healthy business. And I get frustrated by that sometimes because it feels like we are constantly under, you know, a microscope. I think the entertainment industry has gone through tough times in the last couple of years. And I think that those that thrive and those that scale are those that have not had to pivot their mission and at the core of what they do. And at our core, we are a company that centers female stories. And because we've never had to pivot away from what we are, we have this really incredible foundation that allows us to continue scaling, you know, on top of it. There's not many companies in the last couple of years who have added new businesses.
It's not about telling people, come to us. We have to be able to go to them. And if that means podcasts, great. If that means television shows are more popular than movies at a certain time, we can sort of drive the ship towards that. So I feel lucky that we're nimble.
Would you say it's all fully clicked? And if not, what's it going to take to get there?
I love the question. Do you think it's fully clicked? I think in 2025, going into 2026, I feel like nobody can actually say everything is clicked, right? I think we have so much that is really clicking in such a powerful, meaningful way. We've launched a new Gen Z platform for the next generation of girls called Sunny.
Sunny is for the girls, by the girls.
You guys feel empowered? And when you look at what Lauren Newstetter's business is doing in TV and film, we're really looking for connection points for that next generation of consumers too.
That through line of connection shows up everywhere and drives what the team is planning next.
So let's talk about the upcoming slate.
Well, there's a lot to be excited about. I mean, first and foremost, Elle, which is our show that is in the world of Legally Blonde. Reese is really incredibly prescient and also very sensitive. I think she thinks a lot about the next generation. So I think she was seeing what was going on with young women today and the messages that were being sent to young women. And she called me one day and she said, I think we need to see Elle Woods in high school. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is very exciting.
Wait, she's coming. Okay. We just wanted to tell you that you don't have to audition anymore because you got the part. You're Alex. Really? You're Alex, yeah.
It's part of, conversation still 20 years later.
I hope you're going to teach her the bend and snap because it needs to be perfect.
I mean, of course.
So you bend and snap.
Also on the slate, a new chapter with Legally Blonde 3, an adaptation of book club pick The Nightingale, and a big swing with Polly Pocket, after Barbie proved a toy can capture the zeitgeist.
Hollywood does do a lot of new takes on old stories. Why do that? Why not just create new stories?
I will be honest and say, I think when you're leaning on IP, it will always feel a little bit safer because you know that there's an audience that's engaging with it.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We gotta talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute automotive news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
But even with a strong slate ahead, Hello Sunshine faces the same headwinds as the rest of Hollywood, with future generations shifting to YouTube and social video, and new technologies like AI starting to reshape how stories are made and consumed.
It's the most powerful imagination engine ever built.
How is big tech changing Hollywood, for better and for worse?
Hello Sunshine is spending a lot of our time thinking about big tech. We're thinking about AI. We're leveraging AI in some really thoughtful ways. But I think what's really important to think about from a Hello Sunshine perspective is that people and human experiences are core to everything we do at this company. Our mission is to center female stories. You cannot use technology to center their stories, to tell their stories. But what you can use technology for is to optimize the way in which we build those stories.
I mean, OpenAI is really testing the limits with Sora. Huge controversy around this. I mean, someone like Reese Witherspoon, who has contributed decades to the film and television industry, should they just be able to use?
No, they should never be able to do that. That should never happen. It should never happen. And again, it goes back to we think about AI as enhancements and optimizers and not as the center of the story. They're never going to replace humans. I actually also believe that the younger generation, they care about human connection. They care about people. They want to know who the humans are behind the work.
The world is so different today than when you were playing Elle Woods. It's dominated by algorithms and AI and social media. How do you imagine your career might be different if you were just starting out now?
Oh my gosh, Emily, I don't think my career would be possible. It's a different world. I see young people and I have so much compassion for young performers and actors because they have to be the producer, the director, they have to shoot their own videos, they have to market themselves. That's not something that I understood when I was 20 years old. It was something, there was an entire apparatus to market material. So it's a different, challenging time. That said, the incredibly talented people will always rise. right? Even in a glut of information, real talent survives and thrives.
What does success look like right now? Is it viewership? Is it awards? Is it making money? Is it critical acclaim?
For me, success looks like pride in the end product, making something that we feel really proud of, that our audiences love. I think critics will always have their own opinions, but I'm more interested in what audiences think. Are they engaging with the material? Are they coming back? If it's the morning show, are they dying to watch the next episode? And if the answer is yes, that is success.
Behind the pink neon and the rainbow-colored bookshelves is a company trying to rewire how a studio connects with fans every day across screens, shelves, and real-world stages.
What do you think is next?
I think we're seeing women getting the economic empowerment, and also now we have this empirical data that women's stories matter. Female artistry matters. The market is responding, right? Because women consume media. They're on these platforms, really liking and proselytizing on social media about the things they love. They're marketing these products, and I think it's really nice to see the acknowledgement by different industries that acknowledging women as consumers is actually good business.
You found a way to embrace femininity, but also power and agency. How do you imagine that journey being different for girls today? Do you have any advice for our daughters?
I think we have to trust our daughters. They are listening. I think we have to lead by example and do the very best we can to walk the walk. I know I try really hard with my company to show a whole dynamic spectrum of the female experience. Because if we normalize that there are all kinds of different women making different life choices, whether you want kids, you don't want kids, you want to be a career woman, you don't want to be a career woman, you struggle to make it, you worry, you question about your origins, right? When we see more stories, we become more compassionate about each other as humans.
I have 3 sons and a daughter, and so it's just crazy seeing how life is different for them.
How old's your daughter?
She's 5.
I think it'll shift. I really do. I think it'll shift back to, I see young people too kind of reverting back to this idea of stripping off all that artifice. I think it's kind of punk rock.
It's punk rock.
Mm-hmm. My daughter and I talk about it. I'm like, I think it's kind of punk rock to not put a bunch of filters on yourself.
I love it. I love it. Hashtag no filter.
I'm going to write this thriller, and I'm really lucky to have a great partner, Harlan Coben, who's just one of the greatest thriller writers and a lovely human.
Is this a side of you we didn't know existed?
Maybe. I contain multitudes.
Some people would say that there's maybe a little bit of a bubble in AI. When you have companies with market caps of $5 trillion, you don't see any bubble there at all?
Whenever we have an acceleration in technology and people get excited about it, you have significant capital formation around new companies that are trying to capitalize on that opportunity. And, we've seen this before through history, and you're seeing it now. It won't be a straight line. The opportunity set with AI is enormous. There will be winners and losers. And it's hard to pick the winners and losers now. And certainly a lot of the capital that's being deployed will not produce adequate returns. And a bunch of the capital that's being deployed will actually not produce any returns. But it's hard, it's hard to call the timing on these things. And the thing I'd point to just from a historical lens is in the fall of 1996, Alan Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance in stock markets, and the NASDAQ was at 1,300. And the NASDAQ peaked 3.5 years later at over 5,000. So, these things can go on for a long time, but ultimately, there are adjustments, there will be drawdowns, there'll be rebalancing, and just, it's hard to call it because the technology trend and the investment is real.
The belief for climate change is going down right now. It's going down. And we've tried everything to shame people and blame people and put them in their place and tell them that they're doing things wrong and that they're killing everybody. But if we keep telling them that, then we are going to kill everybody. So we got to figure this out. And we're not going to do it by blaming people who are just trying to wake up and make ends meet every day, especially when a lot of those people have the same connection to nature and the environment that we all share here. I hike and I ski and I love the environment just as much as anybody else, but so does somebody who works in an oil field. The Cabela's shopper and the REI shopper want the same things. They want clean air and they want clean water and they want to be able to recreate outdoors. So until we figure out how to get on the same page, we will continue to lose. We cannot afford to lose anymore. We need to build a winning coalition of people across the political spectrum, or we will never create the solutions that we need.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power, billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Disney characters just give you the warm and fuzzies. I don't know what it is.
No, they do. They're timeless. They've been around for so long.
Who are your favorite characters?
Oh, I love Minnie. My daughter, Eliza, was so happy when we'd go to the parks and she'd see Minnie.
Classic.
Who's your favorite?
My favorite? Ariel.
Oh,
I feel like I always, she was curious. She finds her voice.
Yeah.
This is Disney. But so is this.
This is the way.
And this.
Fuzzy pussy.
And even this.
I love a little chaos.
In other words, Disney contains multitudes. The company controls some of the most valuable IP and distribution channels in entertainment history and rakes in more than $90 billion a year. Exterior, daytime, Los Angeles. Enter Dana Walden, co-chair of Disney Entertainment and our guide to the Magic Kingdom.
Our stories have appealed to kids for 100 years. The pull of a Disney story is tremendous.
She spent 26 years at Fox, where she took the network from fourth to first with hit shows like Glee and Empire. And she's widely seen as one of Hollywood's savviest executives with a powerful web of talent relationships. But even veterans like Walden are facing challenges. As revenues from traditional TV and movie theaters decline, studios are battling for market share in the growing business of streaming. On top of all that, political challenges have put Disney and its subsidiaries like ABC in the spotlight.
At what point did you realize this was a problem?
When they pulled the show off the air?
The stakes are high for Disney and for Walden, who's one of a few candidates with a shot at succeeding longtime CEO Bob Iger. That would certainly be a fairy tale ending. But first, she needs to help keep this iconic brand from turning into a pumpkin.
Is the golden age of entertainment behind us, or is the best still yet to come? You grew up in LA.
I did.
What drew you to Hollywood?
Well, it's actually funny. I grew up about 4 miles from here. My mom was in musical theater. She was a performer, and we watched a lot of TV together as a family. And then I remember when I was 12, my parents switched out the TV in the living room and got a new one. And I somehow convinced my mother to let me put the old one in my room. I didn't come out for about 5 years.
You landed a PR job at 20th Century Fox.
I did.
1992.
Notwithstanding that I came in on the PR side, I really had a passion for storytelling and creativity. I oversaw different businesses, but my heart was really always with our television studios. Chris Carter on The X-Files, Jim Brooks on The Simpsons. They really taught me how to understand storytelling and production, and it led to a 26-year career at Fox.
So Netflix kicks off the streaming boom. It takes Disney 6 years to get into streaming, launches Disney Plus in 2019, buys Fox to try to catch up. That's when you enter the scene. Did you feel like you were starting from behind?
I didn't really. At the time, I thought, what an amazing opportunity to join a company which is the gold standard in storytelling. Bob was so interested in acquiring those Fox assets because we had many, many seasons of the types of shows that built the foundation of Netflix subscriber base. And Disney Plus launched with, I think, 10 million subscribers in the first 24 hours.
What makes you think consumers are going to pay for this on top of everything else they're already paying for?
Disney, Pixar, Marvel, Star Wars, National Geographic.
So we did not feel by any stretch that we were behind.
Walden joined Disney as co-chair of the entertainment division, focusing on TV shows, while Alan Bergman oversees feature films. But entertainment is only one piece of the Disney empire. There's also experiences, parks and cruises, and sports, ESPN. And all of Disney's pieces work together. Popular IP from entertainment gets translated into experiences and products, forming the Disney flywheel, a uniquely powerful system for generating revenue across the company.
So you oversee now one of the largest creative portfolios in the world, between Hulu and Disney Plus and FX and ABC. How do you see all these pieces fitting together inside the Disney universe?
We have such a vast array of stories, and when we think about our distribution ecosystem, we think about it as an integrated television business or an integrated entertainment business, which leads to the question of our linear channels. Live is really a specialty of linear and of broadcast television. And Dancing with the Stars is up something incredible, like 60%. And I think that's a combination of we're simulcasting it across our streaming services and ABC. Younger subscribers are watching it on Disney Plus. We're serving fans wherever they want to watch our shows.
Overseeing such a broad array of shows requires a certain skill at managing talent, hence the montage of famous faces. Walden has helped bring some of the biggest stars on Earth into the Disneyverse. Enter megastar.
Hi. How are you? Nice to see you.
Bringing the Kardashians to Hulu was an early coup for Walden's Disney tenure. Their refreshed reality series, The Kardashians, premiered on Hulu in 2020 and quickly became one of the streamer's biggest hits.
Obviously, you had a long and super successful run at NBC Universal. What does being inside Disney make possible that wasn't before?
You get one free crazy VIP Disney experience for every cast member for free a year. That's pretty amazing. But it's just a great place to be. It's super supportive.
You were looking for a new home for the show, and Disney and Dana Walden came knocking.
It was the next evolution of us maybe elevating our show, giving it a different look, being able to continue what we were doing, but having a different experience.
What is Kris Jenner like in a negotiation?
I think I'm tough, but I think I'm firm, I'm direct. I think I know what we want by now. Sometimes I get a giggle when an offer comes in and I'm able to, double what just came in at us and, kind of say, see, I still might have it, Mom still might have it.
Kim Kardashian is also making her move into scripted series, starring in Hulu's All's Fair, a new legal drama from prolific showrunner Ryan Murphy.
We'll make you full partner and a multi-millionaire within 2 years.
The show hasn't exactly been a critical darling, but it had a global press tour and premiered to decent ratings.
Ryan Murphy came up with this concept. We were brainstorming of a show to do, and he knew about my law school journey and thought that it would be the best idea to come up with like an all-female cast of family law attorneys. I know Ryan wanted to make sure that I felt comfortable, but a little outside of my normal self. So he really worked hard to write a character that he knew that I could play. I've just been that personality type where I want to figure it out. I really do enjoy growing and learning. When I stop is like when life will get a little boring. I love a little chaos.
Murphy previously worked with Walden at Fox, then landed a big deal making shows for Netflix, before Walden brought him into the Disney fold.
You and Dana Walden go back to the Nip Tuck days.
Mhm.
What's your relationship like with her?
In the case of like All's Fair, she read every script. She gave me a lot of notes, which you know I love. I love a note. Well, I really don't. But she did give me a lot of input. You know, I did like 7 different cuts of that pilot for her. Because her thing with talent is don't give up. It can always be better.
What's your approach to talent, especially when you have to say no?
Well, saying no is very hard. You know, these are people who I not only respect, but I care about. In a lot of cases, a fast no is the second best thing to a yes, because it enables great partners to move on and find the thing that is going to be explosive and can be a big hit.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk. You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in 1.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest. And this is Bloomberg.
Speaking of hits and misses, cue the pensive music, because Disney's financials have had some of both lately. Revenue from movies and linear TV has been down. And while Disney's streaming business turned a profit for the first time in 2024, it's still well behind Netflix.
Some of the critics would say that Disney Entertainment is in a tough spot. How do you see it?
It depends on, what moment in time. We are growing all of those important metrics. I can't speak to whether expectations keep being set beyond where we're delivering, but the growth is there.
The competition is fierce. Between Netflix and Apple and Amazon and YouTube, Netflix is arguably the one to chase. How are you different from Netflix?
Well, it's very clear Netflix has done an extraordinary job, and they really have developed into a utility. Right? They, in many situations, that is the place you go when you don't know what you want to watch, but you're going to watch TV.
Would you say there's a difference in terms of quality versus quantity as well?
Oh, no question. No question. We've never been in the quantity. We're not trying to create a fire hose of content. We're trying to curate.
That said, Netflix shares are up 80 times. Since the start of the streaming boom, Disney shares have about doubled. And Netflix's market cap is about twice the size of Disney now. What's your message to investors?
Both services can coexist, and I think we keep making quarterly gains, both in terms of revenue, NOI, in terms of subscribers and engagements. Virtually impossible to start from scratch, and it's also really difficult to do it without that IP.
Hard cut to interior, hospital. Well, a hospital set, anyway. While traditional TV networks have struggled lately, they're also home to some enduring hits, like ABC's Grey's Anatomy.
So tell me your symptoms.
The long-running drama is now in its 22nd season.
There's a Grey's elevator, very famous.
Elevators are very famous on Grace.
A lot of stuff happens
A
in the
lot
elevator.
of stuff happens on the elevator.
I mean, if I went down, would I want you to be the one
No,
here?
you wouldn't. No. But I know a lot of doctors.
Okay.
I know who to call. I don't know where the bodies are.
We're looking for the bodies. Look. Oh my god. Well, I am sufficiently horrified. I have to tell you that Grey's night was the best night when I started watching Grey's.
Still Thursday.
It's still Thursday.
Thursday. I think we've been at every time slot.
What's your take on this moment in time in Hollywood?
There's so much content out there, whether it's television shows or TikTok or whatever it is. So it's a lot harder to grab an audience, to hold an audience. And I think that's part of the success of Grey's is that we did have such a head start and we had such a built-in audience that we've been able to sustain even through all the noise and all the content out there.
Disney TV is also leaning into more global stories, like FX's Shogun, in hopes of pulling in more international audiences. The show was FX's biggest hit ever. Hiroyuki Sanada starred and produced, helping the show stay true to Japanese culture.
What's your best samurai move?
More than fight, I like to draw the sword because this is a very spiritual moment than just fight.
Yeah. Did it feel like a risk?
Yes, of course. Our Shogun had a 70% Japanese dialogue.
死なずに済む策を宣言せよ。
That's risky, and Disney was a brave company.
Do you think Shogun's success might change how studios and streamers approach risk?
I hope so. Streaming service changed the audience as well. They want to watch real story, drama, authenticity.
Shogun has turned out to be a huge success, and you're trying to lean into more global and localized content. What does that mean? You know, what markets are on the table? What's off the table?
Disney Plus is currently in over 150 countries. We are not producing local originals in all of them. We are picking key countries in each of the regions and developing original content there.
Squid Game and The Crown are major hits. Like Netflix does seem to be way ahead in this area. Can you catch up?
Well, I think you can. I think you just named two shows. We had a massive hit in Korea with a show called Moving.
나에게는 비밀이 있다.
That signed up, millions of subscribers. So absolutely the value of a hit continues to be very meaningful.
You do have 3 separate apps between Hulu and Disney Plus and ESPN. Is a Disney Super app coming?
Yeah, you know what? We're on the path to delivering that experience all in one place and making sure that Disney Plus is a place where the environment feels like it is personalized and specific to you. And that is the direction we're moving because we think ultimately it's easier, it reduces the friction.
So this is where the magic happens.
Yeah, welcome to TV animation, where they do such great work working on so many shows. It's really where the magic starts for our youngest fans.
You've spent your life on studio lots. Does it ever get old?
Never. You're passing a stage where some iconic film was shot, and it's just delightful. You're reminded of an industry that is just served for many, many years to just entertain people.
I grew up on Disney. So much Disney. My kids often go to YouTube first. How do you change that?
Well, are they going to YouTube and engaging with Disney content? Because I will say we have
sometimes
a number of channels up on YouTube. We want to be where our fans are, and that means third-party platforms like TikTok, Instagram, obviously YouTube.
Things like Bluey, things like Coco Melon, that's not Disney IP. Does that matter?
No, I think parents enjoy it, kids love it, but the attributes of a Disney story, beloved characters.
What? It wasn't me!
The music, it fits in with our IP. Every story doesn't have to be based specifically on our IP.
But all of these stories and characters could take on a different meaning as technology brings new challenges and opportunities to the entertainment business.
I've been wanting to talk about AI. Obviously, this is like the next big disruption. This is a company that has prided itself on storytelling for 100 years. And now a computer is getting scary good at doing a lot of things.
In terms of our premium stories and how we think about AI either bending the cost curve or helping us to be faster, more efficient, we are approaching all of that together with the actors, the writers, directors who are our partners and have very strong feelings about what is a uniquely human story and how to protect the contributors in that process.
Bob talked about being excited about the potential for AI generated content on Disney Plus, user generated videos that people could also watch. Is it still Disney magic if it's AI created?
Disney magic is storytelling. It doesn't have to be any one form. So I think it is the fundamentals of a story are Disney. The technology has evolved rapidly throughout the history of the company.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We'll see more stays across European equity markets. Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets. Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Technology isn't the only pressure weighing on Disney and its channels like ABC. In September, late-night host Jimmy Kimmel came under fire from the Trump administration over remarks about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Walton and Bob Iger decided to suspend Kimmel, then, a few days later, to reinstate him.
Anyway, as I was saying before I was interrupted.
The episode raised concerns about the industry's ability to stand up for free speech, and many of Hollywood's biggest names spoke out against Kimmel's suspension.
Let's talk about Kimmel. What happened? And what were the conversations between you and Bob and Jimmy?
We were thinking about only one thing as we made that decision very close to his show going back up on that Wednesday. And that was, the situation was extremely heated. We wanted to take the temperature down. We didn't think that was going to be possible that night. So we hit pause to have conversations with Jimmy. We wanted to resolve the situation in a certain way to protect our employees, to think about our audience.
Did President Trump call you or Bob or vice versa? Did you get any pressure from the White House?
He did not. We did not hear from them.
There are reports that cancellations of Disney Plus and Hulu spiked after the incident. How do you balance free speech and creative freedom in a polarized climate?
Well, I think those reports were highly exaggerated. That you saw the number of subscribers that we reported during our earnings. We had a very strong quarter. I think that this issue is firmly in our past.
For Walden, handling the Kimmel crisis might have been good practice for what could be her next role.
Disney has clearly struggled with its succession planning in the past.
Disney has considered a co-CEO structure to replace Bob Iger.
What's the succession plan? What progress has been made on a successor? Will it be someone inside or outside?
It'll be someone great.
The biggest story in Hollywood now is who's going to be the next CEO of Disney.
And, you know, there are pundits and analysts all over TV and podcasts talking about who's in the lead, and you're one of the leading candidates. So they're often talking about you, they're often pitting you against your colleagues. What's it been like for you on the inside?
Well, being pit against my colleagues, I don't appreciate because we have incredible relationships. We are a very tight organization, but I have enormous faith in where this company is going. There is a world-class team at this company who is navigating the path into the future.
What is the future of Disney? The company is so big, you might as well ask, what's the future of entertainment? It's a tricky question. What's your hope for Grace? Whatever happens, happens.
I've long ago stopped trying to predict or hope what happens.
I think the business has gotten harder, and I think that there are less opportunities, and there are less slots. We've been very traumatized by the pandemic, and I think by the strikes, and I think by the political climate, and I sort of feel that everybody is unifying in a really beautiful way and trying to make products that uplift and unite.
You have been at the center of so many reinventions. You know, obviously TV, streaming, now there's AI. What do you think it's going to take to lead a 100-year-old company into the next century?
Well, I think it's a lot of the things we're doing right now. Understanding the consumer, being able to personalize experiences, building out our technology product, creating features again that are unique to this IP that will delight people the same way they are delighted when they go to our parks.
Is the golden age of entertainment behind us, or is the best still yet to come?
I don't think it's behind us at all. I think even in a world of AI, more premium are the best stories and the best life experiences. I think we're going to continue doing that, and it's going to mean something to future generations, and especially to parents who want to pass down that experience to their own kids.
So the best is yet to come.
I think so, absolutely. And fade.
まずまずのコンディション、毎度のことながら本当に初飛行となるのでいろいろ心配です。
フライトコントローラーはモビラセブンと同じ。そちらはすでに飛ばしているのですから、まあそんなに大差ないんじゃないでしょうか。
Power Players is back, and we're strapping into Formula One.
We're kind of never end.
これがそうじゃないことを祈りましょう。
This season, business has never moved faster.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
まずは DVR 映像からご覧いただきましょう。
Athletes and entrepreneurs who are
HD カメラですと、ゴーグル映像も綺麗で良いですよ
Jerry
ね。
Jones.
ちょっと失敗。カメラ角度をつけすぎてました。
飛ばしているうちに慣れるでしょう。
画面の右上に現在録画中であることを示す点滅が確認できます。これのおかげで撮影し損じることはなくなると思います。
カードが刺さってない場合はノーカードと表示されますしね。
スロットル値を見ているといつもより結構大きく解放しないとダメなのがわかります。
つまり重さを感じると。
ですね。ちょっとトリックするのも怖く思えるくらいリカバリーするパワーはないかも。
記念ウープとしてなら全く問題ないレベルでしょうか。
では高画質な方をご覧いただきましょう。発色が以前のものとは比べ物にならないくらい良くなっていると思います。
もちろんこれどうですよね。
もちろんそうです。特にまだ何も補正していません。というかジャイロフローをかけても何か設定がダメなので全然納得できる映像にできませんでした。
調子に乗って回して低い木に緊急着陸。
Asia's not sitting around waiting for politics to dictate what's important here. It has already been a leader and it's
Trump's been, sort of saying, well, we shouldn't be focused on this, but yet the corporate world knows that it needs to support this. Asia's role in global supply chain allows it to influence the transition in ways that many other regions cannot. All companies that I've been talking to they have not stopped the work of looking through their supply chain with ESG in mind because that is just where the puck is going.
Our focus is really to understand what are the technologies that are part of our portfolio for the future and scaling those technologies so that we can meet our demand with clean energy. Resiliency is just not an operational response to what is happening out there. Resiliency could and will be a strategic advantage that companies will start to look at.
There is hope to actually get back down to something like a livable world if we get our act together.
We have two crises, two essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked. And we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. You know, when I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
Key investors, top executives, and global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Arnold. Only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
こうしていきましょう。まずはフレームの映り込みを消すため映像を繰り返します。
The deepest hole ever dug on planet Earth is right here in northwest Russia. It's called the Kola borehole. Scientists started drilling in 1970 to study the composition of the Earth's crust and presumably to see how deep they could go. Eventually, they reached a depth of almost 12 kilometers. That's roughly a third of the way through the Earth's crust on land.
It took them over 20 years to drill just because of the hard rock on that depth. As they were drilling, there was this movement that they were hearing voices down there, almost like the depths of hell. It's a little bit crazy.
In the mid-90s, the project ran out of funding, the site was abandoned, and the hole was sealed up. And the 12-kilometer record still stands. But now,
12 kilometers is not that far, right? Like, and just think about that. We've actually never directly measured anything deeper than that. It truly is kind of the final frontier.
Well, okay, it's not like we have no idea what's down there. Coal, oil, and natural gas covers 80% of global energy demand after all. But there's one resource under the earth that's often overlooked and maybe undervalued.
To drill anywhere on the earth, if you go deep enough, you'll find hot rocks. So what you can do is turn that heat into power. Electricity. That's really geothermal energy.
Geothermal is the underdog of the energy industry, generating just 0.3% of electricity worldwide. It's mostly considered impractical outside of a few specific spots around the globe. But that's starting to change.
Geothermal energy opens up a new economic paradigm that only becomes a service and not linked to a commoditized fuel.
Hundreds of billions of dollars are pouring into startups aiming to tap the energy of draft heat.
Geothermal is just the company to the largest
And today, companies are looking to go deeper than we've ever gone before, using new drilling technologies that do this to solid rock.
回も飛ばせるということですね。ありがたい。
モビュラ6には300ミリアンペアが不足していましたが、今回250ミリアンペアが採用されたのはどうしてでしょうか。 USB 充電器は1本目は
私、すでにマルチチャージャーを持っていますから、充電はそっちで行おうと思います。
ランカムテレフォントロールパッド、
撮影用カメラの設定を変更するために使います。
ドライバー、コントローラー用ケーブル、
That fellow in the backpack is Jim Folds.
プロペラ
As a
水
crew
外
of
し用
geology
ツール、
students, he's constantly on the hunt for new hotspots, collecting data that geothermal companies can use to
ネジの指
expand
も
their
入っていま
operations.
す。
設定マニュアル、
実は後で分かったんですが、マインドのためのコマンドが記載されているものと違っていました。
These
データ
methods,
フライ
like
トコン
this
フィグレーターの CLI で
check
ヘルプ
subsurface
を参
temperatures
照
to
される
find
こ
the
とを
best
お勧めし
spots
ま
to
す。
drill.
モビュラ 6HD 本体、
ぐんぐりとしたフォルムが急と手に持つといつものループよりも重いのが分かります。
ランカムスプリット3ライト搭載、
It's always there. At least it will be there for another couple dozen years. Core is much, much harder than the surface of the Earth.
BX0802 19000
Sort of
ケルビン
large
ラッシュレスモー
convection
ター、
cells that help to bring that heat up closer to the surface from deeper
直
levels.
接 BH2.0 ビッグテール、
Produces enough geothermal
VTX のアンテナは
given
イラ
here
ン側から
it's
下に
like
回して
10
出していま
times
す。
the amount of energy that
以前
just
よ
the
りちょっ
United
と太く
States
なった気が
needs
するレシ
in
ーバーアンテ
There
ナ。
are many areas on Earth
カメラに映
that
り
have
込んだり
relatively high
プロペラ
levels
に巻き込ま
of
れを
geothermal
整えておきま
potential.
す。
Countries like New Zealand, Indonesia, Turkey, and China all have plentiful
最初これが
geothermal
PX
resources.
カードスロットかと思ってたんですが違いました。
It's considered the true
PX カードスロットはこ
geothermal
っち側、データ読み取り側を上にしてパチッとな
The
るまで
country
差し込みます。
transformed its volcanic
ピ
heat
ックテール
into
が長くなったおかげ
economic
で
wind
ケーブルレスバッテリーも普通
Iceland
に
was a
扱えます。
developing country in the early 20th century.
ランカムコントロールボードは付属のケーブルをこのように差し、反対側をモビュラ 6HD のカメラボードと接続するのですが、これが非常にやりにくく、どうやらピンセットでも持っていないとできない感じです。操作は OSD に項目が表示されますので、
There
それ
are
を見
many
ながら
countries
設定
around
し
the
ます。
world that have access to geothermal
今
power.
回も設定を変えて、データフライトコンフィグレータ
For
ーを使
places
っ
like
てバイン
Kenya,
ドし
they're
たい
at
と
an
思いま
early
す。
stage of development, but if they can access more geothermal power, they can have cheap clean electricity that can be converted into economic output pretty quickly.
USB ケーブルを用意して PC と接続したら CLI タブへ飛びましょう。あと、モビラ 6HD バージョン 3.5 なのですが、用意するデータフライトコンフィグレーターはバージョン 10.4 にしないとバグる可能性があります。CLI コマンドラインでバインドアンダーバー RX アンダーバー SPI と入力してエンターを押しても
This
エラ
plant
ー
is
が返ってき
operated
ます。
by Socian Energy, a relatively new player that raised $91 million to build the 35-megawatt facility. It taps into a hotbed of geothermal potential known
そん
as
な
the
時
Rift
は
Valley.
何か命令文が異なったものになっている可能性があります。ヘルプと入力してエンター、なんとコマンドが表示されます。バインドに関係しそうな命令文を探してみましょう。
We're at the bottom of that rift. That's why it's called the Rift Valley. And because of this,
ああ、これですね。なんで言い回しが異なるのかは分かりませんが、コピペしてしまいましょう。
because the distance that we have to travel to tap into this heat is much lower than other areas in the world.
That lucky
文章
geography
をド
means
ラ
that
ッグし
almost
て選ん
half
で、
of
コマン
Kenya's
ドプラス C
electricity
でコピ
is
ー、
generated
Windows
from
ならコントロールプラス C で四角形。
This
コマ
plant
ンドラン
generates
でカーソル
electricity
を移動し、コ
to
マンド
what
プ
I
ラス
call
に
elaborate
Windows ならコントロールプラス
These massive green pipes
そして気合を入れてエンタ
delivering
ー。
the steam
この子にはクリーンスカイビートのウェブデータを用意。
It is
この子
directed
のカーソルをバインドに合わせてボタン
and
を
those
押しま
turbines
す。
convert
赤く点灯しているモビュラ6本体が点滅したらバインド成
is
功。
then transferred
全滅しました。バインド成功。とりあえず一安心。ここからは例によって極力でホルトでセッティングを進めてまいります。
and right now we've barely tapped 1 gigawatt. So we
つな
have
が
a
ったのを確
massive
認す
effort
るために
that we
優
need to
先した上へ移
deploy
動。
as a country
スティックの動きとグラブの動きが合致しているかを確認
just
します。
tapping into the geothermal resource.
各
Industrialization does not happen on thin land. It requires electricity. And electricity needs to come from sustainable sources. Geothermal can be very central to that African industrialization story because it is something that is available 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
多分のカードと表示されていると思われます。カードが入っていれば、デフォルトで4秒後に自動で録画が開始されます。
Solar wind are the two variable sources of renewable
こちら
energy
はモーレビル済みということで、ウィズリーが落ちてしまっていて、OSD のレイアウトも、このもデフォルトではありません。カメラの映りの違いでも参考になりますでしょうか。 キャノピーの形状が大きく変わりましたが、熱の大きさが物語っています。どちらもカメラ角度が調整できるのがグッドです。 私のブロックは初期バージョン、現行版はテールが長くなったと聞いていますが、果たして長めの方がケーブルレスバッテリーも使えるのでありがたいです。
Clean, dependable, good for another few billion years. So far, it's only really worked in a few places. So why exactly is that? Well, it turns out that geothermal power needs 3 very specific conditions. Heat,
さすがはランカム、少
a
々の
reservoir
地味
of
も目立ち
water,
ますが、映像が
and a
とても見
layer
や
of
すいです。
porous rock. You've got all 3, you're in business. No water? No big deal. Many geothermal
右上
plants
に
simply
録
pour
画中
their
であ
own
るこ
fluid
とを
down
示す
into
赤い丸の点滅が見られま
that
す。
rock really has to be porous.
そんなに重たいと感じることなく取り立てたのは、調整
Through
が
the
行
hot
われている
rock,
からで
you
しょう
can't
か。
use the heat. Solid rock just won't work.
ロールしようとしてでき
outside
な
of
か
the
ったこ
places
の
where the
時初め
rocks
て
are hot
サブモードへ飛ばしてい
and full
る。
of holes, geothermal is a non-starter. And that's why it only generates 0.3% of electricity worldwide, putting it in the other wedge, the least cool wedge in the whole chart. A new class of startup is aiming to make the wedge a whole lot bigger.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Why is it that NFTs have not recovered in the same way that, say, Bitcoin has?
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto.
It's a pretty spectacular story.
The people.
This is the future. This is the 21st century economy.
The transactions.
It snapped up nearly $1 billion of Bitcoin.
And the technology.
We need to build a digital Fort Knox.
That gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing.
That's extraordinary.
We ride the wave that is Bitcoin.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays only on Bloomberg.
Fervo Energy is a next-generation geothermal developer. We've developed new technology that makes geothermal work in far more places.
To do that, Tim is borrowing technology from the oil and gas industry, where he used to work.
I didn't plan this, but the office building you can see right behind me was where I started my career, just through the window there at BHP's Houston offices, and started my career working as a drilling engineer in South Texas. So they just started getting into the shale boom. The light bulb went off for me that all the technological advancements that I was seeing in my day-to-day career in oil and gas were going to be just as transformative for geothermal drilling as they were for oil and gas drilling.
Hydraulic fracturing, fracking, is the process of injecting highly pressurized liquid into underground rock, opening up gaps where none existed before, to then extract oil and gas. Combine fracking with geothermal instead, and you've got enhanced geothermal.
We create new fractures in the rock that essentially turns the subsurface into a giant heat exchanger, a radiator, and we pump cold water down the injection wells, flow over to our production wells where they come back up to the surface, picking up the heat, and then we capture that heat at the surface and use it to generate electricity.
Now, you've gone from 3 conditions to just 1, hot rocks, and that can open things up a lot.
Historically, geothermal was limited to very specific geologies. So the only places that you would see a geothermal power plant today would be in this certain hot spot in Northern California, or some plants across northern Nevada. What this red map is showing is that thanks to the developments of enhanced geothermal system technology, much more of the country is developed. So even in today's cost structure, you can think about things that are in the reddish and orangish color and some of the yellow color as already being cost effective. So we're envisioning, more than 100-fold increase in the amount of geothermal that you can get, and you can replicate this for really any country.
Fervo debuted its technology with a small plant in Nevada in 2023, They're now building a full-scale power plant in the mountains of Utah.
All 400 megawatts will be online in 2028, and a 400 megawatt project is quite large. When we bring this plant online, I'll be responsible for roughly 10% of all the power generated in the state of Utah.
Producing that much clean electricity is a big opportunity, and others are taking notice.
An hour south from San Antonio, Texas, in a region dense with fracked gas wells, another enhanced geothermal startup, Sage Geosystems, is building a test plant.
So yeah, I spent 36 years in the oil and gas industry, was on Shell. I really wanted to be in the energy transition, and geothermal is that clean energy that best leverages my skill set.
One of the most exciting parts about geothermal energy is that it provides the opening for a just transition for people who work in the fossil fuel industry. A lot of people who are currently engaged in geothermal energy come from oil drilling, and it requires the same skill set of geophysicists and roughnecks who are willing to do hard labor of drilling and have the knowledge of the Earth's crust and how to bore beneath it.
生老病死他都不怕，因为直接不居身上看见过。其实进来持续就是因为妈妈过世以后，我们才会想说过一个不一样的人生。他最后给我的一句很震撼的话就是说，我身边现在处理死了一些钱，我是不用担心。可是现在重病了，钱也没办法让医生。
Come over because it's way funnier over here. You know, oil and gas is kind of boring, and you know what you're doing, but over here we're starting a whole new company. We're starting revolution.
就是因为我有学过嘛，每个都有他的音乐性，比如说生病，我们要这种健康的，我们要跟人家结好缘。
Sage started out in 2020 with an enhanced geothermal approach similar to Fervo's, but they soon realized they could put their fracked wells to a different purpose. The space opened up underground can also work as a kind of battery.
In a simple term, we drill a well just like any oil and gas well, and we target a hard, non-permeable rock that we fracture using the same oil field technology, and it works like a balloon. We pump water in, it kind of airs up, and when we want to produce electricity, we flow it back. The pressure from the earth brings it back through our lines, turns a Pelton turbine, which in turn rotates a generator and makes electricity.
Storing energy like this could open a new line of business for geothermal companies by pairing with solar and wind.
In California and Texas, actually solar is out producing demand in the middle of the day. So you can take that precious clean energy, use it to store water under pressure, and then again produce that water at a time of day when the demand is higher and the people really need the energy.
Sage and Fervo say they've raised money from a mix of venture capital, government grants, and partners like drilling companies that stand to benefit from the growth of geothermal. All of this support has raised high hopes for the industry. The International Energy Agency predicts that by 2050, total geothermal power capacity could grow from 15 gigawatts to more than 800 gigawatts, leading up to 15% of global electricity demand.
We're in probably the most dramatic growth curve ever experienced in the industry. Everybody who's working in the industry feels that we're part of a new revolution.
But before any of that can happen, geothermal has to overcome some challenges. For one thing, just getting into the game costs a pretty penny.
One of the issues with geothermal energy is that it requires high upfront costs, upwards of $90 million for a single borehole, compared to $1 million or less for a single gas generator. What that means in effect is that people who are doing the drilling need to change the economics by finding either states or municipalities that are willing to enter into a long-term agreement. It's being able to project 20, 30, 40, 50 years into the future and have a reliable return on your investment. And the problem right now is that investors don't have confidence about the stability of power prices that far in the future.
For Sage and Fervo, even getting their early projects off the ground has been a pricey proposition. And they'll need to keep attracting humongous piles of capital as they expand their operations over the coming years. And there's another problem that could pose an even bigger risk to the growth of the industry.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
One and one is three in sports, not two. And it's because that three is imagination. That three is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Bedard.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's Justin Ryan here, and in today's video, we're going to be diving into this app in our zone. It's called AirDrop FingerPaint, and this app just came out with a new update which allows us to apply physics, so gravity and physics, to our drawing, which is really cool. As you can see, the app has a score of a 4.4 out of 5 with over 300 ratings. So let's go ahead and dive into this app, and then we'll make sure to come back and give our review after we're done. Here's the intro video that plays when you first load the app. You draw by just putting your index finger and
know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it.
Check this out.
I'm Katie Greinfeld.
And I'm Romain Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
It's a spatial accessory.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemima Versace in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
The Vision Pro knows exactly where it's at in 3D space. It works incredibly well. To show you that, let's go ahead and choose a color, and we'll go with green. We'll close that down.
All sources of power have trade-offs, and the trade-off with geothermal is that sometimes, in the process of drilling, it can cause earthquakes. There was an incident in South Korea in 2017 when geothermal drilling led to an earthquake of the magnitude 5.5, which is one of the largest earthquakes that have hit South Korea.
On a smaller size, and let's grab our Logitech Muse, and let's just draw a line. Now, if you look, this is in
한동대학교에서
go back here.
안에 있는 그 한동 글로벌 학교의 고등학교 3학년으로 갑자기 막 땅에서 땅이 흔들리고 초등학생이 흔들려 보이는
But this app can do so much more than just drawing. Let's go ahead and apply
처음 들어보는
Like Sage and Fervo, the Pohang project used fracking techniques. That, plus a drilling site that was too close to a fault line, led to disaster.
So let's do some
지각과 지각 간의 어떤 힘이 부딪히는 응력이 폭발하면서 땅 속에 지진이라 할 수 있는 그 어떤 산사태라 할 수 있는 지진이 발생하는 원리입니다. 포항은
이제 그냥 조금이라도 그 지진이 일어났을 때 그 비슷한 소리만 나도 갑자기 이제 안 움직이고 그 밖에 나오려고 하는 것 같아요. 저도 이제
자식을 먹고 또 안전하게 살 수 있는가 어떤 그런 어떤 혼란스러움이었습니다. 그리고 외부에 포항지는 이제 위험한 지진의 도시다. 저 같은 경우에는 직접 그것을 경험하기도 했습니다.
As bad as the Pohang earthquake was, events like it are extremely rare. As far as we know, Pohang is by far the worst geothermal-triggered quake to date. But even a handful of accidents can deeply damage the reputation of an energy source. And natural gas fracking is already controversial for instances of groundwater pollution and even earthquakes.
We actually have monitoring stations at this facility and at our test well in Starr County. So for all of our projects, we will be monitoring for induced seismicity or earthquakes.
We're quite pleased now that over the course of 4 years of field development, we've never had any issues related to seismicity. So it's something that we take quite seriously.
As this industry scales, it is one thing that it'll have to be very careful about, getting permission from all the people who will be around that geothermal power plant and what kind of risks they will be facing as a result of having this in their backyard.
Despite the risks, geothermal's potential to become a dominant clean energy source keeps attracting prospectors. In fact, some companies want to not only keep digging, but dig even deeper.
There's companies out there that are starting to use what we already have in oil and gas to unlock geothermal. I always like people to say, look, there's much more. This is the tip of the iceberg.
Carlos Urraque, CEO of Quaise Energy, wants to drill as deep as necessary to tap geothermal heat literally anywhere on Earth.
Geothermal can truly repower the world, but we have to play the hotter and deeper game.
Enhanced geothermal only works down to around 3 or 4 kilometers. Going much deeper could open up far more drilling sites around the world and generate more power from hotter temperatures.
20 kilometers indeed opens up a whole new geothermal. So twice as deep as an airplane flies high. You can get to 20 kilometers in part of the world has the geothermal potential by itself.
Of course, there's a reason no one's done this before.
At these depths that we're talking about, the type of rock that you encounter is what we call the basement rock. It's like these igneous rock, like granite and basalt. So these are the type of really hard rock that for oil and gas with their conventional drill bit is very difficult to drill into. So we're not trying to use conventional drill bits, we're actually trying to use microwave, or in this case millimeter wave, that cause the rock to vibrate, and it actually starts to then heat up to the point where it's melting and then ultimately vaporizing.
So what we have here on display is a basalt paper that's 2 inches thick. We should be able to make about a 4-inch hole in about 90 seconds.
Using this terrifying beam of death, Quaise's engineers claim they might be able to drill down 10 kilometers in a few months. The Kola borehole, by contrast, took decades.
It's really, really hot.
But Quaise's approach is truly new and untested. While the company has been able to raise about $90 million of capital so far, some geologists are skeptical that geothermal power will ever be practical in the depths Quaise is aiming for.
Is it possible that it won't work? It's always the case. And also, it's also possible that things can get damaged in the field, just bad luck.
We're doing things that have never been done by anybody, ever. So there's always the possibility that we hit a hiccup, we hit a small brick wall, we fall flat on our faces.
It's for us to really tell the world that it does or does not work, and it's really on us. So that's why I feel it's actually really interesting, a great job, because it's the unknown at this point.
It's too early to tell if these stabs into the unknown will really be transformative for the geothermal industry. But if the industry scales, it could be transformative for the business of energy.
Once you bore a hole from which geothermal heat is taken, you're not tied to the constant supply of gas or coal. That's dramatically different than our current economic model of generating heat.
And in the long run, it seems almost inevitable that we're going to harness geothermal on a bigger scale. We live on a literal ball of energy, and someone is always going to want to dig a deeper hole to get to it.
Game here is understanding. These digital assets have the ability to change the payment landscape of the world, and we need to be ready. We, the regulators, the world needs to be ready for a new wave of technology.
Stablecoins are almost entirely used in the mechanisms of trading cryptocurrencies. What we saw is the opportunity for digital assets broadly, stablecoins in particular, to be used as a medium of exchange outside of the crypto world, what is today the fiat currency world. At some point, I think these digital asset wallets will be big enough and people will be comfortable enough using them. I think we'll have a flip from conventional payment mechanisms into stablecoin-based mechanisms.
Does that mean banks such as yourselves issuing stablecoin?
We could. We are issuing Hong Kong dollar stablecoins today. We're in a sandbox for tokenized bank deposits in Hong Kong. We're effectively issuing tokens related to trade finance in Singapore. So it's all on the table, but we're always going to tie it back to what our clients want and need. Because if we don't get that one right, the rest doesn't matter.
The market capitalization of both type of instruments, crypto and digital assets, are both very low. Stablecoins today have $20 billion of flows a day. It's less than 1% of the flows of the payment system in the world. But because they have the ability to be very helpful in use cases, particularly in retail to begin with, but then potentially on the wholesale side, I think we will see a lot more of them.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So it, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So it's developed, this gives you both that upside and the downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas, one of the big gaming areas we're going after now is social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are going to like unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're going to go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa. New episodes every month, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute political news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Washington, and this is Bloomberg.
If you were to pick one thing to magically erase from existence, that would bring all of modern life to a screeching halt, the best option would probably be magnets.
You are surrounded by magnets. Magnets are there in hard drives. You should do the list. The list is amazing. I knew they exist. When I put it in a list, I was like, whoa.
Take apart your cell phone, and you'll find a multitude of magnets inside. In the speaker and microphone, in the vibrating motor, stabilizing the camera lens. There are even tiny magnets on the circuit board. It's no exaggeration to say, no magnets, no modern world. And they're about to become even more important. As the world tries to become less dependent on fossil fuels, magnets and the multi-billion-dollar industry behind them are the key to many clean energy technologies, including some crazy futuristic ones.
This is the fundamental building block of our fusion technology.
But there's a big problem with our VIMs, very important magnets, that could derail the whole project of slowing climate change.
The supply chain of those is a challenge. About 90% of that material is processed in China. And so the concern is that if there's not enough magnets to go around, there'll be restriction in supply.
We come to control the magnetism, control the world.
So inventors around the globe are creating new kinds of magnets that could save our planet and our face-melting rifts. That'll make sense later.
Does it ever get old playing with magnets?
Oh my goodness, look at this. No. Magnets are fascinating, right? Every single moment they can surprise you. It feels like it has its own character. It has its own free will at times. We want to crush it, we want to scream at it, and then we love it again. Yeah.
Caroline Mulder is a magnet scientist. She spends her time trying to make better, stronger magnets.
This is our daily life, right? Trying to get this material have the most amazing magnetic properties that we can harvest. Moment of truth. Voila! Magnets! It's a wealth of intrigue for a scientist or an engineer, and even more interesting if you can make a product that can actually change the world for the better with it.
The kind of magnets Caroline makes are called permanent magnets. That is, metals that are magnetic on their own, as opposed to electromagnets, which only become magnetic when electric current flows around them. Permanent magnets are a big business. In 2023, about $38 billion worth of these metals were produced globally. And they're particularly important for clean energy technologies like electric vehicles and wind turbines. Without magnets, these things simply wouldn't work. Why? Well, let's look at an electric vehicle motor. When you turn on the motor, electricity flows into this metallic shaft, creating a magnetic field. That doesn't do much on its own, but look what happens when we add these permanent magnets. Their magnetic fields push against the central magnetic field. That makes the shaft rotate, and that makes the car go. Thanks, magnets. What about a wind turbine? Well, it's just the opposite process. The movement of the blades causes a magnet to spin around a central wire, which creates an electric current in the wire and generates electricity. It's like the motor in reverse. One turns electricity into motion, the other, motion into electricity. So, our magnetic friends spin around happily, making and using clean energy, and everything's great, right? Well, here's the problem.
Most permanent magnets today used in wind turbines or electric car motors come from using rare earth metals, typically neodymium.
Rare earths are metals that are only found in the Earth's crust in trace amounts, a few parts per million. And 92% of the world's rare earth magnets come from one place, China.
So it's not like rare earth metals, or neodymium specifically, is only found in China. It's that China has built over years, through government investment and private investment, a whole supply chain all the way from mining to the final product in the cheapest way possible. And that's made it really difficult for any other country to get into the neodymium game.
To see why China made that investment, look no further than the streets of Shanghai. More than half the vehicles sold here in 2024 had electric motors, which need those rare earth magnets to run.
Here in Shanghai, you see all these cars with green license plates, which means that they're EVs. I mean, basically, Chinese EVs are everywhere, and not just in the big cities. The Chinese EV industry is now the biggest in the world. And how was China able to sort of become this incredible EV market? A lot of that has to do with the government. Chinese EV makers depend on China for the supply chain, rare earths as well as rare earth magnets. Concentrated supply chains allow a lot of EV makers to obtain stable supply and manage the costs. But on the flip side, China's dominance of all these materials has given China pricing power, and other countries are vulnerable to policy swings in Beijing.
A small incident in 2010 exposed just how dependent the rest of the world is on Chinese rare earth metals. There was a Chinese vessel that was captured by the Japanese Coast Guard because they thought that it had entered Japanese water illegally, and Japan wouldn't release those fishermen. So China threatened Japan, according to some reports, that it will cut off the supply of rare earth metals to the Japanese electronics industry. And that caused a firestorm in the markets. Suddenly, rare earth metal prices skyrocketed, and that created this perception that countries needed to not just think about energy security, but they also needed to think about material security.
In Europe, efforts are underway to find local sources of rare earths. This site in Norway is being explored as a possible source of neodymium and other elements.
We are having the biggest deposit of rare earths in Europe. It's so important because there is absolutely no mining of rare earths in Europe today. And we are totally dependent on the supply from China. The demand is growing. We all need these materials for the future.
But establishing a whole new supply chain is an uphill battle.
This is the entrance to where we are finding the rare earth elements. It's difficult to open a new mine. It's permitting, we have neighbors, and it's very expensive. The first phase will be approximately €1 billion.
This mine won't start producing at scale for more than a decade, and the pace of development of new rare earth mines around the world has been slow.
Of course, it's a big challenge to compete against China, so we have a long way to go.
So new mines could be part of the answer, eventually. But what if this geopolitical problem had a more sciencey solution?
Bringing you up-to-the-minute automotive news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. Here we are in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwatts here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of the century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
My name is Jianping Wan. I'm a professor at the University of Minnesota. Magnetism is magic, still is magic to me, same as when I was a college student.
Originally from China, Jianping has been working on a new kind of magnet, and he's been at it for a very long time.
This material I work on for 20 years, and it's called iron nitride magnet.
Iron and nitrogen, two of the most abundant elements, no rare earths required. A magnet like that could solve the rare earth supply chain problem and be $1 billion business.
Nitrogen.
But it's not as easy as it sounds. Finding a stable molecular structure for iron nitride is a notoriously tricky problem.
You know, it's a very hard materials to make, and that scale we a lot of people. So that's why I step in. I feel I can solve these problems.
He and his students built these specialized machines from scratch and got to work. By 2013, they were getting good, but not great results.
Performance of this material is still not good enough. I think if you ask anyone to invest to see this material can be replaced rare earths from the magnet, no one will say yes.
But Jianping was wrong. Investors had magnet fever. He started a company, Niron Magnetics, that secured more than $100 million in funding. But the journey from lab to product was just getting started.
The genesis of Niron was indeed Professor Jianping's work at the University of Minnesota. What we had to figure out then is, well, how are we going to make this and scale the product? Iron nitride is a little bit tricky. It's a real challenge to make and scale a material and do it cost effectively. And so the last 10 years have really been focused around developing a process that is scalable.
We settled on this nanoparticle approach. And how we do that is we start with making iron oxide nanoparticles, basically highly engineered rust.
In this stage, the rust is not terribly magnetic. We have to process it further to take it from the iron oxide phase into the iron nitride. You can see the material becomes much more magnetic. In order to turn it into a magnet, we have to take a further step and take the powder and make it very alignable. And so you can see that the particles form these chains or needles, if you will. This allows us to get the right structure when we compact this material into a finished magnet. There's a nice one. It's always fun to play with magnets, right?
After years of perfecting this process, Niron says it's about ready to ship. Its first target market is audio, yet another industry with magnets at its core.
On speakers, it's the magnet behind the cone that drives the actual cone to go up and down and vibrate. We recently made an electric guitar. We used that in our ribbon cutting ceremony. What picks up the sound of the vibration of the strings are guitar pickups, and they're made from magnets.
Told you it would make sense later. But beyond cool guitar dads, Niron hopes its magnets can have an impact on all kinds of clean energy technologies. It's raised more than $30 million from car makers like GM and Stellantis, which are interested in using iron nitride for their growing EV lines, something Niron says will be possible in 3 to 5 years. And the company claims that with further development, its magnets could become the strongest permanent magnets ever. But iron nitride does have one major drawback. It tends to lose its magnetism in the presence of other magnets.
The area that's different to, I would say, rare earth materials today is it has more moderate, what we call coercivity, which is this resistance to demagnetization. In speakers, that doesn't really matter because the magnet is static. But in motors, it's spinning, and so it experiences other magnetic fields in the motor.
So many problems. Even now, Niron still give me the challenge. How can we improve the performance? Right now, the performance is still not good enough for all the application. I believe we need to invest more on fundamental research.
If Niron gets past these hurdles, its magnets could become essential to the clean energy technologies of the present. But what about the future? Something more sci-fi. Not $1 billion business, but $1 trillion business. Well, there's a magnet for that too.
What we're trying to do is develop fusion technology that we could build around the world as power plants. These types of machines that use very large magnets to basically hold a star. And we're really leveraging new types of magnets to make them smaller, faster, and more powerful.
Founded in 2018, Commonwealth Fusion Systems is the brainchild of some physics nerds with a dream to finally take fusion from the science experiment to real-world power source. And they think their unique magnets are the key to making this happen.
The magnets that we're building are the strongest in the world for their size. Strong enough to actually lift an aircraft carrier if we wanted to.
Eternal life, a concept that has captivated the imagination of humans since the dawn of time. I'm David Rubenstein. The advances that have been made in science recently has made it possible for people to live much longer than they would have otherwise lived decades ago. With innovation exploding, it's harder than ever to know what's real and what's just hype. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life.
It is at the front and center of what we're trying to resolve and understand.
Americans need to know they're at risk of dying from the next pandemic.
What we really need in our lives is to build community.
Knowledge is power. The generation before us, cancer was considered a sign of weakness, and many never talked about it.
Longevity without health is not valuable, but if you can maintain health, it's productive when health.
Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy, with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. Well, that's fine. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings rate.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Scruffy FPV, thank you for
So what exactly do magnets have to do with fusion?
If it wasn't for your liftoff bid,
Buckle
I
up.
would have given
It's
up.
about to get cosmic.
Thank you.
Nuclear fusion.
The same reaction that keeps the sun at energy.
A nuclear fusion reactor is trying to replicate what the sun does, but on Earth. And that is no small feat. The sun is essentially taking hydrogen and compressing it to make helium. In the process, it produces a lot of energy. The sun is a million times bigger than the Earth.
It feels like you're in a great big room. It's not that big when you start
Close
trying
enough.
tiny work. It moves.
And so its gravitational force is enormous, and it's able to use that gravitational force to compress all that hydrogen into helium.
On Earth, we don't have all that gravity to work with. Luckily, we can use heat instead.
That's what a tokamak reactor is. It's essentially a bagel-shaped reactor made up of magnets on the outside that hold together hydrogen in the form of plasma that is superheated to 100 million degrees Celsius.
And because plasma has an electric charge, it reacts to magnetic fields, so the magnets can contain it.
The world over the last 50 years has built about 150 tokamaks. We actually understand the physics really well of how these specific devices work, but the engineering of the magnets is really hard. At MIT, we were running a tokamak that used copper, so magnets made out of copper, that were some of the strongest magnets in the world. And we were getting really good results. But we knew that that magnet technology in that machine of copper wouldn't make a power plant. You would spend all your energy just running magnets.
With a copper electromagnet, some energy is always lost to heat because of electrical resistance. You need to pump more electricity through the magnets than the fusion power can create, meaning you end up in the red. So what do?
It was some ridiculously low number.
Well, here we need to introduce you to a new kind of magnet. A fabulous, freaky, I freaking love science kind of magnet. The superconductor.
My name is Daniel Davis. I'm the research faculty here at the National High Magnetic Field Lab, and I work on making superconducting magnets.
Superconductors have all kinds of strange properties. Under the right conditions, their magnetic field can actually make them levitate.
We have to cool it down by placing it in liquid nitrogen. It will try to expel the magnetic field around it, and that will lock it in place at a certain height above the superconducting track.
That, in scientific terms, is pretty sweet. But the property that makes them so useful for fusion is right there in the name, superconductor.
It's a material that has zero electrical resistance, so that means that it can carry current without generating any heat.
Unlike copper magnets, which lose energy to heat, superconductors don't, which gets your energy investment closer to turning a profit. But there's another problem.
Most of the superconductors that exist are low-temperature superconductors. And when physicists say low, they mean really low.
Like the temperature of outer space.
Like close to absolute zero.
We're talking low.
Like low. Really low.
And it turns out, magnets don't like to be that cold. The extreme temperature limits the strength of their magnetic field. To compensate, you have to make them bigger, way bigger.
Now, it takes a lot of work to build something big. It's very expensive. Like the amount of money you need to spend on something to get just the first one can get very, very expensive.
That's exactly what's happening with ITER, a giant fusion reactor currently under construction in France that uses superconducting magnets. Look at this thing, it's huge. And as a result, it's projected to cost as much as $65 billion. So, to make fusion smaller, cheaper and more practical, Commonwealth's founders needed a whole new kind of magnet.
The question was like, would that material ever happen? And it wasn't until the early 2000s that we could really see that that material was going to happen. There would be a new type of superconductor. And it's not a wire, it's a weird thing. It's a film. And it won the Nobel Prize like months after it was discovered. So this is a material called HTS, or high temperature superconductor. It is literally, it comes out in a tape. It's probably kind of hard to see on the camera. It's very thin. It's actually mostly copper and steel, but there's a very, very, very thin layer inside of this that is high temperature superconducting material.
Is there a way to make the throttle
high temperature, in this case, is still wildly cold, but not quite outer space cold. And that was the breakthrough that Commonwealth needed. Magnets made with this material can create a stronger magnetic field, so they don't have to be so massive.
You can shrink the size of the device by a factor of 10. Basically allows us to make things smaller, which makes things cheaper and makes things faster. To get fusion to a spot where we can make energy from it.
Less powerful aircraft.
So we're standing at the front of our magnet production line. So this is our very first station in the process where we make our pancakes. And a pancake is a layer of one of the magnets. We insert our superconducting tape into the spiral shape around the pancake. This is actually one of many stacks that we have in the factory of completed pancakes that we're now getting ready to make into full magnets.
That was too much. I need to lower it. And then you lower it. You go, that was too much.
Oh yeah, when we first moved into the factory, it took us about 20 days to complete a pancake. Now we're actually producing one a day.
There will be a delay. Meanwhile, the quad got
Once completed, the magnets get stuck into this cooling chamber for testing. Liquid nitrogen and helium are pumped in to get the magnets cold. Then a super strong electric current is turned off.
So we're going to put in up to 35,000 amps of current into the magnet. And to put that in perspective, you charge your phone at night with 1 amp. So you can charge 35,000 cell phones all at once with this equipment.
You ever get nervous walking into this lift?
No, we did a lot of structural analysis and no, that's
data flight.
You know how much that weighs?
A lot.
Nuclear fusion has been worked on for decades, but it's only really in the last 2 decades that private industry has become serious about investing in nuclear fusion. In that period, about $7 or $8 billion of private investment has gone into about a dozen nuclear fusion startups around the world.
One of these investors is Breakthrough Energy Ventures, a VC firm started by Bill Gates to fund early-stage clean energy startups.
So Breakthrough is very bullish on nuclear fusion. We have invested in 7 nuclear fusion companies. The first one that we did, and the one that's received the most attention, is Commonwealth Fusion Systems. They raised, I think, $100 million in their first round and raised nearly $2 billion in their Series B. The idea that tokamaks are still experimental and risky and a long ways off, it's really not true. The old joke about fusion is that it's 20 years away and it always will be. That is absolutely not the case for magnetic confinement fusion at this point.
A motor output limit right
in this room right here, the tokamak that we built. So these big orange structures here are assembly tooling, so temporary stands. We'll put all the magnets up on them, and then we'll bring that machine together over that center white hole in the middle, and that's where the final kind of tokamak location will be.
If its demonstration tokamak works, Commonwealth plans to complete its first commercial fusion plant by the early 2030s. But it's important to throw some cold water on all of this, because fusion power is still basically an unproven technology.
The biggest challenge for nuclear fusion right now is to be able to show first that it can create net power, which is power plants that produce more power than they consume in creating nuclear fusion reactors. That's only been shown to work in a lab setting a few times now. It has never been shown in commercial scale.
And even if Commonwealth's magnets tip the scales towards net power, building a full-scale fusion industry is likely to take decades.
So nuclear fusion evokes this idealism because the potential of free clean energy is enormous. But it is also an idealism because the dream of actually having that is quite fast.
It's difficult to say if all of these very important magnets will help solve the environmental and geopolitical problems we're facing. But one thing's clear, magnets are not static things. They're evolving, they're improving. We're manipulating the very molecular structure of these materials to make them stronger and better. That's a trajectory we've seen before, with things like lithium-ion batteries and computer chips. It's a trajectory that has the potential to create huge businesses and a lot of change.
Magnetism, it's fascinating. It's been a long time love of mine. It's invisible forces at play that can make such a big impact on the world.
So dynamic idle, for those who don't know, is dynamic idle is pit tuning tab, pit profile settings, and It is, right here, dynamic idle is off because T-Shep's temperature wasn't off. And what dynamic idle does, no?
No, was that what you say when you look at your career, that the pivotal moment was actually that meeting with Robert De Niro? It took him 4 years to convince you to open a restaurant near him. You eventually did, and that started a partnership that has lasted through the decade.
You know, I met him in 1988 after the Nine Pascals was opened. He asked me to come to open the restaurant in New York. And beginning, I didn't know what he did.
You didn't know he was an actor?
No, I don't know. What he doing? Because I never watched the movies, you know, I was traveling, the business. But of course, after people, hey, no good, so you must know him. And then I understand.
How is he as a partner?
He's for me, and a great partner. He understands to my concept. He supports me 100%. But he's a very smart people. Sometimes, so strange idea, but it's good idea. So, example, Noble Hotels idea come from him. He said, hey, Noble, so we have a lot of new restaurants coming in somebody's hotel. For him, doesn't make any sense. Then we started Noble Hotel in Las Vegas 11 years ago. Now it's a big success. So next step is the residence.
But the problem is that the flight controller doesn't know the RPM of the motor. So we just
Power Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard, oh boy, can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop, but I'll still be driving something.
Probably very fast.
So exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest. This is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We gotta talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
Can't fake passion, you either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Even though the throttle position hasn't changed.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherry-Ann in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
From the other side, from the bottom, and it would cause the motor to slow down.
This is a simulation of Pong, the iconic 1970s arcade game, where you use this paddle to stop this ball from getting past you. It's a pretty simple game for us humans to learn, and as of quite recently with advancements in AI, computers can learn it too. But today, Pong has a new kind of player, not a computer, nor a human. A cluster of living human brain cells on top of a silicon chip can play Pong. Yeah, researchers in a lab taught a tiny clump of neurons to, in a sense, play this video game. But it's more than just a game. Some believe merging biology with computing could upend our approach to artificial intelligence. AI is a massive, often volatile, global market, with people looking all over for a competitive edge. In 2025, private sector companies teamed up to invest more than $500 billion in AI infrastructure alone. But what if the building blocks of that infrastructure include living human brain cells, with the promises and challenges of our own biology? Sounds like sci-fi, right? Well, we're kind of on our way.
Science fiction talked about this.
I love thinking about the Hollywood stuff. Like, are we really computers? Are computers really human?
My life has been focused on how can you elicit intelligence from brain cells in a dish.
I think it's worth trying out. So, a little bit of a longer answer, but a little bit of technical one.
I've got a pretty broad background. I did some work starting with cognitive psychology, neuropsychology, and then eventually moving into neuroscience.
Yeah, that.
Brett Kagan is the Chief Scientific Officer at Cortical Labs in Melbourne, Australia. They made a name for themselves when they got their neurons to play Pong in 2022. They called it Dish Brain.
Yeah, let's just set up and see how it goes. Maybe we won't be in for a surprise.
Quick timeout. Before we go any further, it might be worth understanding why companies like Cortical Labs are blending living neurons with synthetic systems.
Once it's mechanically sound,
compared to traditional machine learning, brains need far less training data to understand real-life environments and new situations.
So what you're saying here is we're investigating, can neurons actually distinguish between different handwritten digits? And we want to see, can the neurons behave in a way that says they recognize that all of the sixes look like sixes, all of the fours look like fours, and so on. Anything with biology can learn to navigate its environment incredibly quickly, incredibly efficiently. And we've had to learn to do that through evolution, otherwise we die.
I would suggest you try. Let me start up there.
The promise of far less data and energy consumption is the holy grail for AI advancement. Here's why. Supercomputers like this one can be 1,000,000 times more powerful than the fastest laptop. But both supercomputers and AI run on the same basic technology, silicon chips.
There's never been a focus like there is currently on the chip industry. People have realised that chips are the heart of everything, that this fundamental change to the economy that's being promised in the form of AI depends upon semiconductors, depends upon their rapid development, and depends upon an ever-increasing supply of them.
For over 50 years, we have been creating better chips by packing more and more transistors inside one integrated circuit. The transistors are on-off switches, the physical manifestation of ones and zeros. And we've gotten faster and faster by going smaller and smaller. Over the last 6 decades, we've been trying to double the amount of transistors on an integrated circuit every 2 years. This is the heralded Moore's Law, observed by this guy back in 1975. Today, a phone's processing chip contains billions of transistors, and those transistors are so small, they're just a few nanometers apart in places. But, as our good old Intel co-founder, Gordon Moore, observed, this steady march of progress also has an endpoint.
You're creating a chip, a three-dimensional circuit, by depositing layers of material on a disk of silicon. Some of those layers now are 1 atom thick. Guess what? When you get to 1 atom, you can't go any thinner.
So, we have a problem, and folks all over the world are looking for solutions to our processing limits. After all, our demand for more computing likely isn't slowing down.
It's not like suddenly companies and governments and organizations are going to say, you know what, we don't need more data. Everybody wants to collect more and more data, right? People liken it to the, modern gold rush.
I wonder whether DeepSeek has kind of changed. I mean, it feels like it's upended the race this week.
DeepSeek is such a fundamental change to the economics of what's going on.
DeepSeek's January 2025 effect on markets was a strong reminder of these economic incentives. Companies are racing to build more efficient AI models all around the world, at times also fueling existing political tensions.
The president said that he believes that this is a wake-up call to the American AI industry.
One long-standing breakthrough in AI comes from biology and our ability to replicate it. Back to neurons.
The state of data and computing right now is pretty exciting, right? There's a lot going on. A big part of that is trying to learn what we can from how neurons in the real brains and biological brains connect to each other and how they communicate. And then seeing if we can take what we've learned about the biology and then hardwire that into artificial systems, into computational systems. That's where sort of these ideas of like artificial neural networks and deep learning came from. And the current status of these artificial neural networks and deep learning is pretty fantastic.
But building these AI models and allowing masses of people to use them is costing a lot of energy.
Already there are parts of the world where there literally isn't enough power available via the grid to support these giant data centers.
By 2034, data centers around the world are expected to consume roughly 1,580 terawatt hours yearly. That is about as much as is used by all of India.
To use the words of Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, there's $1 trillion of infrastructure out there that needs to be modernized. The old way of doing things just simply doesn't stack up to the needs of modern computing.
So neurons might help solve some problems, especially around energy. Our brains are much better and more efficient in similar tasks to AI. For example, a supercomputer must consume up to 40 megawatts of power to function. Our brains run on just 20 watts. That's the difference between a couple of LED light bulbs and thousands of homes. Our brains are also powerful, with about 86 billion neurons that form over 100 trillion connections to each other. And with cells, the distinction between hardware and software isn't quite as well distinct. They're dynamic and intertwined. The cell's actual structure can change and mutate too.
Because of the way that computer chips are organized, they have limited logic functions. They tend to want to do things one thing after another. That's what they're good at. That's what they were designed to do. The human brain doesn't work that way. The human brain is kind of a lattice structure of interconnections where information flows in sort of different ways and different points. So the limitations of bio is that we're just at the very beginning of it.
DishBrain was our first prototype. We were essentially trying to ask the question, can you interact with a bunch of brain cells in a dish and get them to do anything useful at all?
Brett and his team started by growing a layer of 800,000 neurons on top of a silicon chip. That's about the size of a small bumblebee's brain. And since neurons in our brain naturally communicate using electrical impulses, the researchers could both send and receive impulses between the neurons and a computer hooked up to a silicon chip. To translate the Pong game into something this clump of neurons could sense and control, the chip is divided into 3 sections. There's one larger sensory section, which sends electrical impulses to the neurons to represent aspects of the game, like where the ball is. There's also 2 motor sections. If neurons send impulses in this one, the paddle moves up. If neurons send impulses in the other, the paddle moves down. The chip acts as a communicator between the neurons and the game, but it still doesn't mean that these neurons would want to play the game.
Why would a bunch of cells in a dish actually change their activity in any particular way? There's no Pong playing gene that exists in brain cells to make them want to play the game Pong.
So the researchers tried to give the neurons incentive. Every time the brain cells missed the ball with the paddle, the researchers stimulated them with chaotic and unpredictable bouts of electricity. On the other hand, when the neurons successfully hit the ball, they received predictable stimuli from the researchers. Within minutes, the neurons started hitting the Pong ball more consistently. Why did it work? One possible explanation is a theory called the free energy principle. It suggests that almost all things in nature, even as small as the dish brain, are constantly trying to perceive and understand their world and minimize surprise.
If you can't predict what's going on in the world, if you can't say, if I reach for a glass of water, I'll successfully pick the water up, it's very hard to survive.
DishBrain was a proof of concept for this larger idea of biocomputing, also called organic computing, biological hardware, and perhaps most vividly, wetware. DishBrain made a splash, so big in fact that another team of scientists tried the same experiment using hydrogel, a non-living, soft, flexible substance similar to Jell-O. The hydrogel also learned to play Pong. So the question became, what can neurons do that other substrates can't? How much computing abilities can they provide? And frankly, can they make any money now?
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
A few months ago, we took a look at the Wyvern VTX by Emacs, an open-source project providing another option in the digital FPV space. Now they're back again with a newer version that's said to be even lighter and even more powerful. So let's open this up and see if it's right for you. Okay, so here it is, the Wyvern VTX and camera. And the big deal here is an update in specifications, board design, and a reduction in weight. Now we're going from 100 milliwatts, which performed pretty well at the time, now to 200 milliwatts and a lighter board design. So let's open this up and see what's inside. All right, a little foam here. Here's the whole VTX and camera setup here. The first thing I see here is actually the VTX. Let's get that out. And the camera is already attached. And this thing here is pretty nice and light, guys. And as usual, you can see that this thing here is a little bit more modern and clean design compared to the older version. Besides that, we do have some antennas, so 2 of them, just like the original version, as well as an update cable here. We do have some hardware here with an actual harness. And last but not least, we have an adapter to go from the actual VTX to your computer with an Ethernet port right here. So this is pretty important if you do want to update your VTX, so keep this in a safe place. And that's pretty much it. No manuals. Now, if you do want to find more information about this, there is a QR code on the back. You can scan that with your mobile device and go to the Emacs website. Pretty cool overall. Okay, so let's take a closer look at this new VTX and camera setup here. And as I said before, this thing looks a lot cleaner. Just like any other device by any other manufacturer. Obviously, the first gen will look a little bit more, I don't know how to say it, more DIY. But as you can see, this thing looks very, very clean overall. Now, let's see the weight of this right here, because you're probably curious to see if this can fit in some of your drones. Now, the original VTX and camera setup did weigh around 13.7 grams. Let's see what this one here weighs. And 9 grams on the dot. So savings of around 4.7 grams. Not too bad, guys. And every little ounce does matter, especially if you can install this in a Whoop. And with this new form factor, yes, this can fit in a Whoop here. Now let's include the antennas as well, because you do need this for operation. And look at the 10.2 grams. So still a saving of 3 grams overall, which is not bad, guys. Now I do suspect some of that weight savings does come from this redesigned board. There used to be a shielding on the back right here that's now removed. And as you can see, the MIFI cable here is a little bit shorter than the actual V1 version of this board here in VTX. So they are saving some weight here overall, and it does make a big difference in smaller Whoops. Now talking about this shorter MIFI cable here, let's talk about the camera here. This is the same Sony IMX 415 camera here. This one does say it's version 1.1. But the specifications are the same as the original one in this version 1 board here. This one here is good for around 1080p, around 90 frames per second, which is pretty good and impressive. And if you want even higher frame rates, it's good for 720p at 120 frames per second. And we'll also try that when we do install this in one of our drones. Besides that, it is the same sensor on here, same size, looks like a 14mm camera on here. So for your smaller Whoops and drones. Now moving on to the VTX board, this looks very similar to the original 100 milliwatt version, but it is a little bit cleaner, and I can tell it's also a little bit thinner as well. So this should fit more drones, more applications, especially tiny Whoops right here. Now besides it looks pretty clean, you do have the same UART pads on here. Actually, you have more than the actual V1 on here. You have your MIFI cable already installed. It looks pretty standard on here. On the back, it's actually more interesting. You have your actual transmission board right here with your 2 UFL connectors for your included antennas, which is pretty cool. The original version did also have 2 antennas. And as I said before, this thing did perform very well, even at 100 milliwatts. So I want to see how this one here is going to perform. Obviously, this is the part that's actually updated here with the higher power amplifiers. Now, besides that, we do have a port here to update the firmware on the actual VTX with this included cable in here. And the most important part of this whole thing here, we've now gone over to a port here for your UART. Now, this is what we've seen in any modern VTX, like the DJI Voxnail or even the HD0 VTX. They do have a port that just plugs into existing drones, say a DJI port. And that's also included here in your harness bag. You just plug this into your VTX and then attach the rest to your actual flight controller. Now this is a big deal because this makes maintenance and servicing very easy, just plug and unplug. Now the only catch is that this one here is a different size compared to your standard Air Venus, like say DJI. So you do have to use your included harness on here. I hope in future versions they might include a standard port so you can just plug this into any, say, whoop like a Pava drone here with the standard DJI port on here. I think most VTX are going to that style of port, but this one here is just a little bit smaller. It does save weight overall, but at the end of the day, a lot of the smaller whoops and drones are all going to that similar DJI port, and that would make this thing very easy for installation. Looks really good overall, guys. On the front here, it does say OpenIPC version 1.2. I cannot see the actual number on this older board, but I would assume it's probably like 0.1 or 1.0 on here. Now, another thing here that's interesting is that I don't see any gummies in the bag. I really wish they would have done that. It would have added to the entire package here, especially if you want to install this in a whoop, then you just put the gummies on here and install this in the drone. You should be good to go. Now, besides that, Emacs did say that this thing is updated with the latest firmware on here, and you do want to update your VRX or goggles to the latest version so this thing can get the best performance out of it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do here in the next video. Now, that leads me to the next question. What am I going to do with this new VTX combo on here? Now, this one here is obviously a lot more streamlined, a lot neater, cleaner, thinner. There's less things protruding out of it, so I think this is a more versatile VTX and camera combo overall. So this can fit numerous drones. Now in my 100 milliwatt version, I did use a 3.5-inch drone. This is the Emacs Baby Hawk, and this worked out pretty well. Now I could easily just remove this VTX, the 100 milliwatt, and put the new one in there. But I do want to compare the original VTX to the new one, so I will just keep it in this Emacs drone for now. I also have the option to put it into a whoop, say a tiny whoop, say something like a Meteor 65 or Meteor 75, and this should fit as well. It is pretty nice, and the length of the MIPI cable seems appropriate for a drone of this size. But I do want to have the capabilities to go really far, explore, and test the capabilities of this VTX. So I don't want to use a smaller drone where I can't get too far. That leads me to these bigger drones right here, like say the Pavo series here, the Pavo 20. This would be a really good candidate for that. So I'm thinking about using this probably. Or I can just use something that's tried and true, something that can do probably freestyle, long range, like another 3.5-inch drone. I'm kind of leaning towards this version right here, and I'll compare a 3.5 with a 3.5 drone on the 100 milliwatt VTX. Now, if you have any suggestions where you might want to see this thing here installed, let me know in the comment section down below. I'll probably consider that. But if you want to see an updated video on this, what I do with this VTX and camera, hit that subscribe button there for you to be notified whenever I do drop that new video. You don't want to miss it because even I'm kind of excited to see how this one here performs. So let me know what you think about this new 200 milliwatt VTX. Are you interested in this? 2026 is shaping up to be kind of the year of digital VTX, and we've seen some other competitors by, say, Caddx as well as Beta FPV, and Emacs is coming along here with this redesigned OpenIPC VTX. So this should be a pretty interesting year overall. Let me know what you think about this VTX down below. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question. Steve Kretzer, good question. Great question. I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
We first started to work with brain organoids probably around 2015, 2016. The aim of the lab is to understand Parkinson's disease, and we were pretty unsatisfied with available animal models as well as more simple cell culture models. The connection between the biocomputing and the disease modeling is actually quite interesting because one of the features or characteristics that we see in neurodegenerative diseases is dementia. So people start to forget things. The concept that we would like to explore is if I can train a brain organoid to learn certain tasks, can it also forget these tasks? And would it forget these tasks quicker or in a different way if it's in a disease context? Like, would an Alzheimer brain organoid forget things quicker than a healthy control organoid?
There are no cures for neurodegenerative diseases, only symptom management. What if we could understand and get rid of the disease itself?
If we can really understand the human brain, then we can potentially treat Alzheimer's, Lou Gehrig's disease, epilepsy, all kinds of brain-based disease that we really don't have good treatments for now.
Many pharma companies have started actually to move away from these kind of diseases because it was just not commercially viable. Now, with these new technologies coming up, I think there's kind of new hopes that we would really develop or be able to develop therapies for these diseases that burden our societies quite a lot.
Studies suggest that at some point in their lives, more than 1/3 of the entire human population will suffer from neurological conditions like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, or dementia. By 2050, some project there will be an overall 22% increase in brain disorders, in part fueled by population growth and aging.
The cost for Parkinson in the US alone for a bit more than $50 billion. This is direct and indirect costs, so really like the healthcare, but also what it does to the economy. At the moment, there is about 10 million Parkinson patients in the world. Yearly in the US, there is about 90,000 people being diagnosed with PD. And since worldwide populations are aging, the likelihood to suffer from PD is increasing.
The idea of using biological medium to either process or store information makes sense in a lot of ways, but there are those who are saying, actually, this is living tissue. Not only how can we actually do this, but should we be doing this?
I think the biggest elephant in the room is, would a brain organoid become self-aware?
I'm not worried at all at the moment with these tiny, tiny little balls of cells that they would suddenly develop something which I could consider consciousness. There's a lot of ethical issues in all biomedical research, and this starts if you're using stem cells, as we do. You have to imagine the donors of these cells are often still alive. Is your signature still valid because you couldn't imagine that somebody would produce a brain which is thinking? These are all interesting questions, yeah? And they really get hot if we assume at some point in the future these brain organisms could suffer. They could experience pain, they could suffer from what they learn. So imagine this, yeah, is this still acceptable? If they are self-conscient, even in a very simple sense, can I stop feeding them? Can I kill them? How much complexity you need to really call something intelligent?
A lot of things start and take years in the lab before they become commercially viable. I think we'll get there one day. It's just too early.
One way to look at this is that it's taken the semiconductor industry more than 50 years to get to this point where they can supply the world of electronics. 50 years is quite a long time. They say they've been going at breakneck pace. The amount of money, the amount of effort, the amount of study, the amount of science that has gone into that will take a long time to replicate with another medium.
Whatever the future may bring, one thing is already clear. The brain cells will always deliver more than the sum of their parts. And that's neither boring nor binary.
uma sutiada.
Isso eu começo, eu também não sabia o que fazer.
In today's video, we're going to check out the X14, the successor of the legendary X12 on the Mobula 8 analog. We'll compare the differences on the bench and what's good and what's bad. Well, mostly good. What? It's a Mobula 8! And what is up, awesome people? So in today's video, we're going to look at the X14, which is the successor of the legendary X12 flight controller. Now this X12 flight controller had been on the Mobula 7s, the Mobula 8s, and it's been around for a very long time. So today we're going to take a look at what sets it apart from its predecessor. Right out of the box, you have a packet of connecting cables, the XT30 connector, and the flight controller itself. Now, taking a closer look at the flight controller, you can obviously see a couple of different things that's not similar to that of the X12 flight controller. Now, the couple of major features of this flight controller is that 16MB memory for a black box, as well as the multiple UARTs that's available on this flight controller. One of the major things you'll notice is this connector that actually plugs into a USB-C, which of course is now more common in newer flight controllers these days. This flight controller also uses the new STM32G473 MCU chip, the same 12A continuous current for its ESCs, and an open VTX built in for up to 400mW and up to 2S LiPo input. Do check out the website happymodel.cn for the full pinouts and connection diagrams. Now the packet also provides you with an A30 LiPo connector, and this is for that 1S build, but I have a spare 85mm frame and motors and props all ready, especially for this flight controller, so we're going to be building a Mobula 8. The motors of course are the standard EX1103 11,000 kV, especially for 2S. Do remember that if you're not getting the BNF, make sure the motors with the red dot is the one on the front right. Another thing that you want to take note is the fact that the camera for the X14 is totally different from the ones on the X12. As you can see, it is some smaller JST plug, and this connects to the standard JST of a normal analog camera. So I'll be using the Cadex Ant, and that's because the plug actually goes straight into the camera itself, and that just saves me time from soldering. So I'm just gonna plug that into the flight controller, and that's about it. For the canopy, I'll be using the Mobula 7 canopy. Now I've ran out of Happy Model crown antennas, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be using this RHCP Maple Wireless. So if you're wondering about the filters, PIDs and whatnot, just bear in mind that the flight controller actually comes pre-tuned from Happy Model. So I'm going to be flying it in its factory settings. The only thing that I will change is the Express LRS, and what you're going to do is just put the flight controller into Wi-Fi mode, and when the ELRS pops up comes up, just add your binding phrase and you are set. Now just a quick polish off the lens to make sure that everything is clean, and we're done. So the analog Mobula 8 is ready with the new X14 flight controller, and it's now time to head to the field. Okay, so I'm gonna make this quick because dark clouds are right there, and the sun is up only for a little while. This is all set up and ready. This is basically your Mobula 8 analog with the new X14, and I hope you guys enjoy the video. battery settings, because the plugs are the standard LiPo connector for up to 400 milliwatts and up to 2S LiPo input. Do check out the website happymodel.cn for the
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. This is the Happy Model Crux 3-inch drone. I have never flown it before, but it is a beautiful day here in the Pacific Northwest, and so I'm going to enjoy the weather and try this thing out and share my initial impressions with all of you.
Here is the drone up close, and if it looks familiar, it should, because this formula is basically a baby tooth. The baby tooth was developed by Kebab FPV, Bob Ruge. He also developed the toothpick and kind of made this whole category popular. But with the baby tooth, which was a 3-inch 1S build, I love that thing, you've seen it on this channel before. But he developed this motor size, which is 1202.5. That was his motor size. I think he even worked with Gemfan to develop these 3018 two-blade props. So credit goes to Bob Ruge for sure, and I don't think there's any question Happy Model is trying to make a bind and fly to capitalize on that popularity. But it's not exactly the same, because this is a 2S drone with lower KV. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out with Happy Model's version of this popular formula.
Just so you know, this drone was given to me for free by Banggood, but I assure you they have not paid me. Nobody has ever paid me to make a video, and nobody gets to control the content of my videos except for me.
Here's another drone you may have seen on this channel. This one is the original baby tooth frame, and it's got the FPV cycle motors. Happens to be the 13mm motor, so they're updated. And this is also 2S, so the formula of this one is really similar to what Happy Model is flying on here.
The drone came with this TPU mount for the Insta360 Go, so I figured I'd try it out with that on there. I'll show you both the HD and the FPV footage. But bear in mind that the Insta360 Go weighs like 20 grams, and so the performance of this thing is presumably going to be a lot better if you were to take that off. This obviously is not going to be a detailed review. I'm flying this for the first time. I don't have any experience with it yet, so I don't know how it's going to turn out. But if you stick around after the flight footage, I'll give you some of my initial impressions of this drone. So with that out of the way, let's go flying.
Oh man, this thing is not very heavy, but when it hit that bench, it rung like a gong. And I completely lost video in the FPV, as you saw, and so that was the end of that flight. Let's check for damage. The frame looks totally okay. The arms are still nice and stiff. Motors seem fine. Everything seems fine, except for my poor Crossfire antenna, which is right here. And I was going to complain about this just by looking at it. They have these things flopping out the back, and it's just taped onto this arm with just these loose Crossfire antennas. That is just asking to get chopped up. And sure enough, it got chopped right here. Probably got bent up in the crash and then got chopped. I am back at the house now, and there's just a few more things I want to show you before we wrap up. First of all, you can see how I fixed that Crossfire antenna. This is the Mini Mortal T antenna, and I've just got it taped on there. And this was actually really easy to fix because the nano receiver is right down here. All I had to do was slit some of the heat shrink on that, and I was able to replace that antenna. I didn't even have to open it up. So that was pretty easy. If you have this drone, I would recommend the same thing. I don't know how these antennas compare in range to the other loose wire antenna, but as far as durability, it's a major upgrade. I'm not sure how they mount the antennas on the FrSky version of the drone. It might be something like this. If not, I suggest you use some zip ties. That's usually what I do for those kind of antennas, and it works really well. Other than that, I've been pretty happy with this build. It flies a lot like a baby tooth, except on 2S. It seems reasonably well put together, and the parts are pretty well spec'd out. Even the FPV camera is decent. This is the Kedix Ant camera, and I've used that in several of my own builds. It's pretty cheap and pretty light for what it is, and so I think that was a good choice. Now, the video transmitter is built into the flight controller. That's another thing that's interesting about this drone. You can see this looks like copper wire coming out. That is a monopole antenna, and that's all it has for an FPV antenna. So the picture was actually decent as long as I was very close and no obstacles in the way, no trees blocking the signal or anything like that. But when I got farther away, I was definitely getting breakup on the FPV signal. And that was on 200 milliwatt output. So I think this antenna is probably part of the issue with that. If it had a separate antenna where the active element was farther away from the board, then I suspect it would do better in that respect. But I haven't replaced this antenna yet, so I can't tell you exactly how that would work out. And then this TPU mount on top is optional. Of course, you don't have to use it, but it did come in the box. And it's designed to hold the Insta360 Go camera, just like that, if you happen to have one. This is not the Insta360 Go 2. This is the original Insta360 Go. So it records at 25 frames per second. That's why the HD footage doesn't always look as smooth as you might like, but the image stabilization in this camera is pretty sweet. So it's cool that it can go on there, but I was pretty disappointed in the amount of jello that I got in this footage. And I'm wondering if some of that could come from this mount. I've got one zip tie, which is what really holds it on there. I'm wondering if a second one would make it more rigid. I'm not sure. But it's kind of interesting because I didn't hear any excessive amount of vibration like in the prop sound that would have affected the flight performance. And I didn't see any in the FPV video. That doesn't mean it wasn't there. It could have been there, and it's just the difference in shutter speed made it appear in the HD and not in the FPV. That's possible. But it's also possible that this mount was kind of amplifying some of those vibrations. Overall, I'd say it flew pretty well. It came with a tune on it, so I didn't change any of that. I think it was Betaflight 422. But I just put on my modes, OSD, and mode switches. Otherwise, this is exactly the way that it comes, and it flew pretty smooth, so no complaints about that, and it was pretty quiet. I would have recorded audio, but you just get the tractors and the wind and stuff in the background most of the time unless I'm flying close, and so it's pretty smooth and quiet. It's no powerhouse, though. I was on full throttle at several points, even just pulling out a little power loops. I needed full throttle a lot of the time. But part of it is also just because I've got this 20-gram camera weighing it down as well. I expect that this thing would be a little rocket without that extra weight. And so I look forward to flying this some more. I hope this has been helpful for you. If it is, you can let me know down in the comments section, or if you've got questions, be happy to talk about that. So thanks for watching to the end of this video, and I'll see you next time.
That question gets real easy because the Nanohawk X is FrSky SPI, so if you don't have ExpressLRS, that kind of eliminates this as a possibility. I suppose later on we could see a different edition, but as of right now, it's ExpressLRS only. So if you don't have ExpressLRS, then you're probably going to want to go the Nanohawk X route. But if you have ExpressLRS, you've probably also hopefully got D8 support, so you can still fly something like this, and you're trying to make a choice. Which one do I go with? It's a tough choice. And I choose this. I choose the Crux 3 with ExpressLRS. I would swap out the connector altogether for an XT30, get some extra performance out of it, probably get some extra flight time out of it as well. But the fact that it's got ExpressLRS built into it, and the fact that I've been swapping out my builds for ExpressLRS and it has that 500 hertz packet rate, it makes a flight field difference for me. If you maybe are getting started or you're not very comfortable on the sticks, it probably doesn't make any difference to you. But if you're pretty comfortable on the sticks, you're flying in acro mode, and you're looking for that very, what I call a connected feel. It feels like you're just flying the quad rather than telling the quad what to do. And I use that analogy because to me, when I say I'm flying the quad, it means it's doing what I'm commanding it to. But when I say I'm telling, it's that I'm sending it the signal to do what I want it to do, and then it does it. It's a very small difference, but I like that feel. And previously, like I said, during the flight footage, I had kind of talked myself out of the fact that there was an actual difference. I thought I could feel it on whoops inside the house, but after swapping out so much stuff, like my current favorite to date, the Rocket Race, which I'll put a link in the video description to the Rocket Race. I've been swapping, I've got 4 of these, I've been swapping them out over to ExpressLRS. ExpressLRS just is, it feels nicer to me. It feels like how quads are supposed to be, you know. And as time goes by, we keep getting equipment improvements, and things keep feeling better and better and better, and more like it's supposed to be. So at any rate, I would say if you have the ability to choose either of these, I would choose the Crux 3 because of the ExpressLRS. But there's also another choice in there as far as brand, as well as part accessibility. Does maybe a shop close to you sell parts for one of these and not the other? Those are things you have to consider. But I'll have links down in the video description to where you can check these out. If you happen to shop at Banggood, I have a code that I'll have down there. MakerFire will probably be carrying these. I have a coupon code for that as well. Feel free to use those, save yourself some money. You know, the cost of all these things are going up, up, up. Speaking of cost, I forgot to report that. Let me look here real quick. Banggood is showing the Crux 3 ExpressLRS at $119. So pretty reasonable still, I think. I think that's actually a little bit less than the Nanohawk X last time I looked. You could probably go to other sources and find this cheaper, and I'll link whoever's carrying this down in the video description, of course. As I mentioned, I've got some coupon codes that you can use. I think it's 8% off at Banggood and 5% at MakerFire, maybe the other way around. I'll put it down in the video description. If you have any comments, questions, suggestions, or otherwise, please let me know in the comments section below. I appreciate your time. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, and thanks for coming back to the channel. Today we're taking a look at the Happy Model Larva. This is another sort of microlight, hyperlight, toothpick, twig, power light, whatever you want to call these now. It seems to me that micros have just changed. In the last 6 months, micros have just changed. Everything we're flying is smaller, it's lighter, it's higher performing, and we have a lot more options to build. We don't just have one flight controller and one motor and one prop. We've got all sorts of options. Let's take a look at this one and its combination and how it flies. Features the Crazy Bee F4 Pro version 3 flight controller that has a 10 amp ESC, the RunCam Nano 2 FPV camera, the Happy Model Diamond VTX, which also has onboard SD recording. VTX is power switchable up to 200 milliwatt. Happy Model 1103 7000 kV motors, running Emax Avon 2.5-inch props. Flight controller has a built-in receiver. Specs say it can be in D8 or D16 mode. I use D8. Motor post to motor post, I am getting 100 millimeters. Bottom plate looks like it's 3 millimeters thick. All these different braces appear to be about 2 millimeters thick. Looks like we have more material around the motor mounting screws. This busted up canopy is far from final. And every time I flew it, I forgot to record to the SD card. Mine weighs 49.5 grams. I flew it on this GNB 3S 520 milliamp battery, which weighs 42.5 grams. For your reference, this 3S 450 milliamp Tattoo battery weighs a little over 40.5 grams. And this old GNB 3S 450 weighs 48.5 grams. So the 520 GNB weighs less than the old 450 GNB, and the Tattoo 450 is only 3 grams less than the 520 GNB. So the flight I'm going to show you is not my best flight by any stretch, but I kept breaking the canopy all the time, and I kind of got tired of fixing it, and I lost a piece the last breakage, and I thought, okay, this is where I'm going to stop. I'm going to pick a flight from what I have, and we're just going to run with it. So you're going to get to see me get quite sloppy. You're going to get to see me miss a couple lines. It'll be just a hoot, won't it? As we hit this punch out, listen to the props. You can almost hear the props get to a point at the top end of it. They're just not reaching what seems to be the maximum. And I think that's the reason why I like to include sound, is it tells me a little bit about my own flight, and hopefully it tells you something about your flight as well. So this little quad is, it's got a lot of the features that I think most people are looking for. So you've got a VTX that goes up to 200 milliwatts. You can record the SD card, which I apologize, I'm not showing you, but I will be. A little bit later, I am going to give you some footage, and you're going to say, well, how'd you do that? Because you broke the canopy. Well, I'm going to fix the canopy with a different canopy, and then I'm going to go out and fly it again, and I'm going to give you a little sample of that flight footage. A little bit of a warning about that. I believe that records in 1280 by 720 resolution, so it's a little bit widescreen, so it's not the typical 4:3 that we're used to. And also, the SD card does not have any of the OSD information, which I think for many of you is kind of flight critical information. So you can see the throttle position, you can see the battery sag, you can see the current sensor and its activity, and as well as the flight time, rather than having to ask about the flight time or me having to put some text over the top of the video about the flight time itself. Hopefully you understood from me weighing all the batteries the reason why I went with the battery I want, because at 2 grams and to get 70 more milliamps of power to be able to use in the flights that I want to, and in a flight like I like to fly, that's where I found myself. You can use a lighter battery and you'll find yourself gain a little bit of agility. You might find that your flight time goes down by as much as 40 seconds, depending upon how you fly. Again, we kind of covered the how you fly thing in the Cream Puff video. If you have any questions about that, I'll be glad to answer them. Of course, this is only up on pre-sale or pre-order, and I believe the price is $97. I don't think you can get or use any coupons on that, so that is the flat price. And here we go. Now I'm bailing out of these runs. I'm going to go and try it again. Now, you might say, why don't you just correct in mid-air and then hit the hole? Well, I would do that, but I like to kind of hit it clean, and so usually what...
Hey everyone, this is a new 3-inch drone that I just built, and I am super excited about it because this is my first chance to try the SharkBite digital FPV system. So today I want to show you how I built this drone. There were lots of interesting choices along the way that led me to this final design, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. It's light, it's quiet, and it's super clean. So I want to show you this on the bench, and then we'll come out here and I'm going to fly this as fast and as hard as I possibly can right here in my backyard. I want to see for myself if SharkBite can give me an FPV experience that's better than analog, but still be light enough and responsive enough for me to pull off the crazy moves that I like to do in my backyard. I'll even try diving these giant Douglas firs behind my house. That is something I normally only do with ultralight 1S drones, but if this one can do it and give me a better FPV experience, then for me personally, I think my money on SharkBite will have been well spent. I have the DJI system too, and it's great in a lot of ways. I enjoy flying it on some of my drones, but both systems have strengths and weaknesses. SharkBite brings some different strengths to the table, so that's why I'm excited to try it out. So let's go back to the bench. I'll show you how I built this drone, and then we're gonna fly it, and I'll probably wrap up with some of my initial impressions of using the system.
Okay, this is my first time trying out the SharkBite system, and I'm pretty excited about this, but before I can try it out, I've got to build something with it, so let's get started. You can see I've got the VTX right here. This is the TX5S.1 video transmitter. It's 200 milliwatt, has a little UFL connector, and it's on a single board. And the fact that this is a single board is super exciting to me. I build a lot of micro drones, so having something that's really easy to mount is going to be pretty sweet. And this mounting pattern is just like a Whoop all-in-one flight controller. So it's also going to save weight. Here it is, 5.6 grams for that. And just for comparison, here is a naked DJI Air unit, or Vista Air unit, about 9.7 grams. For the camera, I've got this Runcam, and it's 720p, and it weighs 4.2 grams. For my first SharkBite build, I've decided to go with a 2S Baby Tooth as the platform, and this is one of my previous Baby Tooth builds. You might have seen this on my channel. I nicknamed it the DigiTooth because it's got the Caddx Vista Air unit. So this is DJI Digital FPV in a lightweight 2S drone, and this was pretty cool, but it was like 29 grams, and it had the Nebula Nano camera, which is not the best camera. I meant to upgrade this to the Nebula Pro or to a full-size DJI unit. I just haven't done that yet, but I'm excited about the SharkBite one. I'm hoping that this SharkBite build can be significantly lighter than what we had on here, and we'll see how that works out. And then this is the Happy Model Crux 3. This is a buy-and-fly drone, and I made a video about this one recently as well, and it's pretty close to the specs that I want. So it would actually be, I think, a really easy build to stack this on top of the flight controller, lift up the canopy a little bit. It might need longer screws. This camera, the Ant camera, is actually the same mounting pattern as this one. So if the lens fits through there, then this could actually be a really easy conversion. I'm not sure if the lens fits in there. I haven't actually done that yet. And that's not where I'm going to start. I'm going to start by stripping this down all the way for parts, just so I have all of these parts available for my own build, and then I'm going to build it up from scratch. This is just something I enjoy doing. I like to build, and I'm very particular about certain things, especially weight, so we'll make those choices one at a time as we build it back up. Okay, these are all of the components from that Crux 3 build. I stripped it down completely. As you can see, all the little nuts and bolts are in here. Here's the frame, these 1202.5 motors. We've got the Crazy Bee 2S flight controller with Crossfire Nano receiver on there, and the stock wires. Probably make some changes to that too. But the way that is right now, it's about 8.3, 8.4 grams. Mini Mortal T Crossfire antenna. These are the bands that we're holding on the batteries. We can probably do better than that. And then this is all of the mounting hardware. There we go. 4.2 grams. That stuff really adds up. Now, most Whoop flight controllers only have 5 amp ESCs, and this Crazy Bee board is no exception. So a lot of people ask me, is that really enough? Is it enough for something like a Baby Tooth or this Crux 3? Obviously, it's enough to fly with, but is it enough for safety, or are you going to worry about burning an ESC? And that is a great question, because plenty of people have burned ESCs on this board and on other boards that are like it. But I've had pretty good luck for the most part, and I've got this board and I've got these components, so I'm going to keep trusting to my luck, but it's not a guarantee. The first change I'm going to make to this board is going to be to remove this analog FPV antenna. Again, this board has a built-in analog VTX, but we don't need that feature anymore because we're going digital. And there we go. Goodbye, FPV antenna. So the first thing that's blocking us is this connector right here. That was the connector for the analog FPV camera, and so I'm actually going to take that off. I'm going to end up taking these plugs off as well, because once this is off, the board will be able to go lower, but then these motor plugs will start sticking down where the battery goes. So I've decided I'm actually going to direct solder each of these motors. That'll also save a little bit of weight, but my main reason right now is to get this build as compact as possible. It's going to be a little bit tricky to do this on camera, but we'll see if we can make this work. No more plugs, and you can see how thin it is. Now it's time to get some motors on there, and they came with these screws, 4 per motor, so there were 16 of them total, 2.6 grams. But I've got some of these titanium M2x4 screws, so I'm going to use these, and I think 2 per motor is going to be enough. So a set of the titanium screws is going to be 0.6. And there's a problem. I should have anticipated this. These screws are too short for this frame. The Crux 3 has a 2.5 millimeter thick frame, and these screws do fit through, but that's not enough threads to hold the motor, so this combination isn't going to work. Okay, so change of plan. I've decided to go with a Baby Tooth frame. This is how the design process goes. Sometimes I don't know how these builds are going to turn out until I get into it. So I've got the 1.5 millimeter thick version of the Baby Tooth frame here, and I use this for really light 1S builds, and it's great. and it's super light. So this is like 1.7 grams lighter than that Crux 3 frame. And then this is the 2mm version of the Baby Tooth, and it is about the same weight as that Crux frame. So I'm going to go with the 2mm frame for now. I'm kind of curious to try this one. I might try it later, but I think the 2mm is going to be better, both for durability and in terms of flex. If there's too much flex, then you get resonance in the frame, and that's really hard to deal with the tune. But I think this will do well. This is 2mm thick, so it's thinner than that Crux 3 frame, but I can tell just by holding it that this is considerably stronger. It's considerably stiffer. Now, the only reason I didn't go with this frame right off the bat is that it's got 3 holes here for the screws, and there's nowhere for the USB to go. And I'm going to need a downward facing USB. It can't be upward facing like it would normally be on a Baby Tooth because we're going to have that board above it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut off one of these tabs so that the USB can post down, and then we'll just have 3 screws for holding on the canopy. But that'll be enough, and that is in fact what I did on this other DigiTooth. This is the underside of the flight controller, and if you look right here, there are tiny, tiny little pads for a second UART. That's R2 and T2, and I'm going to need those, so I'm going to solder 2 extra wires onto them now. It'll be more convenient now instead of when I put it on the frame with the motors. And this is going to run MSP to the Fat Shark video transmitter. I wish these pads weren't so tiny, but at least they exist, which is not always the case with these Whoop-style flight controllers. You know, now that I've got it assembled this way, I'm actually starting to second guess my plan. I was so sure that I wanted this on top because I usually put the flight controller on the bottom, that way the motor wires don't have to come up like this. But there's actually a few reasons I've thought of why it might be better to have this on the bottom. And if we put the flight controller on the top, we could actually flip it upside down and have that upward facing USB, and then this would go underneath. Let me just try that out and see how well it fits. Oh yeah, I'm glad I tried it because I'm liking this a whole lot better in this configuration with the VTX on the bottom. And there's a couple of reasons. First of all, the VTX is wider, so I kind of just visually, I think it looks nicer to go from a wide base to a narrow top instead of having the VTX kind of overhang the flight controller. That's kind of a cosmetic thing, but there's some functional things as well. The VTX has these connector plugs on it, and this one in particular is pretty large. So if that's on the top, it could get in the way of a canopy. That's one reason. Another reason is that with the board oriented this way, these signal wires have a really short path to go, straight down to here where I'm going to solder them on. And another reason is this capacitor. Companies that make bind and fly drones often put the capacitor out here on the power lead, and that's just not a very good place for it. For one thing, it makes the wire inflexible at this point, so that could get in the way. But also, you're supposed to put the capacitor as close to the source of the electrical noise as possible for the best filtering, or at least that's what I'm told. So it would be better to have the capacitor right here connected directly to the VBAT pads. I did not resolder these motor wires, I just flipped the whole thing over. So that has the downside that these wires are going to have to cross each other. That might not look quite as clean, but it's fine. It'll look fine once I tidy it up. And having them wired to the bottom side of the flight controller actually is going to make this build look super clean when we're done. There we go. Okay, UFO going anywhere. On the flight controller side, almost enough spacing between the two boards. I just need a tiny bit more spacing. And so for that, I've got a few more grommets. Just take them like this and cut them in half. That's what I've got here, so let me put those on. Now to finally hook up this VTX. We've got 2 wires here. The yellow one is from R2, so that's a receive pad, and it's going to have to go to the transmit pad on the VTX, which is this far left one. Green is T2, and that's going to go to the receive pad next to it. And then I'm going to have to add 2 more wires for power. Okay, so let's get this camera mounted on here. Luckily, it is a standard size. We call these nano cameras. It's 14 by 14 millimeters on the back plate. And there are several mounting options. There's canopies that you could buy or things that you could print off Thingiverse that are designed to hold this size camera and mount onto a Whoop style flight controller. But I've made my own job a little bit more difficult here by going down to 3 screws. That was kind of my fault. But this upward facing USB is also going to get in the way of a lot of canopies. For example, on my DJI Digitooth, I use this Racer X FPV canopy. It's a great canopy, but the back here would hit the USB on this frame, so it would have to be modified if I wanted to mount it like that. So I'm not going to use this canopy or anything that has a back part like this. The most obvious choice is to mount it just like a regular Baby Tooth. The Baby Tooth frame designed by Kebab FPV was originally intended to be used with this B-Brain V2 canopy from Newbie Drone, and that works really well. You see that in builds like that. You may have seen my video about this little guy, the NanoHawk conversion. I did the same thing. Again, upward facing USB works fine with this canopy. Luckily, I was able to find an STL file on Thingiverse that kind of imitates the B-Brain canopy, and so I loaded that into Tinkercad and started messing with it. I ended up using just the feet from that model, and then the camera housing I completely rebuilt so that I could adjust all of the dimensions and make that fit perfectly. And also,
hello everyone, and thanks for coming back to the channel. Today we're taking a look at my toothpick. Yeah, it's my toothpick. You asked to see it, so we're going to take a look. Mine features the Apex Sonic 1103-7777 motors, HQT 65mm props, the Pyro Drone flight controller ESC board, the Happy Model M7 camera and VTX, UmaGrip light, and rubber band. And mine weighs just over 46 grams. And I hope it was clear this is the toothpick frame by Kebab, the older one. So this is less than ideal. I caught a little bit of a break in the weather. I had time for about 5 or 6 batteries. We've had a lot of rain and wind when we haven't had rain. And so I just went out and flew as many packs as I had in the weather gap. The rain hasn't been terrible, like a lot. It's just been steady and light. Also right there, that was a little bit of a failsafe. I have crashed this so much that I think I've damaged my receiver. So from time to time I get a failsafe. I picked this flight because I only had one failsafe. It didn't flash failsafe on the screen or RX loss. All it did was lock me out. It's that momentary lockout, and when you have those momentary lockouts when I'm flying like this, I can get out of shape real quick, but it didn't crash, so that's something. I think these motors are a little bit amp hungry, not a lot, just a little bit. I wish they were just a little bit more efficient. I should mention that I'm flying on, oh, this isn't gonna go well. Okay, gotta just try that one again. But I'm flying on the GNB 3S 450 milliamp battery, so I'm not flying on a big battery. Usually when I'm flying this and I want to go on a longer flight, I'll go ahead and pick up a 520. I know many people out there are reporting that they're getting 3 to 4 minute flights on similar builds with the 3S 450. Apparently my flight style is just really hard on batteries. I just don't get that. So something to be aware of, that even though I'm flying that battery and I'm only going to get about 2 minutes, I don't even think we get quite all the way to 2 minutes, maybe because I have a hard time landing. And that brings me to another point. I actually lowered the digital idle on this one because I had a hard time bringing it down out of the air. So I lowered the digital idle from 4.5, which is the default, down to 3. And I felt that I could get that down out of the air so I could stay under the trees, the canopy I oftentimes call it, and I crashed a little less often when I did that as well. It didn't seem to have any impact on zero throttle moves, or at least the ones that I do, those big punch outs over the house and the dives down, and then some snap flips and rolls. The digital idle at 3 seemed to be fine, so that I didn't have a problem. I could put a bigger battery on, and that would help to keep me down as well. But I'm flying something else that needs that bigger battery when I have time to fly. So the little one that is oftentimes for this little guy. But as you can see here, I'm having troubles bringing it down to the air. Oh, I stand corrected. We're going to get just a touch over 2 minutes. And that current meter is nowhere near too accurate. I have not scaled that at all. So I don't think there's a whole lot to cover. This isn't really a review. This is just me kind of showing it to you. I think maybe the most interesting thing that's going to come from this video is this mount. I have destroyed one of these mounts. I've had this a while, and I fly it, I crash it. I tore, I think it was this arm, clean apart. Again, this isn't a mount that I bought. This is from my printer, and it's okay. And I'll link this mount down below. Don't forget to tip your designers over there, Thingiverse. But I printed a couple of these. Actually, I've got a box full of various mounts, so I have these. And the reason why I went with the fin was I did want to protect my VTX connector here between my antenna and the PCB board right here. So this fin would help me a little bit. It also gave me a little hole to route my zip tie, so I could put my antenna up in the air, which isn't helping my fail safes, of course. I think it's a problem with the receiver. I probably just need to reflow the solder joints on it, But anyways, so this is how I mounted my antennas for that. And yes, I did change the angle on the antenna off the VTX. Pretty much all you have to do that is just warm up this top joint, get it nice and hot, and just kind of flex it down. You might need to add a bit of solder back in, but I don't think I did. But again, I wouldn't recommend this board. If you come to the channel regularly, you probably heard me talk about it. It's kind of a shame. You know, Pyro has such good quality products and customer service. The solder joints on this board is terrible tiny. Let me get one out. So we've got a couple of boards out here. I just wanted to show you the Pyro board first, get a good angle on how close together those soldered pads are. They're really just solder holes. They're really close together. And if you have a motor like the Diatone Mambas, I wouldn't even try to get the Mambas on here because they use a thicker gauge wire on the Mamba motors. And I don't know if it's viable, even the most expert of solder. I just don't know if you're going to be able to get it on there without those two touching. Without two of them touching, excuse me. The only one that's other comparison, this is the GEP RC, and you can see pretty plainly the difference in the size of the pads. The distance between the pads is probably a little harder to make out. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit. So hopefully if I can hold steady, you get to see a little bit about the distance between the pads. And I know the GEP RC pads are quite a bit larger. But it's really, this size would be okay if the distance between them wasn't so close. This is a Nameless RC board. This is kind of the traditional style with the USB port out the top. Wanted to also compare it to this so that you can get an idea of what you're getting into with these two boards, because I think these two are just about the same. So extreme challenge to get your motors connected there. You're going to have to be pretty careful. Of course, Nameless RC has the other board, which if you're building a hoop now, I wouldn't recommend this one that has the USB port up. I'd recommend this one because you've got the USB port laid over. I think that makes a lot of things easier. It gives us more opportunities for different mounting. And then we have pads out on the edge of the board. So that'll make things a lot easier. And they have pads on both sides of the board for all your soldering needs. So this is the board from Nameless RC that I would recommend for anybody who's soldering, because this one and the Beta FPV board, I have got a bias right now, or a very strong opinion, that I think we need to move to this, you know, horizontal mounted USB port. I think that's a much better purchase, because if you buy one of these and then later on you change your mind as a frame, you have to hope, if you have a vertical USB port, that the frame is going to work. And then you have to take this USB port into consideration in your mounting, because you'll need to reach the USB port at least once when you're setting things up. Maybe you do that before you actually have everything assembled. But I just think this is a better option, because we can, you know, your canopy, if you're using a canopy, can be right, whoops, I've kind of flicked that all over the place, can be pretty much right down on top of it, and you're going to have some sort of a standoff right here, probably a nylon standoff. So this gap is not huge, and having that tiny little extra gap, you can, you know, bury this thing under here. I'm sure you can just snip out a bit of your 3D printed canopy if that's another route. I just think it just gives us so much more access, whereas like I have canopies that don't have access back here like this one does. And this is from Pyro Drone as well. Pyro Flip RC is also another name that that web shop goes by. But you have a lot of different canopy options, and you can modify them easily. So if you don't have a printer, or you're not someone who designs prints, a horizontal USB port is going to make things a bit easier for you. And I think we'll start to see more canopies come with that in mind as an element to differentiate from other canopies, and frames for that matter too. I think other than the board and the amp draw being a bit high, those are really the only two things that I think most people will get from this video. Maybe a little bit of a fun flight. Obviously I used a longer screw in the front so I could change my camera angle, but this mount only comes in a 30-degree tilt. I'd like to see something that was at 20 degrees as well, and it holds the camera very well. That's one thing I'll say for this mount. It holds the camera very well. Outside of the other features, it holds the camera very well. I said that 3 times in a row. Do you get that? It's hard to get out. It's a lot easier to get in, but it's hard to get out. When I tore this part on the last one, I had a doozy of a time getting the camera out. But that's a good thing. You don't want the camera coming out. Be careful when these all-in-one cameras.
He does their Meteor 85 series is
It's medium and small elsewhere. There is still a majority of countries, and even I would say the majority of global GDP, that still wants to operate on supply chain efficiencies, on economic integration, on rules-based globalization. The only thing is the enforcer in chief is no longer there. And there is a need, therefore, to assemble a coalition of the willing. So what you're watching now, all that scurrying around by medium and small economies, is to keep globalization alive, reform what needs to be reformed, and there's a lot that needs reformed, but to work together in a more collegiate way, knowing full well that the underwriter, the enforcer, is not going to be doing the heavy lifting. So that's where I think there is a glimmer of hope.
We made a massive change to the financial system in 2008. We collectively stared over the abyss and decided to reform. But while we were focused on the banking system, which was the focus of almost all reform, we really haven't kept pace with what's happened in our markets. So our markets have undergone massive shifts since 2008. So think about the following. 80% of trading, S&P 500. 10 companies, 40% of the S&P. Almost all the return in the market, 7 companies. Really 2 companies. And sometimes I jokingly say we levered the entire return of the US retirement system to NVIDIA. It's not clear to me that that was the purpose. Why does the world need the next $5 or $10 billion public company when no one cares? And what's happened is other markets, private markets in particular, have grown large enough to be able to provide companies debt and equity for a really long period of time at large scale. Stripe is private, SpaceX is private, OpenAI is private, Mars is private, the NFL is private. It will not surprise me to see 50, 100 really large companies that have elected to stay private because they can. So is that good or bad? I don't know. But it certainly is different than the world that we grew up in, where everyone worked to get to the public markets to be able to raise capital.
Businesses need certainty, right? And so that's what they foreign companies are asking, well, what do you think about tariffs? What do you think is going to happen with this? And I think as Americans, we've had a pendulum swing approach from one administration to another that I think is very dangerous long term. And what I mean by that is, Oklahoma is heavy oil and gas, as you know, and we've got great pipeline companies. In the one administration, they kill the Keystone Pipeline, and the next administration brings it back, and then the next administration kills it. And we just can't have it. And finally, the businesses are just saying, hey, no more. We're not gonna keep investing these dollars.
There to date have been very few restrictions, but some beginning on capital flows. So if you think about sort of the hierarchy of tariffs, if you will, it's goods, it's services, it's capital flows. And so I think the trend that we're seeing, you heard a little bit of this on the stage this week, of some of the large asset owners from other countries limiting their investment in the United States because they're unsure about that. But what I'm seeing around the world is friendshoring, if you will, of capital flows. In other words, people who are increasingly putting capital into their own country or their friends' countries, and they are increasingly pulling their capital back from countries that are perhaps not on the friends list. And I think that's a huge change for the capital markets that we're seeing today, and will be a long-lived.
Well, I think we understand all of the objective of the sanctions, and I think in the context of the Russian-Ukraine war, I think the objective was very clear. But I think one thing that often politicians do not always understand is the long-term implications of those sanctions. In the short term, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but there is an erosion of trust, which is really driven by those decisions.
Is Europe really going to stomach the reforms that it needs to do to be able to compete? Honestly, how many German entrepreneurs ended up in the US because they'll say, I can get capital there, I can get innovation there. It's not that the talent isn't there, it's just that the market isn't there, and the mechanism and the regulatory environment isn't such that people can be successful there. And so if you look around the world, I mean, it's really US and China that has the great innovation that's happening.
What we see is that China to US traffic is down because of, especially as a result of the de minimis going away. However, China intra-Asia flows are up. China-Europe flows are up. China-Latin America flows are up. So, and then the intra-regional
numbers is, are also now starting to change as well. So this is a much more complex question than just China plus one at this point. Like I said, there's a new equilibrium state being formed in this new supply chain patterns, and they're much more regional in nature. And like we said, the mix of China's exports are now fundamentally shifted away from the United States, primarily in the B2C now, perhaps more in B2B later, and then they're moving into other lanes.
Are these disruptions permanent, or are we looking at them lasting through President Trump's term?
I think disruption doesn't follow election cycles. They follow actually fundamental changes in the markets. So I think these disruptions, they will stay.
Coming up, how to tackle the disruptive forces of AI.
When we had the previous digital revolutions, people even in the US and the UK were very positive about the technology, and they are not in the same way today. They are more fearful.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradbrook here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing bullish gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
You're watching special coverage of Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes. I'm Eric Schatzker. In the 3 years since ChatGPT burst on the scene, AI has become a disruptive force, reshaping business models, balance sheets, and the employment landscape. Most leading AI developers foresee a future in which AI doesn't just match human intelligence, it goes way beyond it, redefining what we thought possible. For businesses, the question isn't just where do we invest, but how do we protect what we have while preparing for what's next? For governments, the challenge is managing both opportunity and disruption. The same AI wave that promises productivity also threatens jobs, social structures, and competitive positioning. We'll begin that part of the conversation with the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak.
We're living at a time which is both paradoxically the most dangerous of our lifetimes, but also the most transformational. I say dangerous because the old unipolar world order that we were used to is gone. We're not quite sure what's replacing it. Great power competition is back. Technology is obviously a part of that. But also this is transformational because AI, I genuinely think will be a general purpose technology like electricity, like steam, and these things don't come along that often, and when they do, they have the potential to transform societies, economies, and that's really exciting.
What kind of grade would you give generative AI in terms of how useful it is today, with A being the best and F being it's a total flop?
I give it an A.
Okay, and why is that?
And I will tell you why I give it an A. It's not because of what we see today, but what might come. Because I truly believe that artificial intelligence is going to create a new age of innovation. There is so much capital being invested. So when I look at the potential today of artificial intelligence, not just generative intelligence, you have industrial AI, artificial intelligence coming in, and all of the things that are currently in development, and the amount of capital that's being deployed. We are only witnessing the beginning of a new innovation age. I truly believe that, and the last time we saw that was 25 years ago.
Amongst Western countries, and she says that Anglosphere in particular, there is actually an enormous amount of fear and skepticism about AI.
There's a lot of fear.
And that is interesting, and it's different in two respects. It's different to what you're seeing in countries like China or India or the Gulf or here in Asia more generally, where people have just a different view about it. They're more positive about it, impacting their lives. They feel good about using it. You are not seeing that in the West in the same way. And secondly, it's different to the past, because if you look at the last digital revolution, you didn't see that. And so when we had the previous digital revolutions, people even in the US and the UK were very positive about the technology, and they are not in the same way today. They are more fearful.
This is actually something that is really important. We have to make sure as we're building AI that we're thinking about the global implications of this technology. Part of this means how do you develop the models as well with the world in mind. It's not something that we can think about as an afterthought. AI is not a technology where we have national borders. You launch a model and it's available worldwide. So we have to think about everything from access to literacy to actually making the models easy to interact with. Things like making it multimodal from the beginning, which we've done with Gemini, which is you can talk to it, you can type it, you can take a picture, and being able to do that in many different languages, being able to transform that output. So you're lowering the barrier for people in general to use it.
Very few countries in the world will be able to have all the elements of a AI ecosystem that are desirable, that are good. It's a given, it's a reality. I don't think it's going to change. But I also think we are not without agency. Within each of our own countries, we do have the ability to reshape things. And some of the areas that are worthwhile reshaping in order to be more ready for an AI future is investing in infrastructure, making it happen. You may not be able to do it on your own, but there are organizations like the World Bank, IMF, even the United Nations Development Program that are very alive to this problem and leaning forward to help.
And for young generation, it is our responsibility to ensure they must understand AI and they study AI because the future is there. It is also time for us to redesign how human and machines build the future together from data and machine learning. The intelligent economy is not only about technology, it is about preparing people. I believe that there will be more jobs and more opportunities to come.
That's just some of the discussion and debate from Bloomberg New Economy, thriving in an age of extremes in Singapore. You can find much more at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg Terminal. I'm Eric Schatzker. This is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on.
I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch
Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
We have two crises, two essential crises, and for both it's now or never: democracy and climate, and they are absolutely interlinked. And we have to solve them together. We're losing the democratic infrastructure and norms to deal with the climate, and we're losing the climate stability that is essential for a democracy. We have to solve them together. We've never faced a threat like this to our democracy at a time when it's a perfect storm, at a time when we're being told by climate scientists, some of you may be in this room, that we have to cut our emissions, fossil fuel emissions, in half in 5 years now. You know, when I started to realize what was happening, it was 12 years, and we haven't done it.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big games.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
Can't fake passion, you either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
If you look at some of these massive challenges that we face, sometimes I want to pull my hair out if I look at these billionaires who could make a massive difference. We are living through incredible world historic times.
Rutger Bregman, writer, historian, a man who calls today's elites decadent and corrupt.
There are so many people currently stuck in jobs that don't really make the world a better place. You know, consultancy, finance, and corporate law.
Could be one of your kids one day.
Well, maybe, but they're
How would you feel if that happens?
I mean, slightly disappointed, I guess.
From Bloomberg Weekend, this is the Michelle Hussein Show. If there's a single moment in the year that symbolizes wealth and power, it's arguably the one that's just taken place in the Swiss Alps, Davos, attended again this year by President Trump. Rutger Bregman knows what appearing at Davos can do for your reach and profile, because his reputation was really made when he went there in 2019, and the argument he made over the rich paying their taxes ended up going viral.
I mean, I hear people talk in the language of participation and justice and equality and transparency. But then, I mean, almost no one raises the real issue of tax avoidance, right? And of the rich just not paying their fair share.
Since then, he's written books about changing the systems around us, the ones where the biggest rewards are in finance and other top corporates. He is, however, more nuanced than you might expect. He does believe in the power of businessmen and women to do good, and he's channeling his own book profits towards an organization aimed at action rather than mere commentary. What you're about to hear is a particularly wide-ranging conversation where we pivot from one topic to another, because Rutger Bregman does have a lot of views on almost everything that's happening around us. You'll also hear him talk about his recent clash with the BBC. He accused them of censoring his view of President Trump. And you'll hear more detail on that, as well as the White House position, at the end. We start, though, with his analysis of America and Europe today. Both, he says, are declining in different ways.
So let's start with near-term history. I think we all remember February 2020, right? This moment when really knowledgeable people, super forecasters, were like, you got to stockpile masks right now. And you looked at, say, the telly, BBC, whatever, and it was like, it's a Chinese virus, it's going to be fine, it's probably nothing big. I really feel we're in that moment right now in two respects. Obviously, with the rise of AI, we talk about it a lot, but the vast majority of people have no idea what's going to hit them in the next 3, 4, 5 years. And the other thing is just the complete breakdown of everything. Historians of
fascism, I'm afraid I have to use that word, have developed a very precise terminology to talk about different regimes. And I think the family resemblances, the lists, it's getting pretty long now. And it's very striking for me as a historian to see the resemblances to some of the darkest periods.
Can I dig into the first part of what you said in the first instance? The idea that AI is like the equivalent of a pandemic setting in, do you see it as negative?
Well, it is like people don't seem to realize just how big it is. That for me is the metaphor. So this is not just another technology. It's really like the Industrial Revolution or the Agricultural Revolution.
I think many people do see it like that. We can already see its effect on jobs.
Not really, yeah, a little bit here and there, but this is about what it means to be human. That's what this is about.
So you're seeing it as more negative than positive, that what it takes away is going to be much more than what it gives us.
With this speed, more negative. My very first book that I wrote a decade ago, a lot of that was about what we called robots back then, and indeed automation and the extraordinary utopian potential of these technologies. It's just that the way we're doing it right now, I think there are two massive risks. One is misaligned AI. That is already happening, just basically AI going rogue and us not being in control anymore.
What's the example of that you'd cite?
I mean, there are many examples in the literature of, researchers giving AI certain tasks, and then at some point they discover it's doing something else instead. So we have proven that it is possible. The other thing that we should be really worried about is enormous power concentration. We have already started to see that happening in the last 10 to 15 years.
You mean which companies, or do you mean which parts of the world?
Yeah, and here it's mainly the US, right?
And China, but
yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I talk about in the Reith lectures, is if you talk about leadership in the US right now, for me, two words come to mind, which is a combination of immorality and unseriousness. But if I look at European elites, I would add a third word, which is irrelevance. It's kind of Europe is squeezed in the middle. And I just came back after a year of living in New York. And if there's one thing that struck me is how many American elites on both sides of the political spectrum look at Europe and are like, yeah, that's Venice. It's an open air museum. Doesn't matter all that much anymore.
Okay, but just before we talk more about that, because I am interested in that parallel, are you not excited by the promise of AI? And I'm thinking particularly of drug discovery or of climate and finding energy efficiency and finding those ways of the world
I'm super
using
excited about that. My very first book, the first line of that book was, in the past, everything was worse. We make tremendous progress in the fight against poverty, against disease. So I would be the last one to deny the extraordinary promise and potential of this technology.
But you want it controlled, you want it regulated. Isn't that what Europe's quite good at, doing the regulating side of it?
Well, let's look back at these transition. I mean, the Industrial Revolution, for at least a century, it was pretty bad for most people. The Luddites, famous for smashing machines in the 19th century, they were basically right. They were losing their jobs. They were not unskilled laborers. They were very skilled, the cloth weavers, makers. They lost their job and they became much poorer because of it. And you could say, well, in the long run, we're all dead, as John Maynard Keynes said. And you could also look at another technological revolution, which happened way earlier, 10,000 years ago, the Agricultural Revolution. And that's an example of something that made life worse for everyone for thousands of years, basically. Population started growing, that people had a worse diet, the age of hierarchy and inequality dawned, and wars, and it was probably better to be a nomadic hunter-gatherer. So the jury is still out. We don't know yet.
So you've just come back from living in the US, you've returned to Europe. Why were you living in the US in the first place? What's the choice that you made there?
So I wrote a book called Moral Ambition, which is all about using what you have, your talent, your time, your capital, your resources, to make a massive difference, to make this world a wildly better place. We think that the waste of talent is one of the greatest wastes of our time. There are so many people currently stuck in jobs that don't really make the world a better place.
Yeah, and maybe AI is going to start doing some of those jobs.
That's true. And honestly, also after a decade of basically being a pundit, I was a bit fed up with myself, Here I was.
What did you do in the States?
I quit my job and I co-founded an organization called the School for Moral Ambition. And we like to see ourselves as the Robin Hoods of talent. So we recruit the most talented people we can find that in another life would go on and work at a hedge fund or, McKinsey, JP Morgan. And instead, we convince them to work on the most pressing issues that we face as a species: AI safety, pandemic prevention, global poverty, climate change, you name it. We believe that the most ambitious people ought to be working on the most pressing problems. So yeah, that's why I was there. And we built the US chapter. We just launched our first fellowship at Harvard.
I think you're partly funded by philanthropy.
Yeah.
And yet you're pretty harsh on philanthropy.
Yeah, most of them, yeah.
In your writings, you're clearly quite subjective in which philanthropists you like and which you don't.
Absolutely.
Are you only like the ones who fund your kind of work?
Well, look, if you give money to, let's say, a hedge fund masquerading as a university, for example, no, I'm not very impressed with you. A lot of philanthropy is BS, is PR, is whitewashing your motivation, your reputation,
Philanthropy at places like Harvard funds scholarships a lot of the time
Yeah.
for students who couldn't otherwise afford to go there.
And really big buildings, obviously. I mean, look at the size of that endowment. I'm not saying it's all wasted, but if you look at some of these massive challenges that we face, sometimes I want to pull my hair out if I look at these billionaires who could make a massive difference. I recently spoke to Nick Allardyce of Give Directly, which is one of the greatest NGOs in the world. They have found the way to tackle global poverty, which is just give people money. There's enormous amounts of evidence now that that works. There are thousands of people, thousands of billionaires in the world who could call up Nick Allardyce right now and say, let's pull Malawi out of poverty. And they would, that would be, I don't know, a year in the stock market for them in terms of what it would cost. So yes, I'm quite critical of a lot of wealthy people because I think they ought to be doing way more, especially as we face a poverty crisis, so many massive challenges that are so neglected. I think in the US, we really see the collapse of democracy, and it is really unclear whether we will have free and fair elections in 2028.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker playbook, where power, billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute automotive news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
So is European leadership in a better place than American leadership?
No, not really. No. Well, you could say that, like the decadence, the corruption is not as bad. I think in the US we really see the collapse of democracy, and it is really unclear whether we will have free and fair elections in 2028. People like Steve Bannon are very openly talking about a third term. If you listen to people like Stephen Miller, basically the prime minister in the US right now, it's an entire worldview that believes that if you have the power, you can just do whatever you want. Trump himself literally saying, the only check on what I do is my own head. It's my own morality.
He's used executive power a lot, and there are challenges to it, but a lot of them have failed, and the Supreme Court has the makeup that it has. Why do you say that you don't think Europe is much better? Because we're also at a moment where we're seeing America project military might or threaten to project its military might in more than one part of the world. And you see Europe, which is a place where most countries are part of an alliance against Russia, supporting Ukraine.
That's true. The main problem of Europe is, frankly, its weakness. I'll give you a couple of examples. A few years ago, the EU proudly announced its AI Act to the world, the first major regulation of artificial intelligence. But the problem is we hardly have any AI companies to speak of. So we've become really good at regulating industries we don't have. I like to say that we've become the continent of handbags instead of hardware. So if you really believe that this liberal social-democratic model is the way we should rule the world, then it would be quite nice if you also have the power to back it up. And the reality right now is that indeed thousands of young men are dying in the trenches in Ukraine, and we're quite dependent on Daddy Trump, as my fellow Dutchman Mark Rutte, current head of NATO, would say it. And that's an embarrassing and painful position to be in, but it is the reality.
You've told us a little bit already about how you grew up, the son of a pastor in the Netherlands. So, did you grow up believing in God?
Oh,
As a
absolutely.
child, it was inculcated in you, and you had a strong religious
Yeah,
faith.
of course, yeah.
I'm saying had because I think you then lost your faith.
Yeah, I did.
Why and when did that happen?
Yeah, it was around when I was 16, 17 years old. I wrote my first essay around that time. It was about free will, what we just talked about. And I came to the conclusion, like, free will cannot possibly exist because I didn't choose who I am. Like, I didn't choose my genes, my parents, my passport. Whenever we make a choice as humans, it's always, the coming together of all kinds of causes. It's super complicated, of course. But the whole notion of me choosing certain things didn't make sense. And then everything started to collapse around me. The whole notion of heaven and hell, a divine will. Then when you learn more about stuff like, I don't know, the theory of evolution, it only goes down from there. But I have been, instilled with this notion that these big questions of religion are important. And I think today there are a lot of people in this city, in this country, around the world, walking around with a hole in their soul, really a God-shaped hole, if you will. They miss something, and we
What
got to
did it
fill
do
that.
to your relationship with your parents when you decided you didn't believe anymore?
My parents are the loveliest people. So I had some fights with my dad, but the problem is he has a PhD in poetry. So his view of religion is that, it's like one big metaphor or something. So I would come up to him and say, Dad, did Jesus die on the cross for our sins, yes or no? Give me an answer, 10 seconds. And he would be like, get out of here, don't ask me such vulgar questions. So we never clashed in that way. And as I became older, I started to realize that maybe we use different words, engage in different rituals, but the differences aren't that big, actually.
You were clearly quite upset a few months ago when you gave a lecture on the BBC, and you expressed a strong opinion about President Trump, and in the recorded version of that, the BBC decided that that had to be removed.
Yeah.
So I can understand why that made you angry and upset, but a few months on, do you see it a bit differently? Do you see the complexity of the legal position that the BBC was in?
No, honestly not. I think it was pure cowardice. And I've only, that opinion has only become stronger, to be honest. So let me give you the whole story. What happened is that, months before I gave the lectures, I was basically scouted by the BBC. And they approached me and said, hey, we're considering you to be the Reef Lecturer this year.
Which is a very prestigious series
I'd
of
never heard
lectures.
about it, but, as a Dutchman, but yeah, super prestigious and the honor of my life, honestly. Then what happened is that for months, I worked with an incredible team who helped me to, make the best lectures I'd ever written. And at some point we were at version 32, 33, I don't know. And then it was like, okay, this is it. Let's go. They had given me a ton of useful feedback. They wanted me to take out some things about Gaza, for example. I didn't do that. Initially, I had much more about Trump and Vance. I took that all out. I made that decision because I thought, basically it was too predictable. People kind of have expected that from me. Then it was recorded for 500 people in the BBC radio theater. It's absolutely fine. It's only when the Panorama thing happens, and then suddenly they were getting worried.
But there had been a lawsuit brought against the BBC by President Trump, which is a very serious thing to happen.
Sure,
and then
sure.
it's not the only news organization that's been sued. And I guess what I'm wondering is, you did get to deliver the opinion you had about President Trump to the audience, but it's the way it's recorded for posterity which is not there, because the circumstances around the moment had changed because of President Trump's willingness to sue the media. And I'm sure you
but why
grappled with
should
legal issues.
the great
Like,
irony...
Tell me, would your publisher let you put a line like that in your next book, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you asked them that?
I mean, my Dutch publisher is publishing the Reef lectures, so they're doing that. It's already happening.
Your UK publisher?
Yeah, I'm happy to say it right now. Donald Trump is the most openly corrupt president in U.S. history.
That's your opinion, as expressed to that
And
BBC
there's
audience.
really good evidence for that.
But I think we're really discussing whether you are able to see any shades of grey, that there is such a thing as legal risk, and it does depend on that risk is carried by the publisher. And I'm not sure that your UK publisher would let you put that in your next book because of UK libel law.
The lecture itself is about media networks, corporations, universities bending the knee to the new administration.
Yeah, I understand that.
It has happened, again and again and again. And to give a lecture, about that and then have it happen to that very lecture.
You haven't answered
after
my
you've gone
question
through the
about
whole
whether,
process,
have you
that is
asked your
cowardly.
UK publisher whether they would let you put exactly that line in another book?
We'd be totally fine with that, yeah.
Have you asked them and they've told you that?
Yeah, but it's just, I already have a book out, Moral Ambition. But
that line's not in this
there were
book.
multiple publishers reaching out to me after all this happened, like, hey, we want to publish the Reith lectures.
Okay. Well, then you've probably got a quite brave UK publisher.
But we need more brave people. That's the whole thing. And especially the BBC, one of the most important media institutions in the world. I think it was so shameful and embarrassing. This is exactly what the lecture was about. In a way, it was proving my point. And I mean, you're assuming that it was because of legal advice. I don't know that. The lawyers I've spoken to think that actually the whole case is pretty weak, that Trump has, and that it's more of a bullying tactic.
Well,
what
I
was
think
told is
neither
that
you nor I know the full circumstances
That's
of that.
true, but I
because
was told
there must
that
have
it
been
was-
internal discussions
Yeah.
about that. And the BBC is fighting a case that the president has brought against them right now.
Yeah. Politics is for power, and ideals are worthless if you don't back them up with the actual strength. In that sense, Stephen Miller is right. I just think that the purpose of power is to do good.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with another season of The Deal. With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Up in our zone.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're the 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in 1.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Would you like to be a political advisor or even be in politics yourself? You must have thought about that.
Yeah. So I very much wanted to be in the arena after a decade being on the outside, providing commentary. I was looking in the mirror. I didn't really like what I saw. And we talked about entrepreneurs, and I developed this emotion that I like to call moral envy. I was just jealous of the people who were actually trying things, taking hits, falling, standing back up.
You mean in business, not politics?
In business, in politics, anyone who pays the price for their mistakes. And that's the problem with pundits, with journalists, is we say all kinds of things, but then, the news cycle goes on and people forget what we said, and we often don't pay the price for our mistakes.
And well, exactly. This is probably not the accountability. So what's the consequence of what you're saying? That you decided that you're not brave enough?
It's why I quit my job. So this is the last book for a while. I co-founded this organization that's like 80 hours of work per week now. We are recruiting the most ambitious, talented people we can find. We're launching fellowships to fight big tobacco. We're launching a tax fairness fellowship this year to find some of the most radical nerds, the best legal and financial minds to lobby for a global billionaire tax, which is very necessary. We are working to accelerate the transition to sustainable proteins. I would love to launch an AI safety fellowship this year as well.
So it is a bid for power, just power of a different kind, or
It is
power
absolutely
beyond
power,
beyond
yeah.
influence.
Yeah, yeah. I think that politics is for power, and ideals are worthless if you don't back them up with the actual strength. In that sense, Stephen Miller is right. I just think that the purpose of power is to do good, to use what you have, to, follow in the footsteps of the great moral pioneers who came before us.
So now you sound really energized, whereas earlier on you said you were in a, mentally in a darker place, or the world is in a darker place than you thought 10 years ago.
Yeah. I think those two things are fundamentally connected. If there's one thing that I've believed my whole career, it is that small groups of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world, as Margaret Mead said. And she said, it's the only thing that ever has. So that is exactly what we need right now. We need small groups of really committed people who are willing to ignore the script that was written for them by some other people and go on their journey and do the right thing. A friend of mine studied at Oxford, and he always talks about the Bermuda Triangle of talent. So many talented young people going into consultancy, finance, and corporate law. And I'm talking to...
Could be one of your kids one day.
Well, maybe, but I'm talking
How would you feel if that happens?
I mean, I'm slightly disappointed, I guess. But, we're talking to a lot of these young people right now, both at Harvard, at Oxford, and many of them are so excited to live a different kind of life. Read the application essays they write, when they come in. It's all about tackling poverty, tackling big diseases, etc. But then something happens along the way. They are ruthlessly funneled into these cubicles. It's kind of sad. We have only one life on this planet. So, the message that performed best at Harvard was, you didn't fight your way into Harvard to end up in a book job. So we're having a lot of fun with this.
So you're on a new journey, on a new sense of mission. This conversation is part of Bloomberg Weekend. And I wondered where your best thinking comes from, or when it happens. Is it at the weekend? Is that when you get some clear space to think?
Yeah, I think...
Maybe not with young children.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, it's in the shower. Sometimes I need too many showers in a day, because it's the place where I can think best. And it's not great for your skin, but...
But it's where you're on your own.
It's really those kind of moments, or during a walk, when you can really take the time to order your thoughts. I think that's when it happens, yeah.
Rutger Bregman, thanks so much for talking to us.
Thanks for having me.
Before we close this episode, some further detail and context around Rutger Bregman's allegation of corruption against President Trump. Bregman's called his view defensible and plausible, and cited a New Yorker calculation from August 2025 of what it called the Trump family's profiteering from the presidency. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt has said it's absurd for anyone to insinuate that the president is profiting off the presidency. The BBC responded to Bregman's allegation of censorship by saying this: all of our programs are required to comply with the BBC's editorial guidelines, and we made the decision to remove one sentence from the lecture on legal advice.
When I visited Fernandez at IMAX's headquarters outside Toronto, we went to the facility where IMAX designs and maintains its cameras. The latest next-gen equipment was out with directors on filmed for IMAX sets, but there was still plenty of cool gear on view.
As the head of the finance department, do you look at all the things in this room and think, this costs that amount of money, this costs that amount of money?
Thankfully, no. I don't. When I think about cameras in general and what we, when we first, I'll give you a really prime example, the film cameras. When you thought about it, okay, are we building 2? Are we building 4? Are you building 8? Right? And that's where I start to think about, well, what makes the most sense from a return perspective? Because yes, Nolan wants the cameras, but how many other filmmakers out there use the film cameras? The lens that I look at it through is essentially, how many do we build and in what way? Because the one thing is we are going to invest to build it right and to build it for longevity. But do you need 10 of them? No. Building 4, that was the right number. And do we potentially want to build a couple more? Maybe a couple more, but I don't think we need 10 because they won't always be in use all the time.
I imagine that at different points you need to tell people no. What's that process like for you?
Oh yeah, it's a key role in the CFO position. It is a word that most people are used to, and yet they still think you're not going to say it.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The phone is, what's great about it is it's a well-developed gaming ecosystem, right? So, folks know to find games there, but it's also a highly competitive gaming ecosystem. So its developedness gives you both that upside and that downside. But what's exciting is that now we are moving beyond the phone to the TV. So I mentioned like one of the big gaming areas we're going after. One of the big gaming areas we're going after now is, social gaming experiences that will show up on your TV. So we are now announcing, we're going to announce here actually, that we're going to have these social party games that you can play on your TV with your phone as the controller. And it's things like, recognizable games like Boggle, you got Pictionary, we've got a Lego party game. We, basically are gonna like unleash this with a bunch of creators, and they're gonna go figure out stuff that we didn't even imagine that they can do with that interactivity.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
The Trump administration, immediately after the cold-blooded killing of a protester, called it domestic terrorism. We know what happened to her because it was documented by citizens. Facts matter.
Laura Poitras, Oscar-winning filmmaker, whose latest work is about one of America's best-known journalists, Seymour Hersh. Did you see him as a kindred spirit?
I think we're both looking for the truth, and sometimes that gets us on the bad side of the U.S. government. It's a dark time, but we can't just lay down and feel in despair. We have press freedom in our Constitution. We have the right to be critical of government. It's not illegal.
From Bloomberg Weekend, this is the Michelle Hussein Show. These past days have been searing for many Americans. A second person shot dead by federal agents in Minneapolis in just over 2 weeks. Both Alex Pretty and Renee Good were labeled domestic terrorists. And the conversation you're about to hear is with someone who knows what it's like to be seen as a security threat by her own government. Laura Poitras is a filmmaker who says that her work after 9/11 saw her being placed on a US terrorist watch list. You'll hear her tell that story to me, and the detail of it I found shocking. What it meant for her life, how she ended up leaving the United States. Now, several of her films have been about individuals of controversy or courage. Nan Goldin, who campaigned on the opioid scandal, the whistleblower Edward Snowden, the WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. In our conversation, you'll hear her on today's citizen journalists, people like those who've documented violence in Minneapolis. And unusually, I ended up going back to her to talk again after the news of Alex Pretty's death, which of course made me think again about her words. First though, her latest film, which has just been nominated for a BAFTA. It's called Cover Up. You'll find it on Netflix, and it's the story of one of America's most famous journalists, Seymour Hersh, who spent his whole life documenting power and the abuse of power. Not, in fact, unlike Laura Poitras herself.
He's a legend in investigative journalism in the United States. He's exposed, really dark secrets and hidden truths about this country. And his first really big story, which he received the Pulitzer Prize for, was a story about the massacre in My Lai, where the US military went in and killed an entire village in cold blood. And they were civilians, including children and babies, actually, and over 500 civilians were murdered. And it was a story that Tsai broke as a freelancer. That's one of the interesting things about it. He was at the AP, he was reporting on the Pentagon. People started to say things to him like Vietnam was murder incorporated. He started to hear some really disturbing things. And he just got a tip that there was going to be a court-martial of a soldier, William Calley. And he tracks him down. And through tracking him down, goes on a very long journey to expose a horrible atrocity, and also that it's not isolated. So this was, his first big story.
And you show this early in Cover Up.
In the film, we put it very early because we wanted the film to really be about, we're sort of diving in as it's moving fast. But Tsai fell in love with journalism in Chicago. He began as a copy boy and then was sort of worked his way up in the AP, covered civil rights, and then was transferred to Washington.
You show how even before uncovering My Lai, he's working on uncomfortable truths like the US biological weapons program, and he has an impact in that program coming to an end. It's a very clever use of archive and Seymour Hersh himself talking to you.
Yeah, I mean, the film begins with this very notorious incident called the Dugway sheep incident, where 6,000 sheep die when the US military were testing nerve agents in the air, and they flew too high and the nerve agent fell down and killed the sheep. And then the US military first denies it, and Tsai publishes about that story. So in terms of the archival, when I began the film, the first question before I could commit to making the film is, will we have the archival to tell the story? Because I come from a cinema background, and I need to have the materials to have the story unfold in a cinematic way.
Yeah, otherwise without the archive, it's a lot of talking heads, which is not great from a visual point of view.
Yeah, because we had this extraordinary archival material, it allows it to unfold with images.
You're of course a younger generation than him, Laura. You do have something in common in that you both won Pulitzer Prizes for your work. I also wondered if the key moment in history that you have in common is the Iraq War, because much more recently than Vietnam, Tsai Hersh does incredible work uncovering the torture of prisoners at Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq. And I think you were working on Iraq at the same time.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I'd known Tsai's stories, and I knew of his work, but he really became on my radar in the years after the 9/11 attacks, where he was asking very hard questions. Why are we going to Iraq? What is the connection between the oil and the money? And what is the connection between the neocons and Halliburton and all these defense contractors? So I, in 2003, decided that I was going to make a film in Iraq. So I was preparing to go. And in the spring of 2004, Tsai publishes the evidence of torture of prisoners in Abu Ghraib, which was in the New Yorker at that time. I went to Iraq right after that and made a film there. I was there for 8 months and followed an Iraqi family. Actually met the doctor at Abu Ghraib prison. I talked my way into documenting the prison after Tsai's photos. And then I came back to the US and I called Tsai and I said, I'd like to make a film about you and about your work and about investigative journalism. And it was motivated by a sense that I felt the US public was being failed by our legacy media in its coverage of the quote-unquote war on terror, which includes Guantanamo Bay Prison, the Iraq War, secret rendition sites, and torture. And so I really felt that the press kind of stood back and I think repeated the government's talking points, and Tsai wasn't doing that. And he's never done that.
And yet everyone picked up on that story, right? Yeah. It was his words, it was also the searing images, and it became very clear early on and was widely acknowledged early on that this was appalling, inhumane treatment of prisoners.
Yes, so both in the instance of My Lai, first there was a phase in My Lai of the press denying it, and then the images came out and everyone had to agree that this was, an atrocity. And with Abu Ghraib, we also show how Psy got a first tip on it, and then this producer at 60 Minutes, and 60 Minutes was sitting on the story because of government pressure. The government was saying, do not publish this evidence of torture, which of course for Sy Hersh was antithetical to what you're supposed to do as journalists, and he actually forced their hand to publish. And then of course it was global news because it was, so disturbing to see the systemic use of torture. And Sy really didn't just stop at exposing the torture, but looking at how it was came from the top.
Did you see him as a kindred spirit, that you obviously cared about things that you knew he also must care about from the work that he was doing?
The answer is yes. I mean, I think we're both looking for the truth wherever it takes us without sort of fear or favor, right? I mean, and sometimes it gets us on the bad side of the US government, and we've both done that. And so I think he respected my work. I, of course, respected his work. But, documentaries are different from journalism, but all of my films are really looking at people who are, bringing forth information that it shifts, I think, our consciousness. It's not just, he's not an opinion journalist, right? His best work is fact-based. It's fact-based, and it often leads to, very dark truths about what's happening in this country, about levels of deception. And we were interested, or I was interested as a filmmaker, is what is the connection between My Lai and Abu Ghraib and today in Gaza, and what are these cycles of violence and atrocities and lies and deception, cover-ups and impunity, really. I mean, because I actually really think that the problem or one of the solutions to sort of end these cycles is to end the cycle of impunity. It was very hard for him. At the same time, he was very committed to the process. Like, he never turned away from a question.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest. And this is Bloomberg.
He has been wrong sometimes. Seymour Hersh has. He didn't believe that Bashar Assad had used chemical weapons against his own people.
It's not about whether Bashar Assad is a good guy or a bad guy, but this whole business that goes on with, we know he used sarin.
He was taken in by fake documents about JFK and Marilyn Monroe. He's been criticized as well for often using single sources and unnamed single sources.
And obviously we needed to include those stories in the film, right? That people make mistakes, journalists make mistakes. It's very hard to know who to trust. So we did include those stories. In terms of with the Syria, I mean, I have friends who were tortured in Syria. I mean, it's not journalism that I would defend. In terms of the JFK reporting, he actually never published the forgeries. He did fall for them for a while, but he caught them before they were published. So yes, it was a big scandal, but it wasn't that he published, wrong information.
Yeah, and he acknowledges to you that he was wrong over the Assad reporting, and you put to him that he was too close to Assad himself because he'd met him a few times, and he acknowledges that. I think, though, there are other really uncomfortable moments which are to do with him himself. Like, he said yes to being the subject of a film after a long time of you asking him, but then he gets really uncomfortable and, in fact, tries to call it off, or does call it off in the middle of filming.
You know too much about what I'm doing, so I'd like to quit. Well, no, let's just quit it.
as you said, I first asked him in 2005 and we sat down, we began production in 23. So it took a little while for him to warm up to the idea.
Hello
But I
and
have
welcome to this
say-
quick video. This is probably one of the smallest things I've ever featured on the channel. This is the new little kahuna. It's not little, it's been around for a little while, from an outfit called Beyond Robotics, based in Manchester here in the UK. What it actually is a little Wi-Fi board that you plug into your flight controller, and then creates a Wi-Fi access point that you can connect to up to a couple of kilometers away from the testing they've done. And that then allows you to use things like a ground control station to monitor the flight and get all that fantastic information down to your PC or ground station. Now, why would you want something like this? Well, if you're something like an RD pilot, and I've got loads of videos talking about the different builds, currently building one at the moment, an RD Heli series actually. But one of the things that I've been interested in is how can I easily and cheaply and quickly and with very light weight have some kind of live connection to the heli while it's moving around for things like tuning and messing around. And this has come to my attention. So I've got a couple of them to play with. So I just thought I'd share these things with you. Now, being able to connect to your UAV, whatever it is, plane, wing, multi-rotor, helicopter, whatever it is, as it's flying around over Mavlink, down to something like your ground control or mission planner, is not new. We've had quite a few options. We've had things like Mavlink telemetry radios. I've shown on how to set those up on the channel. Things like Mavlink encapsulated within other control links. So Express LRS has a little bit of that. So does things like Crossfire and stuff too. The other way to do it was to use something like MLRS, and I've done videos on that as well. I'll put links down to each of those things below if you want to go and explore them. But that tends to be something that either has to replace the existing radio control connection, or it's another thing that you have to power and mess around with, and they're usually physically quite large. This is incredibly small and lightweight, and on something like a radio control helicopter, it can be put pretty much anywhere. And in fact, I have. I'll come back to that in a minute. Now, there are a few versions of this currently available. This one here is the standard one that's been out for a little while, has a 6-pin connector.
Today, I'm very happy to be reviewing a product that legitimately is the best in its class. This product does a thing better than anything else in its class, and it's something that I have wished for years and years that someone would make. Unfortunately, it's about 4 years too late for a lot of people. And so a lot of people are going to be like, oh yeah, that would have been great if it had come out 4 years ago. But today, I've moved on. Which one of those people you are? You'll have to watch the video to find out. I'm Joshua Bardwell. You're going to learn something today. This is the product that we're looking at today. This is the SkyZone M5F FPV monitor. And in order to demonstrate to you what it is, we'll just turn it on. I'm just going to single press, then long press the power button. Took me a while to figure that out. I was like long pressing and holding. It's like a DJI. Single press, then long press, and it turns on. And you can see that what we've got here is an LCD monitor, a 5-inch LCD monitor with a built-in analog video receiver. If you're familiar with SkyZone goggles, then the interface to this menu is going to be very familiar to you. Here on the back, we've got a menu button. We've got a DVR button. It takes an SD card here on the side and it will record DVR. And we've got a jog wheel, clickable jog wheel you can use. And if we click that jog wheel, it brings up the menu and we can change the band and channel, so we can switch channels, and we can change the band as well, although I'm going to just leave it on race band, which is probably what most people are going to do. It is an analog receiver. And the reason that I'm so excited about this is that, here's what, let me show you, hold on. I've had this little screen for freaking ever. And it's one of the most useful things I have on my bench, at least it used to be. This little analog screen, same thing. It's just you change the band and channel. It's battery powered. The battery is super old and worn out. As soon as you take it off the charger, it just shows that it's dead. So I have to leave it plugged into USB all the time. But it is super useful to have one of these little screens on your bench, like when you're working on a quadcopter. If I'm building a quadcopter, if I'm troubleshooting a quadcopter, I can't tell you how many times I've like just had goggles on my face while I'm fiddling around, and it's just kind of a pain in the butt to be like, It's really great to have a little screen that you can just see what your camera's doing. You can see your OSD, you can go into your menus, you can do all the things you need to do and not have to actually have goggles on your face. So the main reason I keep a screen like this around is the ability to easily build and troubleshoot on the bench. But of course, we can also use this for spectating. If you're out there flying and an analog pilot's in the air, you can tune them in and you can be watching without, again, having to put your goggles on your face. You know, earlier I complained about the battery in this little guy. It's really nice that the battery on the M5F screen, it takes an 18650, a standard 18650 cell. It is rechargeable. There's a USB-C port here on the side that charges with it built in. And it runs for, I haven't done a full rundown test, but it runs for a few hours at least on a single 18650 cell. It depends on the quality of the cell, of course. If we press the menu button, we can get the full setup menu. And again, no features have really been left out. All of the features you expect from a SkyZone goggle or display are here. So we can switch RF modes. And in fact, I will probably, AV input. There's an AV input. Oh my goodness, there's a 3.5 millimeter AV input we can use with an external display. I don't know why you would do that. Playback from the DVR. You can use a USB drive. You can plug it in via USB and offload the files from the DVR without taking the SD card out by putting it into UDisc mode. I will probably leave it in RF racing mode because pretty much always I'm using channels in race band, and there's no sense in trying to like let yourself see in racing mode. It only will go into race band. It will not give you the option to change out of race band, which is probably what most people want. We've got full image settings here. Brightness, contrast, saturation, hue, and sharpness if we want to tweak the LCD display. It is just an LCD display. It's not something fancy like an OLED, but like it gets super bright. I've got the brightness turned way down for my camera, so if you do decide to take it outside in the sunshine, it will be bright enough to see everything that you want to see, even in the sunshine. And the display, good. The display aspect ratio can be changed. If you fly analog, you probably do a lot of flying with 4:3 aspect ratio cameras, and we could just change that so the image isn't stretched. Very nice. But the real reason that I am so excited about this product, or at least I would be even more excited about it if it had come out like 4 years ago, is this. If we go into the menu, look what we got here. Mix 1, Mix 2, Mix 3, and Diversity. Do you see that we've got these image modes here? What that means is that this is a steady view mixing receiver. What's that mean, and why is it so good? See, traditionally, analog receivers have had 2 antennas, and if you go way back in time, the way that it worked is called diversity. What that means is that you've got 2 receivers, 2 different antennas. Maybe you've got one antenna horizontal and one antenna vertical. Maybe one antenna has like a 360-degree omni antenna on it, and one has like a directional antenna pointing more out front. You've got 2 antennas and 2 receivers, and the module will switch between those antennas based on which one has the strongest signal at any given time. And the problem with that is that when it switches between the antennas, there's a moment where it like shuts off one switch and opens up another switch, and that's a slight disruption in the signal, and that manifests as like white flashes or other sort of glitching in the screen. So diversity switching was okay, but not the best. The best type of analog receiver came along with Immersion RC Rapid Fire, and Immersion RC Rapid Fire does what's called frame combining and sync reconstruction. This is also the same thing that TBS Fusion does, and then later down the line, the same thing that the SkyZone SteadyView receiver does. And without going into too many technical details about what sync reconstruction and frame combining are, suffice it to say that we have two receivers, two antennas, and instead of picking one and then picking the other and switching between them, we take both of them, and we take the best of both, and we put it together, and there's no diversity switching, there's no flashing. The result is a much more clear and stable image under much wider conditions. This is the state of the art for analog FPV receiver modules. And until now, at least as far as I can tell, nobody put a module like this into a little handheld battery-powered portable display. If you wanted to use a display like this, you had to use some crappy, poor sensitivity, terrible range, diversity receiver. They were no good as actual FPV receivers. You were giving up all this performance because you wanted the convenience of a screen that you could hold in your hand or use on the bench. And now you don't have to do that anymore. You can get a nice, convenient screen with a battery that lasts a good long while and a really, really good state-of-the-art SteadyView receiver in one package. Which would have been really exciting 4 years ago or later when all I flew was analog. Because in 2019, DJI released their digital FPV system, and myself and a whole lot of other people have moved to digital systems. DJI, Walksnail, HD0. I have a few analog quads. Well, you saw me using one earlier in the video, but for the most part, what I fly is digital. And if you're like that and all you fly is digital, then this is too little too late. There's really no point in this. But if you still fly a lot of analog quads, if you, well, a lot of people just don't have the money to go to digital. Analog's way less expensive and gets the job done. If you fly micros like Tiny Whoops, or if you fly racing drones and you're still mostly on analog, this is a really, really exciting development. It's a luxury. Because if you have analog goggles, you can just put them on your face and do whatever you need to do. But sometimes it's nice to just be like, oh yeah, he really hit that gate. Ooh, he hit that gap. Ooh, my OSD is misconfigured. I can just fix it real quick without having to stick goggles on my face. And that's where the SkyZone M5F really, really comes in. If you're interested in picking up the SkyZone M5F, there are links in the video description below. Those links aren't just a convenience to help you find the product. Those are affiliate links. And what that means is that when you click that link and then make any purchase at the affiliated vendor, I get a little commission. Some would call it a kickback. You'll call it whatever you like. It's a very, very simple way for you to support the work that I do here by clicking my affiliate links, then doing your normal shopping. Doesn't matter what you buy. As long as you spend money after you click the affiliate link, some of that money goes to me. And it's a small amount, but it really does add up. And it really means a lot if you decide to do that. If you do decide to pick this up, you will also need to get a couple of antennas. I'll put links down below also to a couple of antennas that you might get on a budget. You don't need to spend a ton of money, but you are. I probably would put directional antennas on this because most of the time,
大家好，
我是蔡太太，
我是蔡先生。4年多以前，我们有拍摄了一支在
我好绝
真
望。
的可以逛很久呢。
我跟你讲，礼物跟卡片对我来说，基本上已经是同等困扰的事情了。
哎，谢谢，真的谢谢。
礼物双方谢谢。大家不觉得冬天的水特别好喝吗？就是它凉凉的，我就会觉得夏天的水都温温的，喝起来有点恶心的感觉。
因为你没有喝冷水的冰水的习惯。
冰水我以前非常喜欢喝冰水，就冰箱里面水拿出来直接灌那种，但现在没有办法，会觉得头有点痛。
哦，我已经很少喝冰水了。
我现在也很少了，几乎没有办法喝冰水。我觉得有时候喝可乐的时候还可以稍微缓冲一下。
可乐也要喝温的吧？
那叫做感冒糖浆，那不叫做可乐，好吗？
但
请不要羞辱可乐，可以吗？
可乐一定要冰的。
可乐一定要冰的啊。
还一定要有气。
当然这是最基本的，可乐没有气到底是什么？就糖水而已啊。可乐没有气，基本上可以拿来煮汤圆，你知道吗？
但我最喜欢喝的水是那种山泉水。
你喝得出差别啊？
没有，就是真的有一些地方它是专门主打山泉的，冰川山泉水。
哇，难怪喝到那个很爽
我有看过一个算是短影吧，就是人家那种就是会去基地的，他就是看到那个冰融化的那个水流，然后旁边是冰，然后就捞一瓢，
然后发觉解冻了，
没有，好好喝的感觉。
有拉肚子吗？
那可以喝啊，直接有的山泉水是可以喝的，你流到下游那种不行。
你知道我有一次喝了自来水，因为太渴了，忘了我在哪里，然后要去哪里用水很用，就直接喝自来水，拉了一整天肚子。
这么夸张？哪里的自来水啊？可不是听说台北自来水是可以喝的？
不是台北的，不是台北的。
那这个是真的吗？
我现在要讲出来我在哪喝吗？
之前有说是可以喝的，但是我是没有那么勇啦。
我是很希望，的确像瑞士啊，他们真的可以直接喝，日本也可以直接喝，
有些可以对。
照理说啦，
你说瑞士那种飘飘河，你可以直接
不是啊？瑞士它的自来水出来的基本上是可以喝
的，自来水是可以喝的。
瑞士不知道是不是所有地方，但至少以前去过的地方，是可以这样。
但瑞士的河水真的蛮厉害，因为我在那边有擦伤。那通常你在吸水擦伤，你就会开始红肿嘛，很多天，完全没肿，完全没有红，
隔天就好了，
也没有那么快。但就是
受伤就泡水。
它的就是重点是我受伤，但那边的水没有造成它被感染。
真的很干净。
对，真的很干净。
那哇，日本的水
富士渔港泡一下啊？有，水到水有。
说实话，熊本那边的水真的蛮好喝的。
因为阿苏山那边的水真的是厉害的。
阿苏山不是火山吗？
是火山
啊。水不是热的吗？
没有到那个不是火山地区的那水都是在滚。
没有地热吗？
如果是热，我可能就会先离开那边会比较好一点。
直接拿那水泡茶，然后硫磺味。但你有机会去一下阿苏山啦，真的漂亮。真的漂亮，是真的好地方。
跟圣母峰相比呢？
你要我去过才能比较吧。圣母峰不是
阿苏火山，你可以上去，圣母峰不容易哦。
常常下来
绝对不容易。
下来有些人脚趾就没了。因为冻伤太严重了，
彻底的爬上去是不
是？圣母峰一定要爬上去，圣母峰有不爬上去的方法吗？
你还要申请，
在下面看就好了，为什么要爬上去？为什么一定要爬上去？我说我，
你只是去看山呐？
看山呐。
我们刚才讲阿苏也是爬上去啦。
对，我们是到火山口，到火山口看，
我们他夏天，我冬天都各自有好看的部分。
真的，
你也去过了阿苏？
去过，跟我家人去的。
哦，
我们开车上去那个火山口，
都回来了吗？
都回来了。我下去，然后摸一摸熔岩，然后就上来了。
可爱。
但其实它从上面看下去不是岩浆的感觉，它是很像那种很像在 CG 里面出现的蓝绿色的湖泊的感觉。
然后你那时候已经是好好
哦。很美，很像仙境的感觉。上面有烟。
你们有坐直升机吗？
没办法飞。云太低了。云太低。
云太低了，会不会没有办法飞？
对，他说他就写云太低，没有办法飞行。然后每1个小时会公布一次有没有办法飞。我等了5次。
哇！
都是一堆人开车去那边，不行就开走了。我很想要坐看看，虽然说超级贵，就是几千块台币吧，我就6、7千块台币吧，我记得至少。
可以飞到哪里啊？
飞到火山口上。
没办法飞到台湾，我先跟你说，没办法飞到华视上面那个直升机的停机棚。
因为它直升机真的很小台，大概就我们这样子的范围，就是这一台机身。
没有驾驶员哦，
空间了，
下面这样子。
太刺激了吧？谁敢搭？
无人直升机操作者。
我想，不好意思，没电喽，不好意思，你们可能要迫降哦。
难怪一次只能飞个1-2分钟这样子。因为我去搭的时候，大概只能飞6分钟吧。
哦，
短程啦，长程到14分钟，10分钟真的超级快破万，
太贵了。
它就会绕整个阿苏地区这样子，绕10几分钟。
台湾哪里比较适合直升机啊？我是说真的想要观光的话，我觉得东岸好像很适合，就是从海面上这样一直这样。
哦，
台东。
Catch that if on the bottom of the new Z board, if you don't, there is the FPV Cycle Z's flight controller. It's an all-in-one board with a 6. Hello everyone, today we're taking a look at the Baby Tooth from FPV Cycle. Powered by FPV Cycle 1202.5, 11,500 kV motors on GymFan 3018 props. Down inside there is the FPV Cycle Z's flight controller. It's an all-in-one board with a 6-amp 4-in-1 ESC and an F4 processor. I put the TBS Pro 32 Nano on the backside of my camera, which the camera is the Caddx Ant. My receiver right here is the RXSR. The way I built mine weighs just under 45 grams. With the G&B 521S battery, it weighs just under 60 grams. Carbon fiber is 2 millimeters thick. Arm thickness is somewhere in 5.5. Motor post to motor post, I'm getting about 115 millimeters. I am using a rubber band to hold the battery with a couple of cheap battery pads. This little part right here is where you would mount your mini Immortal T. I just taped my antennas down. Okay, before we get started, you're going to find people in this video. And it's actually my new neighbor and some contractors. And I was over there before I started flying, and I had my goggles on my head, and eventually the topic of having these strange goggles on my head came up. And so they asked me about them, and I was telling them, well, I was preparing to fly, but things you're out here doing what you're doing, I'm probably not going to fly. And they kind of were curious, so then I went over and I grabbed the quad, kind of just showed them everything. I asked them if they'd like to watch. I would go grab a second goggles or a monitor or something like that. And they decided not to because, you know, they had business at hand to deal with. And I said, well, if you'd rather I not, I won't. They said, no, go ahead and fly. And then the contractor said, could you fly it over near us? And I said, well, I probably shouldn't do that. It's, you know, pretty safe and everything. But anywho, they weren't bothered by the quad. They weren't bothered by me flying. I do take a little extra precaution in making sure that I don't fly over into that space too much. Basically, the punch outs over the house about the only time that we see them. So a little bit of a warning, heads up, don't flame me. It's all good. You know, we have a very good communal type of neighborhood where we discuss things with each other, and we're very open about all the different things that might be taking place in the neighborhood. So anyways, to the quad, you know, 1S I think it has a big draw because you can get really good performance out of something that is so light. And with that low weight and reduced speed, you get a little bit of extra safety. You're not likely to hurt anyone, or at the very least not hurt them very badly. I suppose in a worst case scenario, if someone were to catch a prop right in their eye, that might not be a good thing. But I think the potential for that is so very, very low. And 1S tends to be a little less expensive, especially in the battery department. And so those things are big draws, and I think in general they're also less expensive from a build standpoint. But of course that depends on whether you're comparing a ready to fly or if you're doing something else. So this is Bob's latest creation from FPV Cycle, and he's got a blog posting on his site about the build. There is one little catch that if on the bottom of the new Z board, if you don't short a couple of pads on there, it won't power your receiver, so you have to make sure you short what's necessary for your receiver. But that's all well explained. He's got a tune on there for you to use already, so maybe if you're venturing into your first build and you don't want to take on tuning, you've got a ready-made tuning there. Or if you want to do the tuning yourself and you find it doesn't work out, or you just want to try Bob's tune, you can always flash back. Of course, the tune is specific to the version that comes on the board, and I think he also notes not to update the version on the board. So if you do update and you can't get the tune, you need to go back to the original version, which I believe is Betaflight 4.1. So I've seen a lot of people who have probably have these and have many other configurations, and I think this should be kind of a communal sort of review. Leave your build configuration, maybe if you have a review video or flight footage of this or something very similar. I know for our international friends, getting parts can be difficult. I think RC Groups also has a complete 1S build thread. I'll try to find that and link it down in the video description if you're looking for 1S builds. I think FPV Cycle, Bob is trying to keep parts in stock, but they're so popular that can be a little bit of a stretch. You can see there as we come in, I've drained the battery a little bit too far at 3.2 volts per cell, and then we also have a flight time of 3 minutes and 22 seconds. So I kind of have two different versions of this. Actually, I've got a third, but this one is not 1S, and they're all a little bit different from one to the next. Of course, I've got different motors and a different board. On this one, it has an all-in-one board built right into it, or with a receiver built into it. That's the Beta FPV board, and then we've got the Z board here. This, of course, is what I was flying. It's what I showed you in the quick roll.
Now we're putting that to the test, all right? Now we've covered the entire world. We have UK, US, UAE, Canada, Europe covered through our partnership with Google, for example, and Nuvia. And the point behind that really is, how do we ensure we use that infrastructure to drive the next phase of growth for Flutterwave by empowering our customers across all our segments?
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
The bankers didn't worry about me because they didn't loan anything on the Cowboys. The bankers loaned it on a receivable that I had. And so the approval of me getting through the door and still not having any money left to go buy the general partners that I had agreed under contract to go buy out, but I didn't have the money to go do that.
So Jerry, along those lines, so go back to 1989, you're losing $1 million per month. Now, I heard you also say that you may have wanted to buy a business that was cash flowing to offset some of the losses. As you think about filling those holes, was that stressful? And what was your strategy? Walk us through that.
On a personal basis, I had such pride and such an experience in sport when I was in college. In my senior year at Arkansas, we won the national championship. Well, I had been schooled in selling insurance. I could gnaw that leg off the chair selling. But what I hadn't done was been really schooled in financial. And so I thought because I could tell a good story and could borrow all that money, that was the way to go. And so my first year or two out of college, I borrowed more money than you could even count. And my first year out of school, I think my commissions were $30,000. My interest was $150,000, to give you an idea how over my skis I had gotten. It took me years. It took my Jean, my wife, getting her purse taken out of her hands and credit cards cut in two. It took the bill players coming. So I had really gotten a lesson in how not to do it as far as buying something. Well, I managed to come through that, and it was the greatest education that I'd ever had. Well, then I was very fortunate and got some real finances with the oil and gas business. After all that butt kicking that I got for getting out over my skis, after all of that, to show you how passionate or crazy I was, after going through that, of thinking that the old financial death had been at Ray, I turned around and bought the Dallas Cowboys. That shows you how much passion was involved. But I remember when we talked, Alex, I said, listen, I said, nothing can stand in the way of passion.
So I think Alex would probably validate this, that when he goes to buy a team, part of the advice that he gets is sit, don't make any big moves, no sudden moves, don't get rid of a bunch of people right away. You didn't follow that advice. Basically, the minute you come in, you get rid of this legendary coach. You fired everybody from the guy announcing the public announcements to the head of publicity and the general manager. Why? What did you see that was so wrong with them that you felt like you immediately had to act?
You have to assume when you buy something that who you buy it from knows what it's worth like it is. Give them credit, or certainly their creditors might know, they know what the business is. So a big mistake is not to automatically build in, know that you've got to change the scenery if you pay what you're going to pay. Assume they're getting top dollar and have taken it when they got your money. So you have to really go in thinking change. When it was as dramatically out of kilter as the Cowboys were, I had to have radical change, and I had to do it yesterday. So there was an urgency. You didn't have time to have a good time, so to speak. That plus, again, the fact that I can't emphasize enough, I felt like Herschel Walker running through the line. It was just bouncing off of me. There were all kinds of hurdles that were popping. And of course, where was the bad day? Well, I couldn't have a bad day because I was getting to do something that I'd wanted to do all my life. And that ruled the day.
So one of the other most seminal deals that you make is, you mentioned Herschel Walker, got rid of him, you traded him.
Yeah.
It turns out to be arguably one of the most brilliant trades in the history of football. Did not seem that way at the time. Talk us through that decision.
If you look at making change, and certainly Herschel Walker was a change, the best player we had, and it was well known. In this particular case, you were kind of new on the block, so you automatically didn't know what you were doing. Always, when it's an accomplished name, whether it's sport or otherwise, always when you get a divorce there, it's going to look bad for the one that made the decision. Always. There's no question. If you can't handle that, then don't make the trade. Or if you can't anticipate that, don't make the trade. That's alive and well. But what it caused you to do is not just the tangible consideration you got, which at that time were draft picks. You didn't have a cap at that time, but you had those draft picks, and that was the tangible. What those trades did, what those picks did, was allow us to use them not only for using them in the draft, but we used them to trade. And we did it with, I'm not going to say randomness, but we did it with reckless abandon, if you want to. It caused you to be more of a player, because it was like going to Las Vegas with money in your pocket. And I don't think there's any question that I'm willing to take risk in those early days after having acquired the Cowboys, that we built players, built our roster. I think the ability to cut and shoot was a big deal.
I've heard you talk about ambiguity. I think about it from the lens of sports. Jerry, there's some guys that I've played with that are free agents, and they don't know when that next check's coming from or where it's coming from. And you create a 300 hitter, it becomes a 215 hitter. A guy that hits 30 home runs hits 18 home runs because of the nerves. The same is true in business. But you have this ability to, not knowing what's going to happen next, to perform at a high level. Do you believe that's true? And where does that come from if it is true?
Well, I know it's true in my situation, but I think it's very true. And some of the greatest people that have ever been involved in the professions or business, they don't function as well if they don't know what's going to happen at the end of the week, especially financially.
Ooh, Nano Camera V2, and I can say that this lens, at the very least, is different than we've seen, even though this looks a lot like the Runcam Nano. The image is different, so pay attention to that if you care. The all-in-one board is the Goku Versatile F405, which features a 12 amp ESC, and it does have an MPU 6000. VTX, just above that, is the Goku VTX 625 V2, which is power switchable via smart audio up to 450 milliwatts. And of course, we have a Flywoo circularly polarized antenna that is secured into this mount. You'll notice this mount has another mount on top of it where you could add, say, an Insta360 Go. They do have those mounts, but unfortunately, it didn't make it into my package, so I didn't test with an external HD camera. Battery connector is an XT30. The battery mount is a 3D print. The Flywoo 420 will give you the longest flight time of the batteries I tried, and it does fit into that battery tray. They sent me a Flywoo 2S 750, but it's far too large to fit into the battery tray. Also, the 450s that I have are too large for the battery tray. But you could also, run a strap underneath or do what you like to fly a bigger battery if you want, but it does change the agility as well as the performance. Other batteries that have confirmed to fit are the G&B 380s, 350s, and 300s, as well as my favorite micro batteries when it comes to 2S, the Hobby King Nano 300 milliamp. Please note the rating on there. They have new batteries. They have other batteries that don't match this. The C rating on batteries is marketing mumbo jumbo, but it does help us identify a battery we're looking for. I have bought the others of the Nanotechs, and they do not perform the same. They do come with a red JST, so we have to swap them out if we want to use them on our quads. But I really like this battery, and I fly it in this video. The Nano Baby 20 comes with 2 sets spare props, an extra battery mount, which uses that T style to mount up in the carbon fiber. Extra motor tape, we've got extra screws, nuts, and gummies in our accessory kit as well. Same. They do come with a red JST, so we have to swap them out if we want to use them on our quads. But I really like this battery, and I fly it in this video. The Nano Baby 20 comes with 2 sets spare props, an extra battery mount, which uses that T style to mount up in the carbon fiber. Extra motor tape, we've got extra screws, nuts, and gummies in our little accessory kit as well. A warning and prop direction card, customer service card with a QR code, and yes, 1 sticker. But surely Flywoo's got more interesting stickers than this. If not, we need to help them out with some art designs. The Nano Baby in the analog format weighs 34.5 grams. With the recommended Flywoo battery, it weighs just a touch over 56 grams. With my preferred Hobby King Nanotech battery, it weighs just under 52.5 grams. With this being the largest battery that I can recommend to fit inside that battery tray, let's measure it. We're getting just under 17 millimeters wide and 13.25 millimeters tall, which is curious, being these are essentially the same size, but one is 420 and one is 380. Somebody's being coy. The carbon fiber looks to be about 1.5 millimeters thick, and motor post to motor post, it looks like it's 87 millimeters. Okay, so the first thing is we're gonna have to put up with this core warning here for just a moment. If you see this, I have never, in my 6+ years of flying microquads, seen a core warning temperature that has actually resulted in any sort of failure. I typically just disable that OSD element. In this particular case, I kept forgetting. So here we are, we have to live with it. I did take this on my trip, but unfortunately I didn't really get a handle on my flying on the trip, so didn't have any of that footage that really to show. My flying was overall pretty sloppy. I guess I'm not very good at not knowing where to go, even though sometimes with all the changes in the backyard I feel the same way. It is worth noting that Flywoo has got a promotion on this. So for the first batch of users, they say batch, but I thought I saw at one point in time on their site it was like the first 20 would get 8% off if you use the code NanoBaby20. And I'll put that information down in the video description and the pinned comment. Down in the video description and the pinned comment will also be links to any other website that is carrying this. I don't know if Flywoo is planning like a massive launch or if it's just Flywoo's website specifically. Speaking of launch, at the moment, I don't know what this is going to cost. So that has me a bit concerned. We'll have to go to Flywoo's website in order to find out that price. I'm hoping it comes in at less than 140, but we've seen a lot of micro quads coming in around the $150 marker. Inflation, component shortage, all the things that contribute to things going up. Yeah, it's unfortunate that is pricing us out in some cases, but I'll link that so you can go check the price, because again, I can't tell you what that price is. So this is an evening time flight, after work flight, so it's pretty calm. This is about 7 o'clock at night. 6:45 is when I started this flying session, and this is about the 5th or 6th flight that evening. So you can kind of estimate the time. Very calm. The wind at the time was less than 9 miles an hour, but really it's almost almost about as still as it gets here. So I wouldn't say zero, but it's not very much by any stretch. Plus, it doesn't have prop guards, but it does have the ability of adding prop guards, and I'll show you those. They come in some pretty fancy colors. Back at the desk, you can also get the camera mount in different colors as well. All should be available on Flywoo's website when the product or the page goes live and does launch. If there are other sites that are linking this or showing this on their websites for available, maybe here in the US or whatever, I'll link any site. I get asked every time, you have all these links because they're all affiliates? Well, I have links to affiliates, yes, but not all of them are. I'll link anywhere, as long as I'm aware, and oftentimes you guys help me with the awareness, or I get a message from a shop owner that says, hey, we've got this product, if you kindly link it in your video, I'll do that. You guys should be buying stuff where you want to buy stuff, not where I'm trying to tell you where to go buy. At any rate, so I've been waiting so long for a quad like this to come out. I've been building them and flying them and having a great time with it. I think the tune that they have on this one is pretty good. At the very top of the throttle, when you're punching out, if you stay on the throttle more than the moments that you might be seeing, you'll hear a little bit of a warble or something that's indicating maybe we need to fine-tune the pid tune just a touch. It could be the limit of everything that we've got going on as well, though. It was one thing about the tune that I noticed. But I felt the control was very sharp and crisp. I enjoyed flying it. I think this is a lot of fun. And I think if you're into bind-in flies and you're into micros, you should get one. Now, if you fly DJI, or if you fly Walk Snail, or if you fly HD0, we're going to have weight difference, so therefore flight time difference and performance difference is all going to be there. So something to consider. If I didn't say it already, this is on the Hobby King battery that I showed you in the quick specs. I've gone a little long. Flight time of 3 minutes and 50 seconds on that tiny little battery. Probably should have shortened that by 5 seconds. Probably would have come back at 3.5 volts or above if I'd shortened that flight by just about 5 seconds. Maybe just one punch out. And because that frame is so thin, I was a bit concerned about its durability, so I wanted to show you with flight audio my most dramatic crash, and it does come down on cement, so hopefully that helps give you an additional data point or maybe eases some concern that similarly to what I had was, is this frame going to hold up? And these are pretty new motors. These are Flywoo's newest motors, so yeah, I kind of clipped that tree a little bit, and I think I rolled off the roof and then hit down onto the cement. I don't know. You can go back and slow play it to see if it maybe hit on its side or on its front and then it just happened to land upright after it got done tumbling, or if it bounced off the cement and landed upright. But then I just start doing a bunch of weirdo stuff to see if we're structurally sound and we can fly still, and obviously it's doing just fine. So I have some other crashes that I will show you back at the desk as well. So I mentioned that it does come with prop guards, and I didn't really test that. It's not really my thing when it comes to micros that aren't whoops to put prop guards like this on. But if you were to be someone who is either more concerned about safety or you're flying this inside as in a large industrial space, I don't think you'd want to fly this inside your house unless you live in a huge mansion style places with big, wide, tall hallways and rooms. But they do have these, and we've seen these before in the other Flywoo micro products. I think they're relatively durable. They're not going to take a real heavy direct-to-cement crash, but this quad is pretty light, at least the analog version, so it might hold up a little bit better. These are mainly for, if you bump up against someone or something with hair possibly, or damage inside, like I say, a home, and maybe you're doing a fly-through for real estate and you want to use this quad and then Insta360 Go 2 or something, it would hold up to that. But as far as protecting props from damage, you probably just take this back off and it'll be fine. But they also have these canopies in different colors. We've got, is there a canopy in there? I don't see a canopy in there. Oh, because it came with black, haha. But we've got green and red at least available for other canopies. These are options. These don't come with the quad. So these would be something that we have to purchase. But I did want to give you guys a little bit of a look at the canopy design. I do think for those that are designers and engineers potentially, or 3D printing gurus, there is probably about a gram that could be saved off of this mount type if you want to pursue that. Of course, with different cameras for the different systems, they'll look slightly different. I would expect them to just be different up front. Flywoo, I really want to try the DJI and Walk Snail and HD0 versions. Please. So that is a bit of an accessory here that you can get. Of course, they comes with the screws. Okay, now that we covered that accessory, I'll play some additional crash footage that I had up there, and you can see the quad is in good working order, as I've shown you already. A couple of things about this particular quad. There is no strain relief on the battery side. That's an easy fix for us at home, but Flywoo could always do that. It's something I talk about just about excuse me, got tongue-tied there. It's something I talk about just about any time it's not present. When we're soldering to all-in-one boards, especially all-in-one boards that are $100, having a battery ejection, say if you're flying a big heavy battery, having a battery ejection and pulling directly on those solder pads, that can result in some extreme damage that is very difficult or impossible to fix. So taking a little zip tie, pushing this over to an arm and zip tying it over there should be a relatively easy fix, and something that I would recommend everyone do. So just kind of push it over there, take your zip tie, get yourself a little wrinkle in there. About like that, yeah, about like that. And then zip tie it to that arm. That will help keep it in place. It is also a kind of a cube design as far as the frame. So if you fly around a lot of vegetation and you have a tendency to find yourself in that vegetation, this sort of frame design, whether it's this one or something else, it's going to have a tendency to get hung up even more than our traditional designs. We kind of have these flying grappling hooks with the props and the arms and everything, especially tri-blades. But you get branches through here and it can be difficult to get out. So if you're not comfortable flying high and around trees, or you're not confident, it's something to consider that this sort of frame design, all of them that are cube, have in my opinion, a higher propensity to get hung up inside trees or bushes. So just be aware. Also, the props we've flown before, but these motors we have not, and I was particularly surprised by the high KV, 15,500 KV. And they are the 1002 motors. It does look like Flywoo have made these themselves, or they have partnered with a motor manufacturer to accomplish this. No screw holes. So if you have any difficulties with the props staying on or anything like that, no screw holes on that. Of course, the props aren't designed for screw holes if you're flying different props. And I wouldn't suggest going to the tri-blades on 1002 motors. I haven't tried them on these 1002 motors, but I have tried them on other 1002 motors, and I did not myself care for the 2-inch tri-blades on 1002 motors in general. Also, this is Express LRS. We've got our UFL connector and our antenna, so our range should be really good. Something else to notice about this is that it's not SPI based. While it is on the board, it's not SPI, it's UART. So you can flash this independently of having to flash Betaflight. That's a big deal because there are indications and actually some outright statements about future versions of Express LRS and SPI-based receivers not being continued as part of that process. But there's also indications that they're looking at making backwards compatibility between version 3 and version 2. So, and anyways, with this board, it's not a problem. And if you're curious about what did you flash to get this to use your passphrase and whatnot, if you go to if you just wait, it'll go to the fast flashing, and then you can connect it via Wi-Fi. That's how Express LRS, that's one of the ways you can flash Express LRS. And then you pull up the page 10.0.0.1, and you see that it's the DIY 2400 RX ESP ESP 8285 SX 1280. So kind of the typical firmware, and you can see that it came with 2.2. I went ahead and flashed it to 2.3 and then used my passphrase. My Zorro, which I flew this with, and you saw it in the background image, is still on version 2.3 as well. I haven't moved on to version 2.3 if it's even production. Additional notes that I do like about this quad, and I think this board, if you're building right now and I can afford a $99 board, is a really good candidate for any board that you're trying to, or excuse me, for any build that you're looking to add a VTX to, whether that's analog, HD of the Walksnail, HD0, or DJI variety, the air units. I'm curious about their DJI version. Flywoo does have the air unit stacks where they've removed the heat sinks from them. Of course, it's going to change the look because that's a much thicker stack and layer. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a different mount for that, but maybe not. I think the Walksnail and HD0 version will have a less weight, but I'm also curious about that Walksnail version and the size of the board. I do know that there are rumors or images that have been leaked about a 1S board, and maybe that 1S board is actually 2S compatible as well, or we just wire it to 5 volts on the flight controller, or not us, but Flywoo would. But I'm curious about how those looks. I didn't see any images on their website about the other versions and how they would look. I do appreciate the fact that they use tape tape that I talk about as being Emax tape, acetate tape, motor wire tape, whatever you want to call it. I link it down in the video description of every video. It's linked, I think, as Amazon. So if you're looking for that tape and you're looking for a tape that I approve of for securing your motor wires to your arms, that's the stuff. I would prefer that the camera angle be adjustable, but the camera angle that they have it set to works for me. But again, if it were adjustable, it would work for a much wider audience. So that's something that you need to be familiar with. And as I kind of move it, see how that lens, here, that the IR filter on it, it's just a bit different. And I kind of felt like the image had a little bit more of a fishbowl or warping to it. I did adjust to it, but it definitely isn't the typical Runcam Nano 3 lens that we've been seeing. Obviously, the original lens that the Runcam Nano 3 came with is round like this, and this one looks like it's bigger than that original. And now on the Runcam Nano 3, we're looking at, you know, lenses that look different, and they're just not as nice. But as far as image quality, things of that nature, I'll let you be the judge. I fly a lot of cameras like this or even worse, and I'm perfectly pleased with them. So that's something you need to judge yourself. I was not overly impressed with the VTX signal, and you may have noticed the a bit of static or flashing in the DVR files that I played during the course of the video. And at 450 milliwatts, I expected it to be a bit cleaner, but I've also noticed on other FlyWoo all-in-one boards that I wasn't overly impressed with the VTX. I was able to completely circle the house, which is, you know, great, because, you know, I got a brick-faced house with the old cement board siding on it, so penetration is difficult through that, so it's got to go around that. Of course, I wasn't very far, just on my own property, just around the house, but I did do that just as kind of a VTX test because I wasn't overly impressed with what I saw when I was just flying it in the backyard or when I was on vacation, so I wanted to circle the house. That gives us other comparison points, especially for those that have been following the channel for a long time. I've done that with other VTXs and other quads. Of course, I don't have the Insta360 Go 2 mounts that FlyWoo has, so I can't test that for you. Maybe a thumb camera would be a good one, something light that wouldn't impact the performance, because I think the performance is very good. I think it's very fun. I think if this is something that interests you, you're probably looking at flying in parks. Maybe you're just wanting to emit less noise so you don't bother your neighbors or those in the surrounding areas. Don't draw attention to yourself. It's very small. It's very light. If you hit something, it's very unlikely to cause much damage, if any at all. And it's just, I like 2-inch and 2S, and I'm really happy that finally a company has made this. No, I didn't have any input as to their design, their component choices, nothing. I think a year ago, I reached out to just about every quad company I could imagine, asking them to make 2-inch 2S because I thought it was really something we hadn't explored, especially since our micro components had gotten so much better. And with a 12-amp board now, yeah. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I did turtle this. I didn't successfully get out of where I wanted to, but I did turtle it. The props were able to spin. They weren't completely obstructed. I wanted to kind of give that turtle a test to see if the ESC on the boards were going to be robust. Of course, all turtling situations are going to be different, but I gave you a sample of what to look for in the turtling successfully, and then not being able to fly out because, you know, stuck props. It's a little guy. It doesn't take much when it's on the ground to get a prop stuck. So sometimes we just got to go do the walk of shame. But if you got stuck on top of a roof or something, turtle mode should be safe for the 2 times I tried it. Short story, my opinion about this and this product is these sorts of micros are super fun. They're super small. I enjoy them a lot, but they're not probably for everyone. But I think if you're a micro guy, or if you're someone who just wants to be able to move away from maybe a larger prop that emits a lot of noise and it carries a lot more speed, you can't fly it in small places, good candidate. It does depend upon the price. Of course, I did mention that I don't know what the price is right at this moment, but I'll have a link, at least one, on tomorrow or the next day whenever I get this video out, to where you can purchase it. Very likely it's going to be FlyWoo. If FlyWoo has sent some to other sites, FPV shops, I'll link those as well. If you're aware of a shop that is carrying this product, whether it's in the US or not, let me know and I will link it down in the video description. That way, everyone who comes to the video can just go down there, they can find their favorite shop, hopefully, click it and they can go buy it, or just investigate the price because that's the one unknown. But yeah, a lot of fun, and I'm hoping we'll see a whole bunch more manufacturers and their take on 2-inch 2S, because I think that needs to be much more explored. If you have any comments, questions, suggestions, or otherwise, please let me know in the comment section below. And if you're looking for more micro fun and reviews, check out the YouTube channel Infinity Loops. Good times over there. I appreciate your time, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today we're taking a look at the Emax Nanohawk X. Yeah, they're coming out with their own 1S 3-inch quad, and you might remember the Nanohawk, the original. And whether you're into either one of these, or maybe if you're a builder, I think something that's fairly important, or something I'm coming to the conclusion of, is this is probably the most hardy 1S board, 5-amp ESC all-in-one that we have on the market today. I have done things to both of these quads that I shouldn't have done. Like, one of the things, if you're familiar with the channel here, is I don't advocate to use turtle mode really at all unless you're inside with something like this. But I turtle moded this a number of times outside. I was on the concrete, but I did it probably 8-10 times. Normally that would have, caught a prop on a crack in the cement or something and killed the ESC. Maybe I got lucky. For those of you out there that have been using this board, let me know what you think of this board. But right now, I think this board to check out for your build purposes at the very least. And also, this is a new prop from Emax. Let me check my sheet here. They call this the Avia Nano. And builders also, if you're using 3-inch bi-blades, you may want to also check this out. We'll have more on this prop later. This is Emax's own design. And if you're familiar with Emax props, they are generally very well balanced. And this prop is lighter than the other props on the market. We'll cover that after the flights and stuff. And powering those props is the TH1202.5 11,000 kV Emax motors, secured by 4 screws in your typical mounting pattern for 9x9. The FPV camera is the Runcam Nano 3 with the version 3 lens. We do have a power switchable VTX that is pin soldered on there, and that goes from 25 milliwatts to 200 milliwatts, but you do have to unlock it to get all the frequencies and channels and power levels. It comes with an XT30 connector and a capacitor connected to that connector. We have a whip or linear dipole antenna for our VTX, and a little piece of wire for our control link receiver. It weighs 43.5 grams. It does come with one 450 milliamp 1S battery, and with that battery it weighs 56.5 grams. Bottom plate looks to be 2 millimeters thick, and motor post to motor post I'm getting 120 millimeters. Frame isn't super stiff, but I have certainly felt more flimsy carbon, that's for certain. It comes with a USB charger with 6 ports on it. They're PH20 ports. So it comes with 2 adapters that gets us PH2 to XT30. It also comes with another adapter so you can fly PH20 batteries on it. Little baggie of screws, nuts, various hardware accessories. It comes with 6 props, but I lost one because I tried it out without using prop screws. We have a support and social media card and stickers, 4 of them. So I did find a flight that didn't have excessive cicada noise or mowing noise, typical neighborhood noise. So we're gonna run with it. This flight is gonna run 4 minutes and 24 seconds on a 450 milliamp battery. At this point, my props are a little bit beat up, but not in terrible shape. I flew it actually just today, and I got stuck in a tree right above the pergola, and I had to throw a football at it to get it out. I'll show you that little clip at the very end. I've got some other picture-in-picture clips I'm gonna show you as well, just some additional flight footage, but as we get on with the kind of the details. One of the things about Emax quads that I think most people would agree is that they do come well pre-tuned. They're generally, they go through their rounds with their Emax pilots and those that work for Emax, and they do a nice job on the PID tune. I haven't had really any complaints, but those of you that have been flying Emax products, chime in there on your thoughts on their PID tunes, because I think it's been several years that Emax has been providing tunes. I think I was actually just having a discussion the other day about, how 4 years ago we had to make all sorts of corrections in our micros, and we had to PID tune everything that came for review, or at least it was rare that they came with a PID tune. But Emax is, in my opinion, again, has always done a nice job. And they went back and they took their time and they redesigned, kind of making things their own and coming up with their new props. When I first looked at these props at a glance, I thought they were, you know, current market props. It turns out, no, Emax has designed their own 3-inch bi-blade, which is a good thing because, you know, more props, more options. This one I think is especially quiet, but again, you should be able to hear it relatively well. We have a very calm day and not a lot of neighborhood noise, so you should get a good feel for the noise it emits. Things like this make it easier to fly. You know, if you got a park that's maybe in a residential area and you don't want to bother anyone, or you've got a big park where maybe there's a section of it that's good for flying and a section of it that's good for people, and you just don't want to bother those people. You know, anytime you want to be respectful of other people's time outside or discreet, or maybe you have situations where you just want to be discreet because you don't want anybody to bother you or to notice you. I can get with any of those reasons, really, so this is going to be pretty dang quiet. You know, on 1S we have cheap batteries for the most part, although those batteries don't tend to last as long as their multi-cell counterparts. I've said this many times on the channel, I do charge my single cell batteries to high volt, but I do not high volt charge my multi-cell batteries. You can choose to do it the other way around or however you want, but I like to offer that advice because oftentimes I think people get the wrong impression because it has a sticker on it that says high volt, thinking that you have to charge to high volt. You don't have to charge to high volt. I did use the charger. It's a pretty basic charger that we've seen. It's got lights on it that I believe this one flashes and flickers when it's not charging. It's solid when it's charging, and when it's done, the lights go out. I think that's how it operates. Something very, very similar to that. It should be pretty apparent. Of course, it's going to charge a little bit better if you plug it into like a cell phone brick, or if you have, you know, a different sort of device that can give the charger more power. If you plug it into a computer, charging time is going to take a little bit of time because you're only getting, 5 volts out of USB. So especially if you're charging multiple batteries. And you can definitely fly this on bigger batteries. I experimented with 520s. I always like to go light as long as I can get a couple of minutes of flight. I just prefer the agility of my quads in all arenas to be a little bit lighter. I don't necessarily need a lot of carry, so I don't need that extra battery weight, but I did fly the 520, and I got about 20 to 40 seconds of additional flight time. There's a huge variable in there. You know, when you're flying, whether you're flying, you know, fast or slow, or if you're doing a lot of flippy floppies or you're doing a lot of punch outs, those are all huge variables to your flight time. Using the working energy out of that battery by having fun. So even though I might quote you a flight time on other batteries, yours might be more and it might be less. Kind of depends on how you fly. I also flew 650 milliamp 1S batteries, and I did on a cruising flight get almost, I think it was 6 minutes and 40 some seconds on one of those 650 milliamp 1S batteries. Here we're coming in at the end of the flight. Touch low on the battery here. We got 4 minutes and 24 seconds as I started at the beginning of the video, and our battery cell voltage on disarm comes up to 3.46, 4.7, 4.8. So we're real close to where we want to be. I might have been 2 or 3 seconds too long in the flight in order to hit right at that sweet spot of 3.5 volts. So up in this corner, I want to show you a little footage. I have been asked repeatedly by one or more of you to power loop the pergola, which I did. I actually spent a couple of flights just kind of doing that, not the whole time, just flying around and try to work that in once. I had one particular power loop of the pergola where I came down between the slats, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And I tried to actually hit that. I'm going to have to get a lot more proficient in my power looping of the pergola in order to be able to get that right feathery touch, the amount of throttle I need to give to not clear it, but get to, I want to get to those last 2 boards in the pergola and be able to come down with it. Now, don't expect me to do this in every flight. I think that's most appropriate when I'm dealing with a super light micro. If I have something, a traditional 3-inch that's coming in over 100 grams, I think I need to avoid that because I am sitting so darn close to that area. I touched on it a bit about the flexibility of the frame, and I will have a crash reel that I'll play up there as well. And so you can follow along, hopefully, in the talking points as well as the flight footage. I found this to be very hardy. You could probably tell from my props that they are pretty scuffed up. Again, I did turtle mode this a number of times on the cement in that area where I kind of was. You know, if I hit a tree and landed on the cement area, I would turtle mode. Or if I was in an area of the lawn where it was basically not lawn, where it was just dirt, then I would turtle mode there as well, which is something that I don't recommend. I do it on the channel and I show it to you only to kind of show some robustness of the all-in-one board and the motor combination, because oftentimes when you turtle mode, if you turtle mode and you have an obstructed prop or you have too much resistance, that can cause damage to either the motor or the ESC. So warning, but also I want to show you that I did do it in order to be able to test it. I do appreciate the fact that they had the foresight and to include a couple of adapters, especially because they did go with an XT30 on here. So not everybody is going to have their own adapters or even want to make their own adapters, and you will need that if you use a PH20 charger, whether it be this one or some other that you have. Many traditional chargers can do just not a balanced charge, but a regular charge cycle, and you can plug these in and you can then charge them on your typical LiPo battery charger. But I think this was a good point to bring these in. Notice that they are black. They even thought about the motif. You know, oftentimes with some companies, we wouldn't be surprised to find these in the traditional yellow, but they went ahead and they matched the XT30 to their motif, as well as their included battery also came with a black XT30. So Emax is obviously taking their time to think through these things. I want to get this prop out and I want to weigh it, and I want to show you these other two props. So the Emax Avia prop comes in at 0.78, almost looks like 0.79 grams. This is the Gemfan. So it's not too much heavier, but it's a little bit heavier. That can matter. And then we have the HQ, which the HQ is the heaviest. Now it's not all just about weight, of course. We all have a preference for props, a certain sort of flight feel that we might want to achieve, and the one particular prop may provide that for us. This prop, I did notice it tends to get more bent and get those creases in it. Matter of fact, in my props, let's see, where can we see some of those creases? I know I had some in this, but I straightened them all out, or at least I try my best to. This prop is really rough. I think there's a crease right here at the end, right about here. There's a little bit of a crease in that prop. Again, I tend to try to straighten these out. And if you're wondering, you know, I don't have any special technique for doing that, but basically I just try to grab the prop and I try to get my fingernails in the area of the crease, and then I just squeeze the prop and I slide my fingers out on it. Sometimes that works real effectively, other times not. Sometimes you just have to kind of grab it and then bend it the opposite way that it got bent in order to take that out. But again, if you have jello in your video, which you may have seen a little bit of mine, that tends to come from props. The Runcam Nano 3 is very sensitive to